All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is August 5th, around 6 a.m., 2024, and welcome to potentially another Black Monday. Today is a wild morning so far. The market hasn't even opened. Oh, there I am. But we are already down 5.5% on the Nasdaq last night with Japan, the carry trade, and a lot of things from last week. And everybody dealing with that data. The chickens came home to roost. The VIX is literally sitting at 60 right now. Even then, like an hour ago, it was just chilling at 50. This is an absolute wild move across almost every index, almost every single asset class around the world. You are getting a very wild move, and these are, I'm telling you, this is what real fear is made from. So we are about to have a very wild 6-7 hours here. We're going to be going over the market. So if you are new, you may not be used to it. We got the news wire. We're going to have all that, and we are about to go 7 hours of this day getting all the news. We even have ISM service data. It was the ISM manufacturing last week that started everything off. So we're about to get another round of that. We're going to see where it takes us, and by the end of it, we find out, does this pain get worse? Does the Fed come in to save you? Or does it all just keep meandering around, and then do we bounce and everybody feels good because it's already so chatter? I hope you're ready. I hope you're locked in, loaded. I hope your weekend was good. I think Japan was the reason. That's my reasoning. I have a lot to talk about. Holy crap. Not only, we have a lot of things to go over. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you liked the video. But, good morning. How are you, baby? What's up, Karan? What up, G-Unit? What up, me Nacho? Kurt McGart, baby. Like RJ. Good morning, baby. Jerry, what y'all? Good morning, Rico. Andrea, Roy. All good day start. Mark J. Mitch, my son always. And Mr. Spriggs. G-Unit. Damien, the Clean Kings, that's it, baby. What up, open face? What up, Stavia, Stay Cozy, Justin Franklin, Tony Garlinger, baby. Wandering, the real infinite, Matthew Warman, Raider, Jorge, B. Dizzle, Malcolm King, Doug Forsett, Julio Lopez. Oh my goodness, oh my gosh, I burped. Good morning, Chad, J. Remy, Patrick Swayze, Hector, the Red Bull, CG, Hi Dad, Alaskan Assassin, Devin, PNC, Suz, Mr. Buddha, Gary Avari, NHS Savage, baby. Good morning. What about the Twitch? What about the Mercator, Porchmate, Zachary Lamb, the Mercator, Mr. Malone, Damn Royalty, El Coyote, Sidonian, Mr. Damn Royalty, Iceberg, Jeremy, Toy Soldier, DA Soccer, S. Jones, Jax, Rye Guy, Blowing Dough, and Blazing Bob and Sarife, baby. Good morning. Oh, you're hype. It's a while. And Troy Ledman, baby. What up? Oh, what up, Isaac? It's a wild, man. So it's a wild one. So, again, you guys have the rate cut plays. I'm mad I got out of my yen and bond plays, but there's another one. So, I got out of my Russell last night. Literally, I started flipping the yen. So, I got out of that one. I got out of a Snapchat this morning, and then I made a couple of flips. I don't know if I should tell you the other one I was flipping on there. I don't know. Maybe this would be a good time to be stingy with the likes if I want. You know what I'm saying? Because there is another play out there. But, again, I did have that Russell. That caught me off sides, but we took care of that one. I took care of that one last night with the yen, and then now those rate cut plays are booming. So if you had those September rate cut plays, that's it. No, I got rid of my Snap flip shares. Don't be that dramatic. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a little hoe right there in the morning. You know the difference, and then your long terms are going to be hideous. Oh, today you're going to cry, and then be like, why did I do it? Why did I make a long term? I should have not made a lie. I should have made a short term. I didn't want to lie. So here's the news, baby. Don't worry. It'll be fun. It'll be fun, baby. We'll have a lot to do.
Cascade as
this is where opportunity is made.
Rescue. Global stock markets tumbled with losses cascading across tech shares, Nasdaq 100 index futures falling more than 4%, and Japanese equities crashing by the most in over a decade. As concerns about a U.S. economic slowdown intensified, traders ramped up bets that the Federal Reserve will step in with an emergency interest rate cut. The dollar weakened and the 10-year Treasury yield fell to the lowest in a year. Wall Street's fear gauge, the CBOE Volatility Index, soared to the highest since 2020. Nvidia Corp dying, Apple Inc. and Tesla Inc. fell more than 7% in pre-market trading. Berkshire Hathaway Inc. reported on Saturday that it had slashed its stake in Apple by almost 50% as part of a massive second quarter selling spree. Chip makers, including Intel Inc. and Advanced Micro Devices Inc., also plunged. Markets are extending last week's retreat when a weak U.S. jobs report ignited fears that the Fed isn't moving fast enough to prevent a sharp economic downturn. The wave of selling hit a fever pitch in Japan as traders rushed to unwind popular carry trades, powering a 3% surge in the yen and causing the Topix stock index to shed 12% and close the day with the biggest three-day drop in data, stretching back to 1959. The key point is the current shift in narrative from no landing to soft landing, said Florian Alpo, the head of macro research at Lombard Odier Asset Management. That risk was poorly priced and investors shifting gears fast, explains the extent of the move. At one point, Nasdaq futures tumbled 6.5%, coming close to triggering a circuit breaker before pairing the drop. The index has already fallen more than 10% since its July 10th record, passing the threshold that meets the definition of correction. Investors sought havens in government bonds, and the Swiss franc. Economists at Goldman Sachs Group Inc. put the probability of a U.S. recession in the next year to 25%, increasing their forecast from 15%. They added that the risk is still limited and the economy continues to look fine overall. Even so, swaps pricing has moved dramatically in recent weeks to reflect the perception that the Fed will need to act quickly to preserve growth. Clearly, those jobs numbers have absolutely freaked everybody out, said Neil Birrell, Chief Investment Officer at Premier Miton Investors. It might well be that even the Fed thinks that we've got to do something to provide market stability, and that could be an out-of-cycle rate cut. To do it a week after its policy meeting would be extraordinary based on one data point. Still, bets on an early move by the Fed are misplaced as the economy remains relatively robust despite the most recent data, said Christopher Dembick, Senior Investment Advisor at Pictet Asset Management. We are facing a panic-style market overreaction, but it is largely irrational, Dembick said. The economy is deteriorating, but nothing distressing if one takes a step back. The sell-off swept across risk assets of all stripes. In Taiwan, the benchmark stock gauge sank 8.4% lower, marking its worst sell-off since 1967 in a decline that was led by AI chipmaker Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Brent futures slipped towards $75 a barrel, erasing this year's gains, and hit the lowest level since January. Bitcoin erased more than 10%. What other investors and strategists are saying? George Debus at BNP Paribas. We recommend keeping a defensive stand, using the correction to buy high-quality assets that have derated. It is not the time to take large direction risks. Roberto Schultes at Singular Bank. We are not changing our strategy, which we had lowered to a moderate underweight in July, but we believe it is premature to repurchase now. Alberto Tokyo at Kairos Partners. People are scared. People are selling everything, so when it is this quick, normally it stops quickly. It will create a lot of opportunities. Eventually, it's just a matter of trying to not lose too much and eventually create some nice performance. Dan Boardman Weston at BRI Wealth Management. Even if the U.S. does go into recession, it's likely to be a relatively soft and shallow one. Interest rates are going to start coming down, which will at some point provide some support for the stock market. If we were to see an acceleration of the sell-off, then I'd be more minded to be a buyer at that point than a seller. Ben Berenger, analyst at Quilter Cheviot. The bigger concern for tech companies and semiconductors in particular is that this is a cyclical industry. Demand will impact sales, and thus any slowdown will filter through to some of these tech giants. The macroeconomic data out last week is pointing to a more extreme slowdown than had been anticipated, putting into doubt the coveted soft landing the Federal Reserve is after. As such, the next few weeks is likely to be a volatile one for tech stocks. Gilles Guibou at AXA IM. My portfolio is built to withstand these types of events, so I don't have to engage myself in a big-time rotation. I've got fairly high levels of cash, and if some stocks I have already identified go down enough, I might just buy the dip, but in no way am I trying to do some market timing. This is a very dangerous strategy, which can be very costly. Maria Weitmain at State Street Global Markets. I might be a lonely voice today calling to buy the dip, but I think this sell-off has been about positioning, valuation adjustment, as the major drivers of the previous rally are still there. Key events this week: Australia rate decision Tuesday, Eurozone retail sales Tuesday, China trade forex reserves Wednesday, U.S. consumer credit Wednesday, Germany industrial production Thursday, U.S. initial jobless claims Thursday, Fed's Thomas Barkin speaks Thursday, China PPI CPI Friday. Fed bets global bonds erase their losses for the year as concern the U.S. economic outlook is rapidly worsening spurs demand for fixed income assets. Meanwhile, traders ramped up bets that the Federal Reserve will step in with an emergency interest rate cut, putting the odds at 60% for a quarter-point reduction within 1 week. Treasuries posted small moves after a rally that sent the 10-year yield to the lowest in a year, and a gauge of the dollar dipped. Apple stake mega-cap technology stocks bore the brunt of the sell-off, with chipmaker NVIDIA falling over 7% and Apple down 8% in pre-market trading. Adding to pressure on tech, Berkshire Hathaway slashed its stake in Apple by almost 50% as part of a massive second quarter selling spree. Analysts are urging Apple investors to remain calm despite a delay in the company's much-hyped AI rollout. Rising tensions elsewhere. Oil extended a slide from a 7-month low as the sell-off in wider financial markets countered rising tensions in the Middle East. Israel is bracing itself for a possible attack from Iran and regional militias in retaliation for assassinations of Hezbollah and Hamas officials. Cryptocurrencies also reeled from risk aversion in global markets. Still, some are viewing the market situation as a healthy correction after a period of growth, after a period of heady gains. Mars mulling a deal, and aside from the global market sell-off, a major consumer deal may be in the works. Confectioner Mars is considering buying snack maker Kellanova. According to people familiar with the matter, an acquisition of Kellanova, which was spun off from Kellogg Co. last year, would give Mars brands such as Pringles, Cheez-It, and Pop-Tarts. Considerations are ongoing, and no final decisions have been made, but with Kellanova valued at $21.6 billion, it could be one of the biggest deals in the industry this year. Top overnight news: Japan's Nikkei stock average closed down 12.4% in its biggest single-day percentage fall since 1987, a historic drop triggered by disappointing U.S. jobs data and a further rise in the yen. Highest turnover day ever for TPX 8 trillion yen, second largest drop index drop since 1987. TPX had 131 stocks close limit down. Enkai had 20. Retail margin length is at highs. MKT underestimated CTA selling, overestimated domestic support levels at 38 and 34, maybe 25. WSJ GSGBM. China is successfully bypassing U.S. export controls to obtain high-end AI chips. China's government reiterated its intent to bolster consumer spending. The government has been beating this drum for a very long time, but efforts thus far have failed to yield tangible results. NYT say BBG. Goldman increased its 12-month recession odds by 10 pp to 25%. The bank continues to see recession risk as limited, not only because the data look fine overall and does not see major financial imbalances, but also because, as Chair Powell emphasized last week, the Fed has 525 BP of room to cut the funds rate and would surely be quick to support the economy if necessary. The bank changed its Fed forecast after the employment report to include an initial string of 3 consecutive 25 BP rate cuts in September, November, and December versus quarterly cuts previously. Berkshire Hathaway slashed its Apple stake by almost 50%, while its cash pile soared to a record $277 billion. Suppliers to the iPhone maker slumped amid the broader sell-off, even as some analysts said Warren Buffett may simply be taking profit. BBG Iran rejected U.S. and Arab efforts to temper its response to the killing in Tehran of Hamas's top political leader as authorities were investigating the security breaches that led to the attack. Iranian prosecutors said Saturday that they had opened a formal investigation into the killing of Ismail Haniyeh, which came hours after an Israeli strike killed a senior Hezbollah commander in Beirut. The two attacks, following a rocket strike on a soccer field in the Israeli-controlled Golan Heights, escalated a recent cycle of violence and threatened to push the region to the brink of war. West J, the traditional playbook when it comes to extrapolating economic data, may not be relevant in the post-COVID era. The creator of the SOM rule about how a 50 BP increase in the unemployment rate signals a recession expressed skepticism about applying that benchmark in the present landscape. Barron's AI spending spree creating anxiety for tech investors as shareholders want more tangible proof that all the expenditures will drive profits in the future, but tech MGMT team suggests they won't be dialing back anytime soon as they fear having inadequate capacity to capitalize on the AI opportunity. FT PE firms accelerate deal-making activity as they prepare for the start of Fed easing. Ares, Apollo, Blackstone, and KKR deployed $160B in CQ2. FT or GSPB on Friday's flow. We saw broad-based net selling across all major regions, led by DM Asia. Japan saw the largest one-day net selling since Mar 20, while there was significant performance degradation on Friday. As Marco pointed out, there was no further degrossing by HFs per Prime data. Worth noting, both Prime Plus franchise flows in the U.S. were orderly and relatively modest on Friday. GSPB. Alrighty. We still got more, baby. Good morning. Bro, this is insane. I hope you guys, I even can tell you guys are, that's it. Look at y'all show up today in the morning. You're like, oh, good morning. Oh, a lot of volatility. I should see what Josh is doing this morning. Oh, yeah, the market's down 5. Well, I hope you guys watched the watch list. You guys should have got all of your TLT. Again, we had the yen play too. I just took too much, or took profits a little too early, but we have a lot to talk about. I even have if you guys want to know about the emergency rate cut, I have something for you, and these next couple of days are going to get pretty wild, man. So get ready. But there's still more news. S&P futures are down 4.5% on Monday morning, comes near the worst levels. Nasdaq off by 5.5%, comes after U.S. equities came under pressure last week with the S&P and Dow off more than 2%. Nasdaq off nearly 3.5%, and the Russell down more than 6.5%. The VIX spiked through 65 at one point, closed at 23.39 on Friday. Right now it's at 55.07. Treasuries extended their rally with the 210 spread no longer inverted. Dollar is down by 0.7, and yen remains the big story. Gold is off by 1.8. Bitcoin is down by 20%, and WTI crude is down by 1.9. Global risk off on pickup in growth worries following last week's softer than expected July non-farms and ISM manufacturing. Weakness exacerbated by continuing unwind of yen carry trade following last week's Bank of Japan rate hike. Continued unwinding of stretched systematic longs, another overhang. Ongoing ramp in AI scrutiny, Middle East tensions, U.S. political uncertainty, Buffett cash pile, and negative seasonality. Some of the other recent bearish talking points. Sell-off triggering lots of Fed behind the curve chatter and speculation of an intermeeting Fed rate cut. Street also highlighted expectations for a more aggressive Fed over the next few meetings. In addition, some thoughts on negative takeaways for July employment report were overdone. Reopening of corporate buyback windows also flagged as potential cushion, while Mag 7 was delivering nearly 30% earnings growth. Fed Goolsbee said Fed does not react to 1 month's numbers on jobs and it can wait for more data before the September meeting. ISM services on the economic calendar this morning. Street is looking for headline to expand to 51 from July's 48.8. Employment component expected to be a key area of focus following softer than expected 114,000 July non-farms and weakest ISM manufacturing employment since 2020. Fed Senior Loan Opinion Survey also out at 2 p.m. Eastern. Quiet week ahead from the macro standpoint with initial claims on Thursday. The other notable release, Buffett's Berkshire sold off half of its massive Apple stake. Bloomberg said initial beta version of Apple Intelligence does not live up to hype. NVIDIA will delay new Blackwell chip by 3 months. K, a rare gainer, on reported that Mars is considering an acquisition. CG missed on light realizations. TSN beat with chicken a standout. FRPT beat with margins in focus. THS had a margin-driven EBITDA beat. And TWKS has been taking private on a $1.75 billion deal. And yeah, we already had all the top headlines there. I think that's it. Honestly, it's good timing. And then Fed Goolsbee cautions on overreacting. That's this morning, says Fed is paying attention. Fed Goolsbee does not see the need to be forward-looking and said this is not to overreact to one data point. He said this is not necessarily a recession. We have to do the random play. So give me a second. But Chatadonia, this is wild. So let me just tell you now. One, like the video. I don't know if I'm going to be a stickler on the likes. Damn, y'all really showed up for volatility, huh? Y'all really said good morning, huh? So y'all know where to find this channel. Y'all just didn't want to because the volatility, huh? But we have a lot we're going to go over. But let me just tell you right now, when it comes down to emergency rate cuts, it's not going to happen just because the stock market is down. Do you guys understand? Let me tell you one more time. You are not going to get, even though we've met the first criteria, you have the VIX above 40. So if there was going to be an emergency rate cut, it's now possible. However, it does not happen just because the stock market is down. So what does that mean? That means you need the bond market to get disrupted or you need a bank to fail. That's the only other times you've ever seen that. 2019, repo crisis, overnight rates shot up to 15%. The Fed showed up to come in there with the overnight lending, right? That's where the bond market breaks. The Fed steps in right away. Again, go back to 2020. Even then, we had emergency cuts off of other events there. The banks, 2023, you had the banks coming in. They were failing. The Fed was able to step in, come in with a liquidity thing. They didn't even do an emergency cut. So keep that in mind. But that's why these next couple of days are going to be key. No, we can't save Japan. That's the sad part. And that's where I think this gets really unique because it does seem like Japan is the cause. So that means you can't really stop this feedback loop with the Fed. You need everybody to hit the brakes. Does that make sense? Because it doesn't matter now what we do. Fed, we could have a rate cut, but if Japan keeps doing that, I mean, what good does it matter there? So, Chatadonia, we got a couple of minutes, actually. Let me get the random play because all of the plays for today, I mean, again, I have the pre-market movers, but it looks insane. It's all just literally names that are down with no news. So, well, let me actually ask you. So here, literally, there's only a couple names with news here. So again, Kellanova's up because Mars wants to buy him. Lockheed Martin got RBC capital upgrade. TWKS to be taken private. 10K is up by 66. Shareholders approve merger. Zivra, favorable FDA panel. And then NVIDIA is down by delaying the Blackwell. They're down 13. Mobileye down 11. BNP Paribas downgrades. TSN down 1.9 off earnings. AMC down 13 off earnings. Faraday has a waiver agreement. Again, look at this. These are all just automatically generated. Look at all these 10% move. Bro, this is insane. I'm telling you, it is bad. It is Black Monday. Again, Japan has never fell this much in 2 days. Ever. Ongoing phase 2 for LTRN. NVIDIA is still lagging. And then Bitcoin is literally down 20% right now. So very, very wild. But yeah,
Those are all the plays. You're here right now, Chatadonia, so tell me. What do you have, baby? What is your first play of the day? Chatadonia, what are you holding on to? Let's go. What do you got? SPY calls, TLT leaps, baby. SPY call, BA puts, TLT calls, yield curve on inversion, at the money reversal, NVIDIA puts, Airbnb puts, TLT calls, MSTR, Russell puts, Meta calls, TSLL, hold it on a cash, SPY puts, TLT calls, Lockheed calls, Intel puts, buying QQQ and SPY, buying SPY call, selling ARC, NVIDIA calls, GME, MYM short, NQ long, SPY 520 call, Dear Life, Ford, hold on for Dear Life, NU shares, Starbucks, SQQ, cash on the low, Bowen puts on puts, JW, Josh AI, buy the dip, Max 7, Walmart, NVIDIA 140, TLT, long Chad, short Kamala, KRE, buying Dina, puts, TLT call, make volatility great again, don't get too emotional, Airbnb puts, stock sell, Meta, and the final plays. UVXY puts, PHILO calls, long-term shopping, gold and silver, and sell everything in long term. Wow. A lot of emotions out there. Oh, dude, it's going to be wild, though. I'm telling you, next couple of days should be wild. We have 7 hours, Chatadonia. So I hope you're locked and loaded. I have a couple of plays. Again, if you were here the last couple of days, you should at least have one play to carry home. So I'm happy for that you guys got some. But here at the Cult, ladies and gentlemen, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out, all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your sacrifice and dedication to this country. We all benefit off of a lot of people's sacrifice, whether we acknowledge it or not. So I hope all of you could bring this into real life day in, day out, in the stream, outside of the stream. Veterans, thank you for your service and dedication, and thank you for everything you've given for this country and allowing us to enjoy some of it. So, veterans, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, nah, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Glorious day, man. Honestly, it's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. Potentially Black Monday. It was definitely Black Monday for Japan. I can't believe it, bro. Nasdaq futures down over 5%. The last time you saw anything like this was 2020. So again, the weird part is, I hope you guys are realizing why today has a lot more in store. It is because there's this isn't like 2020. This isn't like 1987. So there's still a lot of room out there to move. Are you understanding? I'm not trying to scare anybody, but I'm just trying to let you know. Think about it. Last time you moved like this in Japan was 1987. Their stock market was not hitting all-time highs like it was. You know, we're talking about the VIX and things moving. Literally, we have not seen this since 2020, but it's not like you have the whole economy shutting down. This was literally off of one bad data print and then the market throwing a tantrum. So I hope you guys realize that, because I do agree some of this is part of a overreaction, but the market's throwing a tantrum. You guys have to realize that there. Oh, so did you guys hella like the video. There is hella people in here right now. What the hell? Oh my goodness. So y'all really, what you say? What's up, Josh? I heard the market crashing. Well, make sure y'all on the watch list too, but I'll just tell you guys, there's another play out there. I was flipping that this morning. I made a little bit on it. Again, I made a shit ton of money on the yen last night. I was getting clapped on my Russell play, and then I flipped out the Russell for a loss and made it all back on the yen, and then I got out of the yen. But there's one play I like, man. Shout out my girl, the Swiss franc. So /6S. I'm even down to kind of buy one here. It's kind of risky, though. But honestly, I'm kind of down. I just took one. I just took Swiss franc futures long on the Swiss because, again, that's another safe haven. It's moving like TLT, but it's trailing behind everything else. Oh, yeah, I need to do the random play. But, Chad, oh, damn it, we only have like 15 seconds. I think it's a mix of overreaction and then potentially the bubble bursting. Round 1. Fight. Holy shit, look at that. So wait to see what opens up. Again, you should have a couple of puts. I don't know where our TLT calls are going to end up here in the morning. Let's see how everything opens up. Again, watch some of the bigger names. Apple, Nvidia, they have their own individual news. That's going to bring them down a little harder. Again, bonds are not moving down that much. That's the crazy part. All right, and then you're opening up down 4% on the SPY. Damn, down 6.2 on the Nasdaq. Holy shit. Yeah, the Dow Jones is the bet. Bro, Dow Jones isn't down that much. That's the crazy part. So Dow Jones is literally only down right now by 2.8. That is a little bit of a bright spot right there. So you got to think about that. That's actually insane right now. All right, let's see. I'm going to get the random play too.
I'm going to go over what happened here again.
Hi, that's me. Again, watch the yen. I just did the, my only play for now in the morning. Again, I got rid of a couple of things too, but my only other play right now is long on the Swiss franc. But I like yen. I like bonds. Again, our Fed futures play, that play should be rocketing up for you guys. It's actually chilling out. But again, we are pricing in immediate cuts. And like I was telling you, if you really do believe that we are going to get a surprise rate cut, we need a whole nother day. We need something to crack. So keep that in mind. Like there's still a lot of journey left in this move. And then we still have the service data. This is still the reaction from last week, but when it's all said and done, I would blame this on the Japan carry trade. I think without a doubt, that's it. It's just Japan. It started with Japan unwinding mixed with us moving, but the fact they started to move, that's it. Everything, even last night, I made my moves last night because Japan was blowing up. So this all has to do with Japan, sadly. Do I think it has to do with us and how we moved? Of course, but when it's all said and done, I think everything that started this fiasco, it was Japan. Oh, yeah, damn. The TLTs from Friday, those are 400%, and then you have 13% on the ARM play. So you have ARM August 9th. I think those are, damn, the rollover play even went up. Oh, shit, that's a 93 put, and it's still up like that? Nike rocketing? I feel like some plays that were already murdered, they should be able to hold up, But other than that, just don't get too jumpy. Most things should be down. Like Kellanova's up, and anybody going private or getting a buyout offer, all of those plays held up. All right. Oh, watch the bank. Oh, yeah, where's Apple? Another one. I don't know if I'll add to the long term today. No. I think if there's a name you really want and it's down, I would grab it, but I do think I would let the dust settle. This is not over. I mean, we're either going to get a monster bounce or we're going to keep going down, but I do think if you let that Japan carry trade run away, it's going to be hard to reel this back in. And then again, not to mention Powell, like right now where it's just going to be the Fed World Tour, they're going to try to walk everybody back from the edge. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. It's here. Oh, my gosh. Happy Black Friday of 2024. Horn. Amen. Oh, amen. They don't know about the peach, baby. Oh, there's Powell. Yeah, I haven't done the random play. I have it queued up here. Let me get it real quick. Let's see. Shout out everybody on the watch list. Let's pick another winner. Come on, let's go. And then SPY's still going up here. Again, Nasdaq still down 5. TLT 95 puts. And then he gave another one with I guess we'll do it. TLT 95 puts is the random play. Oh, I didn't even open up my other Thinkorswim. Wow. Oh, God bless you, Derek Faisar. My man. That's an OG too right there. They don't know, baby. What up, Minnesota? And then gold. Pay attention to what gold did. I hope you guys realize gold literally sold off 3%. I don't know if it came back. Again, Swiss franc play is practically staying the same. Again, bonds are trying to come up here. Yeah, my Schwab isn't loading up. I'm trying to load up. Even then, my other platform's frozen on Schwab. I'm having Schwab issues right now. Yeah, a lot of y'all. Yeah, my TOS literally won't load. They're just spinning. And then my other one with my positions, it's not showing the right price. Hi. Again, watch Apple. Yeah, bro, a lot of my options are breaking right now. So a lot of my option spreads are just showing wild-ass prices. Surprisingly, my TLTs, those are pretty pinned. Market's down. This is just, there wasn't any bad news over the weekend, but it was the same unwind of the carry trade in Japan. So this started, literally, I was at the beach with my mom when this happened. Literally, and then Lending Tips texts me, and he's like, bro, the market. And then right when the futures opened, it was just because of Japan. Japan had its biggest sell-off in history. So the last 2 days in Japan has never sold off this much. And then it just, one thing led to the next, and then people thought by Europe open it would chill out, and then Europe open, and then it sold off again, and then that's it. By the time even we woke up, or even for like U.S. futures opening, we were down by like 6.5%, almost about to hit a circuit breaker. So this is just all this stuff from last week, but a mix of growth deteriorating, Fed falling behind, and now Japan carry trade literally unwinding. Your butterflies are broken. It's because the spreads, it's all the brokerages right now are tweaking out. So that's why if you have a spread, I could imagine one play might be up a lot, the other one might be down a lot. Well, get ready. I mean, this is going to be a multi-day event. And then again, I hope your Zaza plays. And we should have held the yen, though. We had that 2 days ago. Not to mention all the other yen videos on this year, but that one killed it. So GG's if you held on to that and the bonds. And then the TLT from Friday is still up 400%. So you got a little bit. And then your ARM plays up 1,300%. Again, the Russell got murdered, but I'm out of that one. I just got lucky picking up on it last night. What do we have to do? We have ISM. Honestly, whichever direction the ISM goes, I would probably play the trend. So if ISM calls a sell, I would short this shit. I would go with greedy short, and then if ISM says buy, I would get a baby long. So again, ISM, all that matters is employment, really. Just watch. If ISM employment drops again, everybody's going to freak out. If ISM employment can stabilize, then we'll be good. Again, that data comes out in about 22 minutes. Magdez, pay the plug for the Oh, did those hit too? Oh, shit. There's no way. No, you had the first set, baby. GG's. I thought the other ones, I said, no way. Yeah, my Schwab isn't loading up. And even my platform that I have open is kind of tweaking. My Airbnb is not loading. Or my long-term's not loading. But Airbnb, I just wait. Wait till this shit gets back to 100. This is exactly why I didn't touch anything for the last year. Just all these names, I knew they were really high. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if anybody's been saying hard landing, it was me, mother effer. But the thing about, like, Airbnb, I love the company, but I just felt like all of these names were so
hyperinflated that they could just flip in a second. So I'm kind of glad, because now I'm just like, well, I'll pick up Airbnb below 100. Yeah, my Schwab is fucked right now. Even then, Swiss plays, it says it's going down, but my chart is literally not moving. I'm not looking at the LT. I'll look at the long term in a couple of days. It's going to be, you guys are going to vomit, though, some of you. I totally can understand. So, but I strongly encourage you, look at your long term, unless you got balls like that. Just look at it later. I don't think they feel me. If you don't understand what I'm saying, go look at your long term and then you'll understand. But it will leave you with like 48 hours of regret and other things. Your whole life will flash before your eyes. You miss me. It's good to see some of you. I didn't know. So some of y'all just pull up on Josh when volatility. That's good to know, man. I hope y'all still got your long terms though, because our long terms are good, and then this is going to be a good buying opportunity. But if you are used to OG volatility, welcome back, baby, because this is volatility, man. We about to get wild over here. This is like September 22 mixed with 20. This is weird, you guys. I mean, we were talking about it last week, and we were even talking about the tantrum, but you got to realize the yield curve is uninverted, so that's it. Like right now, I would honestly say if the yield curve's uninverted and then we get a rate cut, I think our recession is going to start. We've actually inverted again, though, now, so we're still playing this game, but like you're right on the cusp of it. But this is all, like I said, the last time we've moved like this, the market, there was bigger shit happening. You understand? Literally, there was 2020. There was COVID. There was bank failures. Last time you've ever had anything like this, there was big things. This was just one bad set of data, and then the dominoes fell. But then again, I would blame Japan. How many Japan videos have I made? And I've told you, it's finally happening now. So that's where I think the difference is. That's why last night I really reacted a lot. Well, that's what I'm saying, because it doesn't make sense with the drama, but that Japan shit makes a lot of sense. It is the carry trade blowing up right now. That's it. Japan, I think there is elements of an overreaction, but if this Japan trade is truly unwinding, then there is a lot that's going to have to flow through the whole economy, the global economy. Yeah, man, my Schwab still won't load up. Yeah, some would argue this is how it feels to be unburdened by what has been. So exactly, you get it. You know, because then the yen, the carry trade was the burden, and then you unburden. You get it. Even MO down. Bro, NVIDIA's down 11%. That's the crazy one. And then literally just the other day, this was one of the biggest bounces in NVIDIA history. Intel put. Mine aren't loading. I have a lot of plays that are like both like I don't know if my option chains are legit or not. It's even telling me Disney's up. Very important question. So our banks screwed up big time during the hiking cycle. Do you think they are now taking accelerated losses from Japan? No, I just think it just all depends on who had the carry trade. And then that's it. Like a lot of people, just quite frankly, a lot of people got comfortable shorting the shit out of the yen. So that was it. Just because it made sense. They were going very slow. They were delaying. Everybody was, eating up this whole no landing shit. Everybody got really comfortable letting the yen be the most shorted asset. It was a very crowded trade. So you mix that with their economy and then the changes and then every other aspect of the carry trade. That's it. I just think they actually, did a big move with big implications, and then that's it. The dominoes started rolling. You might get brokerage outages right now because I've never had my Schwab taken out like this. both my Schwab that's open and the one that I don't have open is tweaking out. And then some of you saying Fidelity now too. Yeah, the ARM, mine went down, but it's still up by 1,000. That's weird. Disney, some of the Disney puts are up, or calls. You just got into Schwab. Not me. MSTR, again, crypto got murked. That one's the, damn, I want to see this shit. Bro, crypto is literally down 17%. That one's insane. So do you guys realize Japan, in 3 days, Japan gave up all of their yearly gains? I mean, Bitcoin is about $8,000 from going negative on the year. And then even the Nasdaq, I think Nasdaq's a couple points away from going negative. You'll get me reacting to CNBC coverage in a little bit. I'm sure they're probably being dramatic. I mean, this is a wild day, though. I can't deny that. This is probably, I'm just excited because, again, I think the future here, both the short-term future, this is just the beginning. So we're about to get exposed to a lot of shit. So wait, you got composite PMIs coming out right now. S&P composite PMIs 54.3 versus 55. And then services PMI 55 versus 56. So again, there's another one that comes out. I hope you guys are aware. So that one, we got data here that shouldn't move us too much. Maybe it does, but the one we're waiting for is the ISM services. So right now, you just got U.S. S&P global PMIs, and those came in a little weaker, it looks like. Just slightly, but we want the ISM, the ISM. And then there's SPY. It's coming up a little bit. Nasdaq's still down 4.4. That one's crazy. No, I think the data could do. The data could ease you up a little bit, but like I just told you, if that ISM employment number comes down, people are going to be very reactive, in my opinion. Oh, my plays didn't send out in the morning. Yeah, bad news will be bad news. Good news will be good news. Everyone's too panicky right now. Because that's it. At this point, things are just going to get really bad because there's no Fed stepping in unless the bond market cracks. And a lot of people need to understand that. So you got 1 out of 2 criteria met. You could get a surprise hike or a surprise cut, intermediate cut because we're above 40, but you do need you need the bond market to break now, or we need a bank failure, or we need some level of liquidity not to show up in the morning. Should we more or less wait on our hands? Well, I think, again, if you grab small plays on Friday, you could ride those out. I would, if you have leverage exposure, I would probably try to tighten that up a little bit. Again, or even if you have certain losers, and then hopefully you've been stacking cash with me, and hopefully you have some of the other ones, and then I would look for smaller plays and little by little scale your ass into those. So the only play I made today was the Swiss franc. I'm down on it for now, assuming my thing is right, and then wait until we could get another scale in. I think after the data, I'd get ready to follow that trend. I mean, the VIX has already dropped a lot, maybe. SPY's going up. I mean, Nike's still down. It's crazy. The names that are like up are still in the red. That ARM play came down. ARM is going straight up. A negative ISM services will be insane if we get a negative print. Everyone's just too shaky right now. That's the problem. So you're going to have a real big level of sensitivity here as we get the data. And then we'll see. Gold is going down because there's just straight liquidation. So that's what we were asking the first time. I don't know. I could still be wrong on this, but we saw this on last Thursday when we started seeing Japan unwind. We started to watch gold unwind too. So I just think as people are selling, they're getting out of that. The ZQ, I kind of want to take it, but I think $1,000 is the max gain on that, because then that's just literally pricing in, I think, 2 rate cuts by September. But then if we get a surprise rate cut, that ZQ might go crazy. So I want to hold it, but you are, again, I was saying on Friday, you're already near kind of the max you'll get. And then SPY above VWAP.
Again, we've been going up from here, and now we're still climbing. Yeah, my Schwab still iced out. I can't get in. But yeah, gold, you could pretty much blame a global margin call to a degree, or just people getting liquidated in other assets, and then they're choosing to sell gold. But pretty much we saw that on, I can't confirm this, but we did see a lot of that on Friday. And then sure enough, it's happening again. I mean, gold is bad considering, it's recovered now, but it was down like 2.5. Considering, that like the yen and other plays are up, I'm surprised gold is really, really fluctuating like that. SOFR Fed future funds are pricing intermediate cut. And then bonds going lower. Oh, there's an old Starbucks put that came back to life. Yeah, some people have said Fidelity. More people have reported problems with Schwab today. And I think it's just because of all the volume right now. Is that Pfizer on the high? Bro, this is insane. You guys realize we've been here for 20 minutes and you already have 30 million in volume. That's insane. Yeah, I'm in all the TLTs. I'm in the calls. I'm in the put. They're doing well except for the put. Actually, why do I feel like the put? Yeah, the put barely went down. Put went down 20%. Calls up only 300% now. It was up 4 something a couple minutes ago. Yeah, Intel 1951, bro. Again, even, bro, NVIDIA, that one was disgusting. Down 7. It was down 12 earlier. And then again, Apple. I'm surprised Apple's only up 4. I actually think Apple has more meat on the bone, bro. They're going insane buying the dip. I think they are too. I just think this is just getting weird now, unfortunately. This is going to be the mother of all dip buys, or this is going to be the last one. Because that's it, bro. The curve, the Fed, then Japan. Because the weird part is, like, I would even argue a Fed rate cut, I don't even know if it could fix this. If that makes any sense. You got to really think about it. Because if this really is based off of Japan, then it doesn't even matter what the Fed does. Because even if the Fed wants to cut rates, sure, if Japan keeps going, if Japan doesn't ease up, then it doesn't really matter. No, we haven't even had the Iran escalation. That's the crazy part in all of this. Crazy part in all of this, you have not even had an Iranian retaliation that we were expecting. The yield curve uninverted briefly this morning. Yeah, VIX above 40. So yeah, I still think we do need more of an emergency, but now it's in play. But we were talking about that all morning. So good morning. Glad to see you in here. But yeah, I think it's possible now, but you need a bond market to break, or you need a banking collapse of some sort. And then my other Schwab still won't load in. I'm going to close it and try to open it up. Yeah, Kellogg's got a buyout offer. That's why they're holding up. Yeah, users report TD Ameritrade and Fidelity having problems. You get the ISM in 7 minutes. See, I'm getting quiet for a reason. Canceled. I don't think Schwab's is still working. Schwab's. Because I'm locked up. They won't let me out. You can hear my keyboard? Yeah, bro. I was playing 2K and I was typing something. And some dude was like, man, you type like that? So, yeah, you guys should be able to hear it. I'm still in those arm puts. They hit 1,300% and then came down. But, yeah, now they're under 1,000%. They're at 850. So, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did an Apple play. I went for cheap out the monies. I grabbed 100 of the 105 puts for 5 cents. So if you go on any other chain, you can't find any 1 cent options. So I was just looking for the cheapest one. So it's a big risk. The idea is if data hits in 5 minutes, I think Apple should be down like 7 or 8% just for 2 weeks. So again, that's a 50% drop. I'm just hoping, again, that one we're just trying to finesse the volatility. So again, if everybody panics, if we get another pullback, I don't think they'll offer cheap options, if that makes any sense. But the rest of the chain is leveling out. So try to get as close to the money, but try to get the cheaper options. That's essential. You guys have seen this before. No, next week's. If it's a good ISM, I think the market could recover maybe even half of this one. So again, a good ISM would be very, very good right now, actually. That would help us out a lot. The ISM. All right, man. Good luck. Oh, I didn't even think about Coinbase. Yeah, man. Coinbase hit 160. That's crazy because that was just at 200 not too long ago. Yeah, Thinkorswim is still not working. HYG puts might work actually. That's funny. Low key, maybe. I haven't played HYG since 2020, probably. That one actually could be a decent one. Again, it doesn't really move, but high yield. But then again, we're going to get a rate cut. So I don't know how much that would hurt them, but there is a surprising amount of volume on these. And you got to be careful, too. So the way I'm kind of looking at it, I think there will be one relief pop, and then we'll get another bigger drop here. But I wonder how that's going to play out with some of these options. Glad I have the law tar, baby. Hey, man, it's a bad day. I haven't even looked at that. I kind of want to look. I'm going to look. But shout out to long term. Yeah, my Schwab is still clapped, too. NVIDIA, is that still on the low? I see SMH on the high. What's happening here? Wait, I think chips are bouncing. Are? All right, data in 20 seconds. So get ready. You're looking for a composite number of 51 and then employment 46.5. Remember, anything below 50 is negative. That's contractionary. That's kind of where the manufacturing came in. 3, 2, 1. Beep. Oh. Came in at 51.4 versus 51.4. Employment 51.1. Employment was solid. All right. So hold on. Bonds are dropping. Employment was good. So this is where Powell and the Fed, and then they're going to be like, see. So watch out. Safe haven plays. You might want to flip up off of that. 40. I think it came in 51. Yeah. So literally, this is higher than the beginning of the year. It's above contraction. No, that's expanding. So again, watch out. Safe haven plays might flip, but like I'm saying, you could either play the momentum on this or let the dust settle for a little, and then now all the dips on bonds and all of that, those will be your moves. Because, yeah, Fed future odds are already coming back down. No, the data was good. It just didn't die. So this is going to give you a little bit of relief. Yeah, MES is only down, or the ES down only 2.4 now. Nasdaq only down 3. So, like, low-key, you've recovered half of the loss from this morning already. That's actually kind of crazy. Oh, the third one, baby. No matter how volatile. Just no love for the chat. Solidified. Thank you for all you do. God bless you, baby. Good morning. Mr. Battleborn. Well, it kind of does give October vibes. Yeah, you're bouncing off that. So, again, that data, I think, was a big collective sigh of relief. Bonds got clobbered. All the safe havens came down. I think even the yen. Yeah, bro, everything just took a real big decline off that. Let's see how long it lasts. I mean, you are going to have the end of the day, too. That's our only problem. So, like, think about it. You're going to get a little bit more of this recovery. We could do this for an hour or two, but then as long as we touch the low again, then it gets ugly. But if that was it, if that's like the sigh of relief, then there you go till middle of August. Intel back above 20. High ticker is fully gassing right now. So a lot of names, again, like I told you, Nasdaq was down about 6% in the morning. You are only down 3% right now. You have recovered literally half of the Nasdaq loss to start off so far. The yield curve did uninvert for a little bit and then came right back down. Well, now we're back below 40. So that's what I was saying, though. We're going to play this game of red light, green light. That's the problem. So you don't have any other data this week except for, like, jobless claims. So now it's just going to be the Fed speakers to see if they panic everybody or not. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, the VIX was literally at 69. It was insane. My fingers, yeah, I'm trying to log in. So, again, we just had ISM services data, and that came in a lot better than the manufacturing data. The employment sector was hot, and it didn't come down, and that got everybody feeling good. But for now, let's see if that actually carries. Yeah, my Fidelity is sending me a code. My Fidelity is not even it's acting like I've never logged in before. So this could take a moment. NQ was about to get his circuit breaker. Oh, yeah, I'm down 5,000 on the long term today. So Friday was actually worse. But then again, today's not over. Still crazy. Yeah, my literal Schwab will not load up. All right, man. SPY's still holding again. You had good data. The question is, was it enough to get everybody going? The VIX is under 40. So for those who want the emergency cut, that's starting to fade a little bit. That's crazy, bro. That's the closest we've been to a circuit breaker since 2020. So again, that's why that 6% was big, but now you have recovered half of that. And Meta, man, that's crazy. Meta even had good earnings. I guess Meta's still expensive, though, comparatively. Crowd is green? No way, yeah. Let me get you a checkup here, actually. So, yeah, we've been here for 36 minutes. That's it. So only 36 minutes, and then again, we're getting back there with the data. Nasdaq, you only have 9 names in the green, 92 in the red. On Semiconductor, Crowd, Microchip, AMD, NXP, CoStar, and Applied Materials. Then Dow Jones, you got 0 names green. Literally all 30 are red on the Dow. And then SPY, you have 12 names green, 491 in the red. So Kellanova green, ON green, Tyson green, CBOE green, Church and Dwight green, CrowdStrike green, Welltower green, Microchip, Tractor Supply, AutoZone, Campbell's, and CoStar. All right, see, if we fade the ISM data, then there you go. Everybody's just panicking at that point. I think this is it. Well, it's just honestly, I think everything is shaping up how we talked about on some of our earlier videos. That's it. Just wait for the rate cut, boys. I think you could start front running a little bit more now. And like I said, play defense. Don't go too crazy. But when it's all said and done, if that curve is already uninverted now and we're about to do it and then Powell starts cutting within the next couple of days, then that's it. I think that's our problem. Well, if rate cuts are bullish or not, it just depends. I mean, I lean towards bearish. If they cut rates, I don't think it's good. But like I showed on the watch list yesterday, that's the run up. We went over, what happens after the first rate cut, from 1970 till today. So in a lot of instances, the market goes down, but there is instances where it could go up, but that doesn't. Right now, we're slowly moving into hard landing. Why? Because we're going to be cutting rates while the data is coming down. That's the problem. So about 2 weeks ago, people thought rates were going to come down, but they had no inkling that the data was going to come down. A lot of people didn't think that the jobs data would be coming down rapidly, and then it started to. So that's the worry now, because if you cut into bad data, then that just essentially means that you're going to get a hard landing rather than a soft landing. So it just depends on what type of cut we get and the time frame. But like I'm saying, at this point, if the data starts coming down, then, I mean, there's your easy answer. All right, we'll see. SPY has almost given up the whole services thing. Bonds have recovered a little bit off of that. They're not going as crazy. Rate cuts could strengthen the yen even more. That's why I think it's weird, because I don't think our rate cuts can save anything. You need Japan to kind of play along. But if Japan needs to do their rate hiking finally, then everybody might have to deal with pain up until everybody gets over it. You know, there is a scenario where you clear out enough volatility and then everybody can, go back to normal. At least 6 apps are. Is Robinhood down now? All I know is Fidelity and Schwab. My Fidelity will log in, but I don't know. I haven't tried to make a trade. I can't even log into Schwab. And then I have no idea if my prices are correct on Schwab. More so. This happens. There's just a lot of people. I mean, there's 7,000 of you in here right now in the stream. That's it. If you don't realize what's going on, people are freaking the fuck out right now. Like, that's it. Matt, you have people, they're going on you. They're logging in. They're like, yo, I ain't seen Josh in a minute. Let's see what's going on. Oh, shit, oh, shit. And then everybody's logging into their brokerages. Everybody is logging into their accounts. You got people already automatically selling. You got people trying to automatically buy the dip. You got people like, what's the margin call? So you got to, like, there's a lot of freak out right now. I'm telling you, that's what's weird about this, because the last time we saw something like this, there was way more dog poop in the world right now. But right now, it's not like that. So last time you had everybody rush into to Josh and YouTube and then their brokerages, the whole economy was getting shut down. Like, no exaggeration. You know what I'm saying? Like, the whole economy was getting shut down and everybody would pile into their brokerages. This time around, you're just getting Japan. So this is very, very wild when it's all said and done. So that's why I think all the brokerages are going down. You know, you may have your conspiracy theory, and I could kind of believe it that, they're trying to, stop certain things, but don't underestimate the sheer amount of panic, because this is Black Monday, bro. Here, let me even tell you another way. If you don't think today is like that bad or not, and I don't know, maybe you have puts, so you're excited, but I don't know how you feel about today. But just imagine what mother effers went through in China and Japan in the last couple of days. Ours has been bad, but we still got like 10% more of cushion. But just imagine what they just went through. So that's why I mean panic. Imagine panic around the world. Bro, people running to their brokerages, running to their accounts. Because, dude, this last couple of days, you've wiped out people. You've wiped out the aggressive people, poor risk management. Like, people got wiped the fuck out here, no question asked. So I do think that's why the brokerages and everything else is hesitating a little bit. That's why I said we got to see. Everything's fine in the sense that you haven't had a credit event, so you don't have a bank failing. You don't have a reason for the Fed to step in. It's just, again, what's going on with Japan, I think, is a very, very negative thing, and that's causing a feedback loop all the way to us. But for the most part, it is pretty wild. Yeah, AMD is one of the only names that are green. So SPY bouncing at VWAP. But again, your brokerages are down right now, some of them. I don't know, bro. My login, anytime I put my login, it just spins forever, and then it deletes my login. Then I have no idea what my actual page, or the one I have open, if it's actually giving me the right price.
good or bad that Canada's closed? I mean, is there just a holiday? Canada doesn't even matter that much. I mean, right now it's just Japan. That's it. It's just Japan, U.S. It's one thing about our hard landing, soft landing data, and then it's another about pure fundamental finances getting upended by Japan. Do you guys get it? It's one part policy shift, economy, and the biggest consumer in the United States, but then it's another thing about just pure money leverage and how that moves around with the Japanese. So that's kind of the back and forth that we're dealing with right now that's creating this. They do own. Japan owns more of our bond. That's the funny part. You notice our bonds are still holding up, though. Maybe they start really. That's how you know if Japan, I'll tell you that right now. Are you ready? And this is how you get your emergency cut. This is tinfoil, but it's a theory. You guys know how gold, all of a sudden, gold keeps dumping? And you're like, wow, you would think that, like, oh, gold is like, man, if things are bad, wouldn't gold go up? But all of a sudden, things get bad and they liquidate gold? Yeah. Same thing will happen to bonds. So that's how you know Japan is really effing you up. So you're going to have, what's it called? If the bonds start flushing while the market starts tanking and it's like a liquidation event, then at that point, that's the Japanese dumping our bonds because they need the money. And then there you go. Then the bond market breaks, and then the Fed steps in, and then there's your emergency cut. Ta-da. So I don't know if it'll happen in a day or two, but yeah, I think that's a viable theory. Yeah, I don't know. I did put an offer on a house literally a week ago, but if that yield curve gets uninverted now and then the cut, maybe we back out on the house purchases. That's funny. I think bonds are bonds are the thing that it's still working. The fact that the bond market is still operating, people are buying it, you're not getting a wicked dump, that just tells you that this isn't like a crisis. Does that make sense? So that's the weird part, because you're dropping any other time assets in Japan, the United States, or in this period have dropped this fast, there's usually been a crisis. So now there's no crisis right now. There's literally no crisis. That's it. Like, go look at the yen, go look at the bonds. They're all moving wickedly, but none of them are like breaking. So in a weird way, the bonds where they are right now, until that happens, there is no crisis in the sense of people not showing up to the bond market. You don't have an outsized dumping or sell-off. It's not like money's showing up and then the rates are spiking. None of that is occurring right now. Yeah, that's this thing that sucks that some of you guys are bringing up. We still haven't even had the geopolitics. So the Iran stuff and everything overseas, that hasn't even hit yet. They ain't even done anything people thought they were going to do. That's the wild part. You were able to log into Schwab? Let's see, Charles Schwab. Mine's working. It got me to my password page. Your bill should be good, but if they do a emergency cut, your bill, damn it, login failed. So let me get to my password, but it didn't. It said login failed. Let's try again. Rumors on the 12th, maybe. But at this point, this is going to be there you go. I'm in. I am in. So I haven't even got the random play yet. Where's homie at? Is it TLT 95 put?
Is this random? Okay, I got your TLT random play. I don't know. Does the random play even have anything? RCL. Do we have RCL call? Why is that thing still up? So, yeah. Oh, and then we had a Unity put. So that's it. But yeah, this is what I wanted to see, bro. Nasdaq's still down. It's a lot better. It's up almost 1,000 points from the low. Yeah, SPY though, 51.1. Again, I think 5,000 flat may just be it and call it a day. But yeah, we have a lot we're going to deal with still. There is still a lot on the day, my brother. Bonds are still coming lower. Again, you just had the data. We're about 10 minutes shy of the first hour now. Isn't that crazy? And you have like 40 million in volume. Look at this. 43 million, and we haven't even been here for an hour. That's the insane part about this day. So we're going to have a lot of upside. Isn't there a major gap we haven't filled to the downside? I guess right here. Technically, you've never filled the 4404 gap. Hi. Oh, I guess right here, too. You haven't filled that one either. Well, SPY's kind of tweaking out. Again, watch those bonds. That would be the next level. If Japan knew they were going to do this, why would they clap it? Or why would they? Because they have to. Again, they couldn't stay, in negative interest rates forever. So they just were, it was working. That's what happened. You got to realize we had Japan for the first 6 months. So Japan for the first 6 months of this year, they did what they needed to do, but they did it so small that it didn't disrupt anything. But then there was just a point. And then they just that's it. The straw that broke the camel's back. They went in a little bit more aggressive, and then it hit that threshold, and then everything just started to crack after that. And now it's just unless they want to reverse, they either have to turn back or we go through the volatility. Which wick? Is that Microsoft on the high? Mm-hmm. Abivi selling off. Stop running away from the mic. I'm looking at multiple screens, so sometimes my head moves around. My bad, G, but it's okay. I still think you could hear me. I've gotten 3 of these little wicks. I don't think they're real. But again, just look at the market. This was the hit the low and then kind of just do that hook back up, but let's see if it holds. Japan is where all of this started, low key. You didn't have this volatility till we reacted a little bit, but it was Japan first. That's why I'm kind of mad we didn't go harder on those plays, because it was so obvious. Japan finally went aggressive, and then everything one step after just one domino after the next started to fall. People just freaking out. I'm sure, man. I'm sure. We didn't buy anything for the long term, not for this month. So last month was Nike. Even then, a lot of the plays we bought for the long term, they didn't get clobbered too heavy. I think Intel was the only one. But the Pfizer's and shit actually held up. Even MO. So I'm not too disappointed in the value. But then the growth, I don't know, man, if Airbnb goes low enough. Yalla. 3M still holding. Again, SPY, watch out here. Because if we go below the ISM level, that's just kind of showing the market is, a little bit disrespectful and is still just kind of more shocked by the data. And that ISM services is not going to cool it down. The bond auction might move us, but at this point, I think we're past reacting to the bond market, if that makes any sense. So bond demand, I don't think that's going to flow the market or rate cut odds anymore. What really matters right now is literally Japan and then just our data that will show a quickening of a deterioration with the economy. That's the stuff that's going to move everything. So any sort of real data that lets people to really think about the future of, oh shit, like things are really slowing down or not, or this makes us believe that I think is going to have a bigger effect. And then again, China, Japan, whatever they do and some other central bank actions, I think that will be the movers. But at this point, I don't even think bond auctions might give you a checkpoint, something to react to, but I don't even think those are going to be important at all. We do get Japan minutes tonight. So they released the minutes from their event. Yeah, I think this, honestly, I think I forgot to put this in the watch list. But 3.5 is the number that people were looking for on the 10-year. So, yeah, we're at 3.7, another quarter point. But that's like the floor. Pretty much we hit 3.5 and then the fear bond trade stops. But, yeah, so right now we're at 3.7 to 3.5. Did I say it on the watch list? Yeah, because that's an important number. You want to keep your eye out for 3.5. That's where now people think this shit's going to go on the 10-year. And then 3.5 could go back to 3.7. I think 4.25, but at this point, that's a wild, wicked-ass range. Dude, the yen came. Remember, yen, it was up 3. Yen's still up 2. I don't know. Where did I sell out yesterday? Oh, that's around where I sold yesterday. What happened in Japan? They raised their rates a little bit more aggressively, and they stopped buying their bonds. So essentially, they started raising rates very, very hawkish, but then they did it without the economy even allowing it. So you know how like Powell and the Fed are always like data dependent, and like if we see this data, we'll do this. That's what Japan was saying, and then all of a sudden, none of the data was close to justifying the rate hike, and then they still did it. And then they did it by almost double they did last time. Because last time they did it by 0.1 point, like very small increment. This time they raised it by like 0.2 and allowed it to fluctuate while at the same time tapering off. Why? Because I think they think it's time, or they finally thought Powell was going to start flipping. So watch out, yen and the Swiss franc. I'm in the Swiss franc, but those plays are starting to go. I told you, yeah, we were talking about this on Friday. I agree. The worst case scenario at this point is we do all of this and then things get like bad and then we have to deal with this market volatility, but then inflation comes up. But here's the deal. There's something about today that kind of makes that not possible. Do you guys know what it is? So there's something you got to think about. There's something right now that makes it where you don't get high prices. Let's see. No. It's not the dollar. I'll just tell you, man. Yeah, I'll tell you right now. I will tell you right here, right now. You are literally experiencing it right now in a baby fashion. It's called deflation. So look around. You just had 5-6%, 10%. You had a whole entire bull rally in Japan taken out in 3 days.
You are almost about to go negative on the Nasdaq year to date after melting up 27%. Crypto is up 30% in the year, dropped 17% in one day. So literally, this move, and when assets drop like this is bringing prices down. Interest rates are coming down. The price of assets are coming down. Everything is starting to just deflate right now. So, yeah, it'd be bad if inflation came back up right now. That'd be awful. But the harder we drop, you're already getting a stimulus and a weird effect if you think about it. You are literally getting a beaten down in asset price. It's not good. It hurts people, but it does slow down inflation. This is what you have been waiting for. This is one of those, boom, financial conditions really tighten, and instantly you go from wealth effect feeling good to wealth effect feeling bad. And now, if at the very least this could calm down inflation resurging, because you just got a heavy dose or a light dose of deflation, to say the least. The emergency cut is possible. VIX is above 40, but we need a bond market or a bank to break at this point. So that's what we were talking. That's what I was saying. The weird part, we could watch Japan, just watch TLT. If the market keeps selling off and then we watch the bonds die, then your rate cut is going to happen, your emergency intermediate cut. But that's it. Because I said it, the last time, any other time the bond market, there's been a crisis. The bond market would stop working correctly. For now, even though this has been very aggressive, there's not been one hiccup with the bond market at all. Bond and bill, even with an emergency cut, 4.5 is better than cash. Yeah, I mean, once bill, don't buy in a bill if it's high right now. Otherwise, I would just go buy a 1 month or 3 month bond if that was the case. So I haven't looked at bill, but it's the beginning of the month, right? Yeah, so bill is still low. You have less risk if you do it now. But if you do that shit at the end of the month, you're going to take a lot more risk because you don't want to position higher. But theoretically, yeah, your bill should still be paying you until that happens. It's funny. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys want some humor for the morning? This will give you an idea of where we're at right now. I think it's kind of funny. It made me laugh. So, yeah, we are probably telling Japan not to sell bonds. I thought this was funny because you're like, this is the going from like soft landing to hard landing. No, that's not what's happening. The way people are describing this in the morning is that this is the going from no landing to soft landing. So as of yesterday when I made the watch list, hard landing probability was 10%. So even this morning when Nasdaq futures were down 6, the market watchers, your market narrative, financial media, weird analysts, they're saying this is the shift from no landing to soft landing. So there is still a majority of the market that believes this is soft landing-esque. So there's still people hanging on to soft landing, and they're saying this is the volatility going from no landing to soft landing. This isn't even hard landing getting the highest odds. Believe it or not. That is why I call them crackheads, yes. How do you recover the LT with this shit? Just like every other time. Like even then, that's why I had all those lessons yesterday. Because you got to realize, even if there is a rate cut in a recession, it doesn't last forever. Like when you break up with your girlfriend, that usually lasts forever. You know what I'm saying? Like where you're like, oh my gosh,
This girl, like, your girlfriend cheats on you, you cheat on your girlfriend, and then she breaks up with you, and then you're like, oh, like, you're never going to see that girl again. Like, it's over. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's done. It's done. Like, that's just, that relationship is done. That's not how recessions work. Are you feeling me? The recession is only going to be for 3, 4, 6 months, maybe a year if it's really bad, and then you're going to get back together. And that's why your long term, it's easy to recover. It's just a matter of how bad the breakup was and why you broke up and how long it'll take. But that's what I was saying, depending on the type of cut, the first cut, it could be 6 months down, it could be 3 months, it could be 6 months later, the bond yields 3 months later, hard landing could be for 12 months. It all just depends. But it's, again, just like last time, we've had big drawdowns in the long term, and then it rocketed up, and then you're up a shit ton. So, yeah. That's why I wouldn't really trip too much when it's all said and done. I wouldn't look at your long term and be like, oh, no, how long is it going to take? It's like, no, we got to take, because, again, even if there is no recession and nothing comes up, I mean, your long term will get right back up there. A lot of people saw this one there. It's just funny. Buffett, the timing was disgusting. I've been telling y'all cash for a minute. That Russell play was the only one that got me off guard. But that's why I'm glad I just got out of it quick and then flipped my way in the yen. But, we kind of had a lot of advanced warning. And then, just go look at, in the last month, I've made you at least 2 or 3 TLT videos. So, shout out the Watchlist gang. But let's see where this goes from now, man. This shit is only going to get crazier. I logged in. Yeah, my Schwab finally worked. ALL, is that Allstate? Well, yeah, that's the crazy. We don't even have war. So geopolitical tensions are hovering, but they haven't hit. That's the craziest part about all of this. But then oil's down. So honestly, like if oil drops, I wouldn't be that panicked there yet, though. So that's the thing. This may not be as bad of a, that's what I was saying, recession-wise. If oil is up, we're going to have a real big problem. But even if we get all this bad stuff and oil's down, I think that's a more healthier sign than not. Hey, yo, first-timer Chip, baby. I've been seeing Chip the last couple of days. I'm honored to have the first super chat, baby. Let's go. Horn. Yeah, it is. This is a freak out on one data point, but that's the problem because I do think this is a tantrum. But on the other side of the coin, you also have the Japanese stuff going on, which isn't that hot. And that is kind of good. You know what I'm saying? That's where you got to watch out. How much forced selling? None for now. You got to realize you didn't, even if you were margin call on Monday or Friday, you're not getting called this morning. You have to at least wait till end of the day. So anybody selling were just the people who are like, oh shit, maybe I should readjust, or if you were getting worried about what it was or you didn't have insurance. So some people had to sell, but like this wasn't necessarily like margin call limit. I think by Wednesday, Wednesday or Tuesday will probably be the limit from people from last week. I think more downside is possible, but I also think more of a bounce. I've been saying that the last couple of days, but I am leaning more towards downside. If anything, I think you're going to get about Like, I don't know how much further we draw down. I think we're going to get a random big pop, and then I think you're going to get a real big death blow, depending on what happens with the data, Powell, or the yen. I don't know. Somebody said Schwab was working, and then I opened it up, and then I just logged in. There was like a little window where it worked. No, I would short the Nikkei and then buy the yen, or buy the yen and or short the yen and buy the Nikkei. That's what people were doing though, but they were actually shorting the yen and then buying it, and then it worked out great. But then again, that could be unwinding a little harder. Maybe I shouldn't advocate any sort of carry trades. Never mind. So it just depends on your risk tolerance. I didn't sell any TLT, but they're not up. They were up 400% in the morning, and now they're up only 100. Coin, well, watch if Bitcoin does come up. I think it's going to play out all month. That's what I'm saying. I think it could be another 2 weeks. Maybe spend 1 week going down and then up, and then another 2 weeks doing that again, and then have your big sell-off, and then that's it. I don't want to log out of Schwab again. I could try to open up another one, but I'm not going to log out once I'm logged in. Let's see. Yeah, it works again. I think I could open up another one. So do you guys live in like Ohio or shit like that? You guys live in the sticks? I think mine's working. If Iran futures will go, that's the problem. I don't know if y'all feeling me on this, man. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, it works. My Schwab worked twice. But like that's the problem with all of this. I hope you guys get it. There's a big ass problem. Like it don't even matter. It don't even matter what happens tonight. Like, it doesn't matter if there's a headline or not. Do y'all not get it? It's not, think about it. Bro, what happened last night? I don't think, well, this is already like a mini flash crash. That's why I think this is going to be a mini flash crash that leads into something bigger. But for now, yeah, it's just, dude, it was Japan. That's our problem. So it doesn't even matter if there's a war headline, because if you wake up and Japan gets fucked up, your futures are going to be down 2%. That's it. You need Japan to stop, or we need to see if Japan ends up dumping our bonds or not. But that's the problem. That's why it's kind of hard to read, because now it's like, yeah, the war stuff would hurt us, but then if it starts to play out in a certain way like that, where we just wake up, then that's it. Well, yeah, I mean, I've said this a long time ago. I mean, all year last year, I've been hurt on yen trades, and we've made a lot of money on it. But the yen, I mean, if you are a real Chad and not just showing up here due to the volatility, you are really prepared. We had a yen play 48 hours ago, 72 hours ago. I just sold out after a couple $100 because I thought it was good. And I'll check those videos out, Troy. I got you. We'll see. I do need to take a bathroom break. And everything's it's crazy because you had good data
and the market's still sensitive. And then again, bonds have already sold off. But this is what I'm saying. I don't know. I kind of want to watch the bond market sell off because then I'm like, okay, then we're actually going to get something real, like real volatility. Otherwise, like I'm saying, until that thing, if the bond market is functioning normally, I mean, is today really even that bad? My Schwab finally worked. I think you just got to get on. Actually, no. Is this even... No, yeah, it's giving me... It's just as lagging. The prices, like, come in blocks. Oh, volume is huge today. We had 40 million by the first hour. I mean, we've only been here for about an hour and 15, and you're at 50 million. Bro, this is like pure liquidation. You guys got to realize this is a very, very big day. This is legitimately Black Monday. It's close to that because you sold off 5% from a very high number. You know, like this isn't this is not something small, unfortunately. I don't know about gold. I think gold might be done, sadly. I think you buy gold once it flushes heavy, but if you haven't noticed, gold is going down with everything. So, I mean, for now, like I've told you for a while, the yen is probably the best one. I think the TLT is there, but there is a chance where TLT gets hurt before it makes the major leg up. Again, we're talking about the bond market breaking, but I don't know if gold is there anymore, to be honest with you. I think gold will eventually come back up once they start cutting rates, but now gold might just start taking it on the head. Then Apple, I still think Apple could go down a lot more. ES still 5,200. Yeah, we have a lot of gaps to fill. Starbucks on the low. Again, there's only a couple of names up. All right, Moondog. I'll check out the ad, but I'm going to have to time you out, bro, for spamming me to watch a Trump ad. You know, I am going to vote for Donald Trump, but that's just too intense for me, man. So just chill out a little bit. I'll check it out later. There's definitely more. There's more important stuff today than even who I'm voting for. This is a very, very big day. There's only 5 names green on the Nasdaq 100. And then S&P 500. 10 names green, 490 red. Blech. I don't know. Roaring Kitty, he might have gotten clapped. I mean, it just depends. If you had margin, you got murdered on this move. Again, it's not only just waking up today, it's also what happened the last 3 or 4 days. You're down another 6-7% prior. This was hideous. Okay, yen starting to climb. Swiss franc is down, but it started moving. Then bonds. So I don't know if you guys noticed. Last 5 minutes here, SPY hasn't moved. Every safe haven got a bid. So keep watch. I haven't looked at the dollar yet, but see if anything else keeps moving. Yeah, dollar near the high. Armor on, Chads. Keep the helmet shining, baby. Amen. Can you explain getting liquidated in layman's terms? It's like putting down a down payment, and then the price of what you committed to buy just plummets. So then now you literally lose everything. I don't know. There's I don't know any other easier way to explain it than just losing all your money again, or you buy something and then now it's changed price substantially, and then now you have no other choice but to sell it or to take your loss. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the dollar is skyrocketing. Nah, it's skyrocketing intraday, but it's getting killed off the yen. But yeah, there is a chance. All right, man. See what happens here. There's a lot of tension. So, like, literally, TLT, that thing is starting to climb. The yen, the Swiss franc, not as much. So, again, stocks haven't really moved, but underneath the surface, we're crawling. Everyone trying to figure this out. Well, yeah, because I feel like people wanted to move up on the data because they're like, wow, it's good, but then it wasn't good enough. So I don't know. I think it's more we're getting wait till Europe close and then Japan. We're gonna do whatever we do in America, but then the answer is gonna be Japan, sadly. We still got Fed Dolly too. You already had Goolsby try to walk you back this morning. You're gonna get a bunch of those Fed speakers trying to do that. But my goodness. Look at those bonds. We can find a general idea about the carry trade, how much is left. But it doesn't, I mean, trust me, it doesn't even fucking matter. It's way too big at this point. I don't think you realize it's like $20 trillion in like value. So whatever's happened in the last couple of days, even if they did half of it, which is impossible, there's still $10 trillion. So I don't even think that even matters yet. I will tell you this. Look at the reverse repos. Eventually, those will get drained out too. So again, if the bond market collapses, if the yen gets a worry, they're going to sell treasuries first. And then before you know it, literal reverse repo amounts are going to just get wiped out. And then you know you really have a problem. Oh, I want to check the covered calls on the long term because we can close some of those out. Yeah, Goolsby did not do good at plunge protection at all. I feel you. Because he came in on Friday and then we dumped. He came in this morning. We kind of like chilled out. But then again, that's why I think the problem is purely, literally purely your boy Japan. High ticker is running up there. Good call. So again, like we said, bonds, yen, a couple of other plays started moving here. SPY's been pinned. See if we start going up here, but high ticker is starting to catch some steam. Oh my goodness. I mean, Intel has downside, especially after a day like today. Because usually on like the really bad days, if you already got murked, you shouldn't go down more, but then they dropped another 9-10%. Wait, was chill up until recently, and then that's it. He just decided a week ago, he's like, yeah, we'll just start raising for no damn reason, even if the data isn't there. And then that's it. That type of message, that was enough to throw the ball down the hill. So we're a little lower than, I can't believe we were actually even higher, but starting to come back up. You've only gone a little lower than where ISM data came out. Again, bonds led the move there. So let's see where we go. Again, dollar came down. I see Amazon on the high. Dell, the high ticker, is actually very active.
is watching the nightly videos, the Watchlist. Yeah. Second link. Yeah, on the trading fraternity. Mm-hmm. What brokerage is working? I think all of them for now. I don't know. Is SPY starting to move? So let's see. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the trading fraternity. I posted more on Instagram in the last 2 weeks than I slowed down on the weekend though already. Yeah, my bad, guys. But yeah, so I posted more in the last couple weeks than I have in a year. So follow me on there, especially again in YouTube. Be banning me a lot. So if the market gets volatile, I hope you have a way to connect with me. Okay? At the trading fraternity. Sound good? I will BRB. I love you. Good morning. Good morning.
That story. Take a look at the VIX, also calming down a little bit. But if you had told us on Friday we would be trading even at 39, let alone 60, I think a lot of people would be shocked. And then finally, just to bring it all home, you take a look at dollar yen right now. We're at a 142 handle. That pair currently weaker by about 2.7%, Matt.
Yeah, actually, got a note from a viewer earlier saying maybe some of this is the unwinding of the Trump trade that we were talking about in the first couple of weeks on this program. And it does look like that if you look at the small caps. Also take a look at some of the crypto stocks that had risen with such strength, with Bitcoin obviously, on optimism. I think in part that Donald Trump would start a giant reserve of Bitcoin. Coinbase is down 5.25% right now. Apple down after Warren Buffett sold off tens of billions of dollars worth of the stock. It actually ended last week higher than it started last week, but is off now 5%. Nvidia off now 6.8%. It had been off 14% at one point, so a lot better than it had been, but still at that $100 range that Abigail Doolittle has been talking about for a while. You want to give us the trading diary, Sonali?
Sure, I can do that. You need to be watching this week because, of course, we have more earnings ahead. Earnings from Caterpillar, Uber, and Airbnb. Uber has been watching to watch lately. We'll keep more of an eye on it tomorrow. Wednesday, Disney, Novo Nordisk, and SoftBank. Disney in the morning, of course, will be fascinating. And on Thursday, Eli Lilly and Alibaba rounds out the week with earnings on Friday. Of course, more about the Chinese consumer than the United States one, but those moves in China interesting nonetheless.
And join us in the C-suite this week. We're talking to Lucid, Robinhood, and Edgewell, just to name a few. This is Bloomberg.
In this gig.
Hey, man. What is this? I still was trying to... I grabbed me some vitamins. I grabbed me some water.
A bit.
I kind of like hearing
Economy, you might be worried about your job. You're worried about your future. You're not going to want to take that step, especially if you're the first-time buyer. But I think if we start to see rates more in the 5% range, that might kickstart a couple of people.
Diana, thank you. Diana Olick. Let's give you a quick look at the markets before we head to a quick break here as well. As we pointed out a number of times, off the lows, the Nasdaq still down 3.3%. There's Apple down 4.6%. Sorry, kind of going in reverse here. Warren Buffett selling a lot of stock. You pointed it out, Melissa, but it can't go unnoticed, and it's not perhaps not unimportant given how large a stake that was for them at Berkshire. Now $277 billion in cash at that company.
Not just Apple, but also Bank of America. And so you pair these two together, and you're thinking, during that run-up, what did Buffett see coming? Did he anticipate, some sort of market turbulence? I don't know. Yeah,
well, here we are right now in the midst of some turbulence. And we're going to have a lot more coverage of that right after this.
Right after this. All right. Yeah, I know they did blame the Trump trade. That one's ridiculous. So, yeah. This is, again, it's crazy because I don't know. I'm glad. I hope I could be of service to you guys. Again, I mean, if you guys weren't, go watch, bro. I even went, I went cash a while ago, but we were just talking about the yen and the yield curve, but it's weird because financial media, they're not bringing up Japan as much. So everybody's kind of bringing up the rates and panic, and now they're talking about the Trump trade unwind. I don't really believe it, but because if the Trump trade was unwinding, you'd be getting a fat deal on those bonds right now. That's what we did last time, but I do think a lot of people are ignoring Japan. I think because it's scary. I hate to say it like that, but because I'm telling you, you can't control the whole Japan thing. We could control it if it's domestic.
welcome to political autonomy, monetary policy autonomy. Like, we could control the United States, but you can't control if Japan is the one, having a negative effect. If Japan wants to, look at that. Look at the bonds even ripping there. So again, I told you guys that first 3 minutes, bonds, something is moving right now. So literally, SPY is not moving at all. Ever since I told you there, even on that bathroom break, I was saying TLT and the yen, they both took off. The franc is lagging behind, but safe havens are starting to move as we are not getting out of here. Can I lighten the load of today's bad news with one of your Joe Biden impressions? Yeah, what's up? Hey, that's a good idea. If you guys are, if you're brand new, we invented a computer chip. Like the video. Make sure and follow. Go to there's the Instatalk. Go follow. Go subscribe on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. No, seriously, I mean it. Hey, come on. I don't know. Some of you guys, you show up during volatility. That's where you were. We know how to find you. Market goes down. They said, hey, what's the play? Make sure you follow, subscribe, like the video. That's good. That's good. Kamala, I don't know. Kamala, that's on you. I won't get too political. I'll leave that to you. Get a long term. I don't know. Instatalk, is that what he called it? I know. It's bad. All right. Yen's still going. Woo. What's that? HIG? Hartford, that thing just started flushing again. Bonds and yen taking off heavy right now. So I don't know, maybe round 2, but I think you might have missed it. We should have bought those right there. That would have been a good one. When the brokerages go down, you're thinking it's intentional. I mean, I wouldn't rule out, like, I'm sure some of it is intentional to stabilize things, but like I was saying earlier, like, don't underestimate the sheer panic. That's it. You've had people who haven't even cared about the stock market all logging in today to see what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So, like, although a lot of you, we want to blame the throttling on the brokerages on purpose, I also think there's a lot that is just like a straight traffic. That's it. This is just everybody going to the freeways today because they're like, oh my gosh, what's happening? But yeah, no, a lot of brokerages did go down though today, which kind of sucks. Because I had a lot of options tweak out. And then even then, a lot of my options from the morning, I didn't know it was real or not. Now all of those premiums are like cut in half. That's the crazy part. You guys realize this move has literally just cut all the premiums in half. You were down 5, now you're down 4. You're still ugly on the day, but the fact we've had data and haven't moved for about 2 hours while the data or while the volume is extremely elevated, this just is destroying premium left and right. So again, this is all just going to set us up in the tomorrow morning. And then I don't know, we haven't had Dolly yet. We still got some Fed speakers on the calendar. I think gold will eventually have a run up, but I think gold, if we really get a big sell off, gold is going to sell off with it, and then gold is going to run up once we start stabilizing policy. So gold will run before the stock market, but it could also get clapped with the market as well. You know, I hate Webull, but Schwab and Merrill have been down in the last few months. Webull never. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know my theory. I think Webull will never go down. I don't think you'll ever have a problem with Webull, but I would never use Webull. And I think Webull will never go down because I don't think Webull is real. So I don't think they will ever shut down because I think they're booking everybody in China. Does that make sense? So I don't even think their option, I don't think any of it's real at Webull. That's why it'll never shut off, because it's never really trading. You tell me, because you guys, every time this shit happens, you're like, oh, my Webull never works, or it's always working. I'm like, yeah, think about it. It's always on, no matter what. Well, everything else don't work. But that's my take. You guys, I don't like Webull at all. I never sell you guys that. No affiliate codes, none of that shit. So, that's up to you, baby boy. I know I may be tweaking, but I'm a very small minority of people that does not get monetized to tell you things about Webull. Even some of y'all have made more money off Webull than I have. You be sending that code to your friends and shit. You don't give a fuck. Oh, come on now. So yeah, but that's just my take. The VIX is at fucking 40. Apple rocketing? High buybacks. Apple on the green now, or on the high ticker, and then even TSM going up too. I don't know. Maybe Apple does save us. But watch out for NVIDIA. That one's doing good, dude. NVIDIA is literally down 12% in the morning. So we've recovered half of the loss. That's the crazy part. I mean, we're still green on the year. I mean, again, election years are usually positive, but not today. But then again, this year is still green, I'm pretty sure. We still got a little bit. I think another day like this will be red on the year, but for the most part, everything is still holding up decent. I think tomorrow is going to depend a lot on Japan, and then I think we're just going to kind of meander in a very fat range. I think we could start moving like 2% a day though, until this all gets settled. I did. We heard one Bloomberg. They didn't blame Trump, but they said this could be the Trump trade unwinding, which I think is a lot of horseshit. Again, especially because I think this is the carry trade unwinding, but then again, I don't think the news media wants to scare people, because it is scary. The yen trade and all of that. Like, that's why I'm like, bro, this is all happening, and we're not having a crisis yet. You've moved like this without the bonds breaking, with a lot of things still working, and with a lot of room on the table. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like China stocks. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I feel like the China stocks won't do as bad because they're already dead. So again, I don't think the carry trade. I don't think it hurts. I don't think it hurts the China names as much as it hurts the U.S. names. All right, SPY's starting to take off a little bit. Airbnb, I'd be down to add it to the long term. I liked it in the morning. It was getting close to 120. Gold popping now. That's good. Gold's still down 1.3. Again, the yen's chilling out, and bonds, now equities are taking over. I think this is NVIDIA and Apple. High ticker is fully gassing. All right. It's not bad. They said on CNN that majority of Americans are not in the stock market. How do you think this bad stuff would affect most Americans? It would take a while. It's possible it doesn't. I don't know if you watched yesterday's Watchlist, but there was one segment about the rate cuts, sell the first cut. And in, I think it was the 90s or, 98, when the effects don't hit Main Street, everything's fine. But if it does go into Main Street, then we have a problem like '08. So pretty much, long story short, it's possible that what happens on Wall Street hits the normal economy, but usually it doesn't. But you never know in these situations. Nobody cares about the VIX one day anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. I forgot we even have the 0 days like that. And then SPY's below 4. VIX is below 40 right now. UNG and Boyle going up. Do we recover now? Maybe, or just we got to watch out for what we saw on Friday. You could like recover half of it, and then if we just sell off at the last hour, then that's it. We restart all of this tomorrow. So let's see, though. Bonds came down a little bit. The bonds aren't up that much. SPY is trying to break out here from the data. The high ticker has been up for all the last like 30, 40 minutes here, I'd say. I think Powell is trying to find the right word. Powell and the Fed, they want to call everybody. They want to calm everybody down. Their plan is going to try to act like nothing happened. So if rates go down, don't buy another house? No, I wouldn't. So right now, if we're uninverted and then Powell cuts soon, I probably would not be buying another house. Which sucks because I just found a really good off market. Well, they already tried 2 good statements in the last morning, and then on Friday it didn't work. So we'll see. What if it's your first house? I mean, it'd be better if you lived in it, but I would make sure it's a good deal. Like that's, again, like I've said, if the rate cuts, if they cut rates and then it flips like this, and we really if the curve uninverts and then Powell starts cutting rates and then the data starts deteriorating, I don't think that's going to be good. I think I'd hold off for like 3 to 6 months. That's what I'm saying. So you don't, like I was telling earlier, it's not like these recessions, you're never going to ever again buy anything. It just, could cause more volatility for a quarter, 2, maybe a year if we're really unlucky. When would you start buying house? Well, it depends. Well, here's the deal. I mean, I need a rate cut to make up my mind even on now. So right now, all of this stuff's scary. It sucks, but until that rates get cut, we're not really talking about anything. I think LT's looking for more people to hire. I don't know if this changes anything for him, but yeah, last time I spoke to him about it. Yeah, Nvidia and Apple, they're holding bonds, chilling, still above. Earlier, we went up to the high of the day, though, but we haven't broken out yet. Last housing crash took 4 years to hit the bottom. I disagree. I think it took like a year and a half. It slowed down from like '06 to '07, but like it was '08, '09, maybe 2010, but then after that, that was the bottom. But like I said, time, it's not like never buy things, but if we do get a Fed-induced data dropping and then all of that and we get a rate cut, I would wait a little bit. Between stocks and housing, I mean, not much as of late. Right now, it's just the Fed. It's Powell, it's policy, and then it's Japan. So those are the two things now. This is clearly just, a game of chicken between central banks, more or less. So whatever they do, that's going to determine. And then once we see where the data is, see what both America and Japan does, and then what happens to the data. Does Powell cut? Does Powell do this? And then does our data hold up or come down? That will tell you everything you need to know. Vanguard says they're experiencing delays when logging in. Vanguard just posted on Twitter talking about the delays. That's crazy. I'm looking at other plays, but I think we might have to wait a little bit. I just watch, keep an eye. I would have dollar, bonds, yen, what else? SPY, any sort of, even the yield curve, anything you could see. If any of those start just like moving ahead, that'll be our only real guide. And yeah, you got Fed Daily after hours. Oh, you got the SLUs, the loan officer survey at 2. But yeah, it's still mad early. It's 8:15. I ain't seen no wires. And then I heard boom from the amplifiers. First line of defense is not let people log in their accounts. Yeah, that'll help out. But again, a lot of people have just showed up this morning ready to go. You have people that are scared, want to know what's going on. You got the people who want to, once every 2 years buy a put. So this is insane, bro. I'm telling you, this isn't. I thought we would have had a bad opening after last night, but not this bad. So this is a very, very wild move, man. To go down 5% on a day. We're coming back up, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. If everyone was logged in, I mean, this would be a lot different. I don't even know if I could forecast what it would look like. Because again, that means people would be selling out, buying new positions, going ham on other ones. Like, I would have no idea. Can I really blame you for coming back for the volatility? No. Make sure you contribute in your own way, but at the same time, just get a long term. I'm just explaining why today is very packed, though. Like, it's one part, as much as I want to blame, the people who run the brokerages, it's just like clearly a lot of people are interested in this and just popped up to say, what's up? Or you try to reset your password. I think if your TOS isn't working, I think you are in a bad region. Because mine is up right now. They should be going up. But if you're still out, you might just be in a certain region where you're not getting that access. I came to say I don't hate the watch list, baby. Amen, bro. I mean, I think the watch list made a lot of people a lot of money and got them prepared here over the last couple of weeks. So that's it. We've been watching the yield curve on inversion like a hawk. We had a damn video on when to buy TLT. So it's been very, very good, man. So I'm very, very glad. Glad we have that documentation. Oh, there is that hurricane too, man. I hope you guys do good out there. But yeah, that's another thing you got to factor in for the market. Is your Schwab clapped out still? That's crazy. Mine's working, but it was out for, I've never had it out like that. Yeah, they thought the hurricane would have moved things, but it didn't move the jobs data at all. I don't think the Olympics will have an effect. Man, everything is just straight up. This is very wild. Because now this is just our relief move in the day, but this just does not. It's just sad because, like, this isn't where today's going to end. But we are 100 points off the bottom. So I don't know if this does get nasty to the upside. It'll get wild. But literally, you've already moved 100 points from hitting your low. I think we're going to have a short-term bounce, and then I think we're going to deal round two. But I don't know about if that's going to happen today. I think that may take all month. I mean, pretty much, I think it just depends on Japan. I think if Japan keeps going bad, I don't think we could avoid it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why it's kind of scary. So if Japan doesn't turn shit around and they keep selling off and the yen keeps strengthening, unfortunately, I just think our markets are going to get pummeled by it. So that's where I think we're waiting for. But then in the meantime, it's going to have a wide range. Most recent long-term purchase was Nike. I mean, no, I don't think this has anything to do with Trump. This has nothing to do with the election. This has everything to do with getting crackheady off of a no landing, the whole entire market going one direction, literally thinking no landing. Like, remember, I was just telling you guys on the watch list a month ago. That's why we started saying, look at the bonds, because a month ago, the hard landing odds were tiny. I was just telling you guys, I was like, man, if hard landing odds are only 5%, all of these bonds are very cheap. Every single one of them. And that's where we started talking about it. But, like, that's part of the problem. You're asking, how did this happen? It's just like everybody got really comfortable bringing up the market 30% and on this whole idea of no landing. And then all of a sudden now we have to reprice risk, and it's not necessarily our risk. It's overseas in Japan and other things. And then, yeah, that's where we are now. Bloomberg disagrees. What is Bloomberg? Oh, yeah, they say the Trump trade. That's weird. Yeah, but yeah, so I don't think this has anything to do with Trump. About picking it up. Said if it comes back down, you could take any of the dips and then play the momentum. Something happening in D.C.? No, I don't think so. I didn't hear anything. Japan have their hard landing? Kind of. Their equities are having a hard landing. Their economy has already just kind of been weak, but it's essentially it's a hard landing for the yen. Why does everyone think it's normal for brokers to go down with people's investments frozen? It's 24 and they still haven't figured out how to get people in. I mean, I feel you, man. Honestly, it is getting kind of ridiculous. Japan could slowly be selling bonds, yeah. I mean, I hope they sell them now while there's a bid, but then again, they own a lot of it. So there's only so much you can mask. I think Powell knew about the data, but I think Powell underestimated that the market would have a tantrum. That's it. And then Japan was already selling off. And then now all the Americans start overreacting to the downside because they pumped it up 30%. That's the thing. You got to realize this is the problem. This is what makes this whole like rate cut thing so difficult. Again, this was on your homework. This is the homework I gave you on the watch list. Like, do you guys not realize how nuts it is? That this is the biggest run-up that you have had ahead of any sort of rate cut. You were up. So prior to all of this, end of the month. So when we ended the month at July 31st to starting this fiasco, we were up 31% on the SPY. That means your pre-run-up was 31%. That's insanity. So never in the history of the stock market have you had a run-up, a front run that big leading into your first rate cut. Never. So nobody's ever been like, oh, yeah, we should buy it up like that. So we'll see as we get more time closer. But, yeah, the run-up is insane. We can't cut. Well, right now there's just no reason. There's no crisis to cut rates. Unfortunately, all that whole economy's strong and that it's kind of true. But that's why unless Japan sells a shit ton of bonds and breaks our bond market, there's no emergency cut. Or unless a bank goes bust. So we're right under 40, but we do need something wrong to happen to actually get that. Otherwise, they can't. The theory that housing will get hot after rate cut is valid? No. I never thought it was valid. Well, why cut rates? Well, for now, there's no real reason except for thinking that the jobs market is going to deteriorate rapidly and that Powell is behind the curve, but that's literally what this whole debate is about. What's the difference if rates are already down more than the Fed cuts? The longer-term rates can move down, but that doesn't mean that rates have came down. So right now, the 10-year bond is at 3.8, but currently the 3-month bond is still at 5.2. So that's why we need the Fed to lower rates. Even though longer rates might be down, if the short end of the curve of money is still expensive, then rates are effectively restrictive. When we cut rates, I don't know, because we've already dropped like 10%. So this is part of the whole cutting rates drop. It's just very hard to say. Oh, yo, what up, Midwest? What up, Twitch? I haven't seen the Twitch in a minute, man. My bad. What's going on, baby? Happy Monday. Happy Black Monday, bro. This is it. Rate cuts, they might help credit card rates, but usually your credit card rates are a little bit linked to you as an individual more so than the short-term rates. That's why, like, usually your credit card rates are like 15 to 19% or something. But yeah, it would have an effect. Yeah, we do have earnings. They're not as big, but Airbnb, Uber, a couple of other bigger names, but not like mega cap. Oh, Midwest real estate is booming. Bro, did you get another closing? Oh, my goodness. Oh, he already hit the Twitch, but now he on the YouTube. Amen. Amen. Let's go. Oh, no. You said you started your investing career literally at all-time highs last month. I don't think I could have timed this worse. It's okay, bro. I think I made my first trade in like 07, 08. So you'll be fine. You know? Like, you'll be great, bro. I emerged from the fire. I learned a couple of things. So don't worry. You'll learn long term, baby, little by little. You got time. You got to learn to take it on the chin, too. Midwest finest, baby. It's a great time to learn. Yeah, this shit's scary, though, man. I could see it now. I see where some people, because some people already got washed, but I could only imagine, man. This one's, after all of the news media lying to you for like 8 months, you know? Think about every single news place just lying to you for 8 months to drive up a no-landing narrative. Soft land, they did it just like '08, bro. It's kind of crazy. For them to lie to you, bring it up, every analyst, every hedge fund, for them to all play this game, let stocks go up 900%, and then just to get this rug pull off of the littlest piece of data that hasn't even turned, and we all knew it would turn because it's all fake anyways with the BLS and what we've seen. And then now you're telling me this is in the hands of Japan? Oh my fucking God. This is so it's intimidating because we don't do this. Could go either way, because it's like if this plays out as it should with Japan, this is going to be awful, but then at the same time, you know, you get enough crackheads, and if they kick the can again, this could also delay for a couple more months, and then you play that game you just played. So it's going to get wild, man, but this is already intimidating with how it's played out. And like I'm telling you, just you don't see this too often. So it's not too often that you watch us knock on the door of a limit down, that you open up down 5%. That does not happen too often. It does not happen too often that you have literally Japan has never sold off this much in 3 days ever in history. So it's like these things don't happen that common, or they don't occur that often. So it's wicked, man. Series of unfortunate events since crown, right? Yeah, we have a TLT play that we got on Friday. It was up a lot more, but then came down here. And then we've been back and forth on the bonds, but then I sold out way too early. They got caught with their pants down in Japan. They want to make you sell out so they can buy their stocks. See, that's the thing that sucks is because, like, maybe that's the case and everybody buys the dip, or they all got caught with their pants down and then everything tumbles. It's a very weird setup right now. But that's what I'm saying. It's intimidating. The VIX just hit 60 this morning. So there's a real level of fear that's lurking here. And we don't know if we're going to do the same nonsense of, if you could blindly just buy the dip and everyone gets hyped, or if this was kind of the pin in there that claps it all. Midwest finest, baby. September will be the bottom. Yeah, but then that means we'll probably have to dump for a while. But like I'm saying, unfortunately, we just got to see where Japan opens up. I think that has a higher chance of moving you than anything. It's good, though. You've recovered half of the losses from the morning. I mean, Dow's still only down 2%. Russell down 3%. Any new earnings play on SMCI? Oh, no, man. I'm done. I'm not going after any fucking thing in this environment. Fuck that. You got me messed up. I'm going to be playing my bonds. I'll play safe haven plays, but fuck a fucking individual equity right now. I still have a little bit of shit that I want to dump. Again, remember, it was just a couple months ago. Y'all remember I sold out so much shit? And I said, fuck this. I'm just going to hold cash. I'm done with this nonsense. So I did play a couple of plays. I got trapped on the Russell. I finessed that, luckily, but nah, man, I'm done with this shit. Yeah, you're disappointed? Don't be. I mean, I called the yen and the bond plays early, and we hit them all. But, yeah, I think all of these are not with it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. High ticker. Kind of getting a little bit more gas. See where that takes you. I didn't get out of it. I lost on the SMCI play before anything even got really bad, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not looking to, I think maybe if there's good 2 standard deviation plays, but I'm not like, I want to stay away from this. Again, I was already going cash ahead of time because I was like, dude, there's a lot of fuckery in the market, and now this just solidifies it. Bro, they just wiped you out 10, 12% in 3 days. And that's off of nonsense. And then now you're telling me Japan is I'd be very careful with everything. I mean, your long term, all you got to do is stack up now till you could buy back. Again, will there be there might even be a crazy rally that's going to sucker everybody back into this, but when it's all said and done, if this doesn't kind of highlight to you the late stage effery, I don't know what will, if that makes any sense. So, like, this is late stage, just, again, the yield curve, the rates, now Japan. If this doesn't, like, kind of highlight, how nonsense the values can shift, I don't know what will change your mind. All right, man, you hit a new high. Still down 2.5 on the Nasdaq. ARM. I know. No, today was pretty hideous, dude. I'm very disappointed because they did. I was trading last night. But, like, it really was gap down Japan while everyone's asleep, gap down double, buy the pre-market, and then don't let anybody access their portfolio for 2 hours. But then it bounced, so you would have been better. Like, if you didn't sell at the bottom, like, low-key, this could have helped you. But it was kind of shady. You had Apple 200 weekly puts, huge scam. Yeah, and you couldn't sell out of them. Yeah, that shit was $2 in the money. I mean, yeah, my arms aren't 1,000% anymore. I don't know. I think I could have sold those, though. That was just me. Telling you, credit is just moving from Japan to dollars slowly. Yeah, I mean, that's literally like the carry trade unwinding. The problem is, though, that has a consequence. You know, you to unwind $20 trillion in one direction and then to bring it back another direction, that's usually going to have a consequence. And it's not necessarily, you can't really do that without any hiccups. I think AMD's green. AMD's been green all day, ironically enough. Bank of Japan they might raise rates by October. That's the thing. This Bank of Japan thing may not even be done. We need to see when their markets stop having pain, but we don't even know when they're going to come in and be like, yeah, there's more. Great Depression, only if it turns into massive deflation, which again today was deflation. You gotta. It doesn't mean it's real deflation, but this is why I've always told you I'm scared of deflation. This is what it feels like. You literally just had a balloon deflate all around the world. That's why even gold went down. It literally got deflated. Everything, even the bond yields went down. Like, do you see what I'm saying? So that's where you kind of had a little reality check here again. Yeah, I don't think you're too late on anything. I think this is just the beginning. I think it's going to be a wild August. I think y'all better be locked and loaded. You could trade debit spreads. Yeah, why not? Debit spreads are great because of the premium. So you could sell some out of the money premium for a lot and get some very, very good plays. You could even sell credit spreads too. I mean, don't underestimate. It's scary, but selling puts at the low is very, very lucrative. I know a couple of people who've done that during the other volatility sessions. Getting tired of trading platforms. I am too. I feel you. Because someone said, like, it shouldn't really be normal. I understand that there's a lot of people, but it really is 2024. And, like, it's always been like this. And we know damn well what days are going to be really crazy, you know? So it is wild that these brokers hold all of our money, but they don't have a pipeline that could handle all of their clients trying to access their money. It's been like this since the beginning of time, though. That's the funniest part. You know, like, again, even handling people's finances in the 20s was even difficult when everybody wanted their order done. You know what I'm saying?
It is. I mean, I do think that first that helps slow us down here. The fact that people couldn't access it. Your level-headedness has been helpful. Yeah, man. I hope so. I mean, I'm glad to see you guys here. I think you guys are all here for a reason. Extreme volatility is where we really shine. So I hope I could give you calm and info. I think I hooked y'all up, though. All of the yield curve stuff and all the discussions ahead of time. So I think some of you are super prepared for this. Again, we sold our plays early, but I even got you some killer entries. But for the most part, just get ready and take it slow, though, and don't overreact. Don't freak out. But like I'm saying, I can't deny this one's an intimidating one, just because it does seem like we're going to be waiting here on Japan, and it's a mix of both like the U.S. as well as like foreign, dude, and it's oh man, I'm not really that good at juggling like in real life, but I think we're going to have to juggle those here now too. Kamala crash is the number one trending topic on Twitter. As much as I would love to blame her, because again, I think Kamala's a psycho, and I'm voting for Donald Trump, so there's my bias. Don't worry, don't get mad at me for saying that. I'm here to help you all during volatility for free. So again, with all the yield, imagine that yield curve video. So don't get mad at me for voting for Donald Trump. YouTube already gave me a channel strike within 3 days of telling you. But I don't want you to know. I have a bias. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm sharing it with you, because my bias is I'm voting for Trump. But I don't think this is the Kamala crash, bro. This is not like this is literally. This has nothing to do with Kamala or Trump. This has everything to do with Japan, and I think everybody is trying their hardest to ignore it, which makes me believe there's going to be a big opportunity. Because if no, they don't even want to look Japan in the eye and say it. Does that make sense? So that means they're going to try to keep pushing Japan, or Japan is going to keep trying to do this shit while everybody just kind of sticks their head in the sand and acts like it doesn't exist. So, yeah, I don't think this is the Kamala crash. I'm equating YouTube with the incumbent political party. No. I'm not doing anything. All I said was Kamala's a psycho. I'm voting for Donald. And within 3 days of telling you who I'm voting for, my channel had a disciplinary action. That's all. Well, yeah, a lot of people made money. Big money. I mean, Warren Buffett, he's been going to Japan for how long? He's been in there he's been saying that for a while. So, yeah, but a lot of politicians and people were already going ape shit on it. AMD is one of the only green names. Apple. I'm surprised Apple's only 4. Even your dad that doesn't trade told you about the crash today. He never talks to me. So maybe you guys should talk, form a relationship. And you thought I slept amazing. So that's it. I was sad. I had a big loss on the Russell. I took that, and then I instantly flipped to the yen, and then I pretty much made most of it back, and then I slept, and I was like, you know what? I didn't think it was going to be that bad. That's why. I slept like a baby because I thought it was going to stay at like 3%-ish, and then I fucking woke up, and I was like, what? It was like I couldn't even process. It took me like 5 minutes to process where we were in the morning. So get ready, though. I think every day this week there's going to be a lot more.
Robinhood. Yeah, Robinhood. At least Robinhood has had better connectivity today than others. That what's it called play is killing me though now. That Swiss franc in the morning, that flushed. I'm down 1,300 on that. Lover, he's trying to be covered up by the media. Who are you talking about? Just say what you're trying to say. And I'm not following the whole cryptic shit. The stocks drop. There's a lot of reasons. People are blaming the jobs report. They're blaming the data last week. But I think a big part is Japan. And then again, this started last night. There was no bad news. You didn't get any war headline. There's nothing, not one bad thing literally happened last night. And then it was just the Japanese yen and the Nikkei. That went crazy, and then that was it. I mean, you are coming down. Remember, we went a little bit above that level. It was right above the high we set earlier, and then it flipped. We haven't had nothing. Is again, the last time Japan sold off this much has never happened in history. Japan has never sold off this amount in 2 or 3 days than ever before. So that is a bad one. And then even us, last time we moved like this was 2020, literally March, COVID. But that's why I'm like, man, for us to not be in a crisis, not have the economy shut down, none of that shit, and we're moving like this, it is wild. The free long-term, no, they're active. If you go to the first link in the description, free 99, my friend. Oh, where is the ZQ? I don't know if that one's still. That one came down. That play got cut in half. The ZQ was up $1,000 this morning. So rate cut odds are chilling out. The alerts are via text. Yes. What does Japan have to do with this? They started it, as weird as it sounds. So before even Powell, we had Bank of Japan that same day, and things started dumping. The yen started going up. But they started doing all of that when it was like, they made a big shift to their rate hike policy, and things already started flipping. So, and then even then last night, there wasn't bad news over the weekend. Can you tell me what the bad news was over the weekend? So, like, if we opened up down 5% on the Nasdaq, why? What could it have been? It was nothing except for Japan selling off. So, low-key, Japan is unwinding their policy. It's leading to an unwind of the carry trade. And then that's it. Iran to attack Israel in 24 hours could have been. I mean, I've never seen a headline about something that was going to happen that didn't happen bring us down 5%. Again, this is a wicked move, man. So none of the war shit, like we could say, we could have said this person is about to attack the United States. And I still don't think we would drop 5% unless something happened. So that's why I keep saying, like, Japan is so obvious, because last night, over the last 2 days, while we were chilling out over the weekend, there was not one headline towards anything negative. All that happened was Japan started dumping, and then again, that just it tracks with everything else last week too, and then one level that led to another. Carry trade, it's big. It represents about $20 trillion. Well, some stuff has already broken historical standards. So again, Japan has already had their biggest crash in history. So it's funny because like mother effers be saying that, like biggest crash in history about to happen. And although I think some of y'all sound dramatic as hell, it's crazy that Japan has literally just had their biggest crash in history. I guess their fastest in 3 days. So technically they could go down a lot more to like quote unquote be a crash. But Japan has never pulled back in 3 days that fast, that large, which is mind blowing. That means 1987, the other Black Friday, Black Monday, Japan didn't even move like that. Even the rest of the world. So while the United States last time we dropped like 15%, even Japan didn't even move that much in 2 or 3 days. So it's a wicked move, man. I don't know. Insurance companies might get clapped. Where is it? Is it an MFUG? Is it MFIUG? What's the ticker for that? For Mitsubishi Financial? Why do I keep blanking on that? Oh, MBFJF? It's one of these. MFUG? Or is it my dyslexia coming into play? Because I typed in MUFG. It didn't show up. Or did I type in MFUG? Yeah, it's MUFG. Pfft. Yeah, they got wrecked, dude. Remember I told you if this stock ever crashes, then you really have a problem. So you're fine for, that's what I'm saying though. There's still so much room. You know what I'm saying? There is a lot of room here. Because even the banks, before they get crazy, then yeah. Oh my God. Is it Najee's birthday? No. Najee Wolf. Oh, where you at, bro? Where you at, bro? Oh my, is it Najee's birthday? It is August 5th. Horn. Are you kidding me? Flash crash on Najee's birthday? Oh my goodness. Oh my, everybody's here for Najee Wolf. Happy birthday, baby. Hey man, I don't think we've seen him in here. We got to go crazy when we see him too. Expedia on the high too. Yeah, you haven't even had one war headline at all on any of this. That's the funny part, because that's going to be what's weighing over the week or this next couple of days. We thought it would happen over the weekend, and nothing happened. I thought coast was clear, and then Japan was like, nah, man, we going to dump. Yeah, bro. Wasn't Tesla at like 180? That's crazy. MUFG was even down more, and it came back up. Why would Japan cutting flash crash Japan stocks? So this is the carry trade. I'll try to play you guys a video, but like quite frankly, I mean, y'all are just saying every time you ask me these questions, unfortunately, it's just like, hey, Josh, I ignored every yen video you've made over the last 2.5 years, and now that it's finally fucking everything up like you said it would, I have a couple of questions. So
I don't know. It's just look it up is the best thing I can tell you. It's just that like there's a lot to it, and it changes a lot of things financially. And now people had one idea, and then not to mention, a lot of people, they've kind of punted on this idea, and it led to a lot of people being very okay with shorting it, and that's caused another bigger problem with all of this. But yeah, you guys could look it up, and I'm sure there's great info out there. Do I agree with Project 2025? That's hilarious. I don't, but it's just funny that, like, we're talking about Japan and, like, our first, like, Black Friday in years in a move like COVID, and they're still caught up on me voting for Trump. Yeah, I don't agree with it, to answer your question, but I wouldn't trip on it too much. I think Japan is more important than all of it. Why is Goldman ripping? I don't know. Goldman's down too, still a lot, but it's printing. And then Apple's just comatose. Bonds, they're moving. The yen came down a lot. You might be able to flip the yen there. So low key, yen is everything. So it looks like U.S. session, yen calms. Cash open, U.S. session, bro. We have like really, really calmed down. No, we're definitely doing something here. I think Powell is on the phone with Ueda, and then they're trying to. I bet you they're trying to, like. He's like, "Yo, don't sell any of our bonds," and then Ueda's like, "Well, how about this? I won't sell any bonds if you sell some of your yen. What do you say?" And then they're like, "All right, deal. I'll sell yen during Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 1. I'll sell the yen, and then you just don't dump the bonds after hours until the morning. Do we have a deal?" Because that's the part that's happening right now. Because yen has calmed down considerably. It's still up a shit ton, but this is back to like last night levels. Not what I expected from all. You're expecting Black Monday. This is still Black Monday, man. I think today this is just the, like, bro, it's so early. Like, we're 3 hours in. This is just the this is just the chilling out after the big dump. I mean, we may get another stair stepper tomorrow, but it already happened, dude. The fact that our futures almost limit down in the morning, it's there, but this is kind of like what we've seen on some of the bigger down days. But it's already crazy. I have no other way to put it. I still have the Disneys. I made them free. So I think they're still up. What does the chat summary say? I hate that stupid chat. They don't give it to me anymore. They don't let me see it today for some reason. Maybe I need to refresh. See it today for some reason. Maybe. Yeah, I don't have an AI chat summary. Thank God. Yeah, I've talked about the yen way too much, to be honest with you. I would argue I've talked about it more than anyone on YouTube in finance land. Because remember, we shorted the first drop. So we made a shit ton of money when it broke. And then I went early on the buyback. And then I lost some money on that. And then we just hit it not too long ago. I was just in it a couple days ago. And then I just took the small gain because I was like, I didn't think it was going to go too nuts. But if we held that, my goodness. Changster, what up, baby?
The VIX is not at 50 anymore, but it was in the morning. It was literally at 69. I don't know if I don't think we saw the bottom, no. It's potentially there, but I don't think so. Happy affiliate. Yeah, bro, I guess today is my Twitch affiliate anniversary on Najee Day and on Black Friday. So much going on, bro. Bonds are not up that much, no. But then that's why I'm saying Japan. That's why I'm like, all of this is wild, bro. So, and unfortunately, we still have a lot more in play. The VIX, it doesn't lock in emergency cuts, but it puts it on the table. I think we could actually have the talk. So the only problem is all day we've talked about it, just saying how, the real problem is that there's no crisis. The bond market's still working. There's no issue. So now if the VIX is above 40, we can get an emergency cut, but now you need something to actually break. So you need the bonds to break, the bond market to not function properly, a bank to blow up, liquidity problems. We need something, reverse repos, empty, drained, something of that nature, plus VIX above 40. Now we're talking, surprise rate cuts. Otherwise, there's no reason to cut the rates just because the market is down. Because even though this is all bad, everything is functioning quite normally except your brokerages in the morning. ZQU. I don't know that one because it started to price in emergency cuts and then calm down. That play was up 1,000 in the morning and then now it flipped back down to 500. I don't know why Sava is launching. Let's see. I'll take it. A green day like today. That's amazing. Yeah, Sava is going up. What? Francisco Partners, Robinson Stephen founder, Sandy Robinson dies? I don't know. For some reason, when I search up Sava, oh yeah, he served on the board of I don't know if that's why. So one of the board members died. That's literally the only headline. Kosovo mourns the death of board member Sanford Robinson. And then DoorDash on the high. And then bonds new low while SPY's trying to go up. I don't know, man. Everybody got done really dirty today. I think some people had a chance to get out of certain plays, but the amount of people that have reported to me that their brokerage stopped working in the morning till like even now, that's very unfortunate, bro. Sparky! Welcome, my friend. Coin, well, remember, I don't know where Bitcoin's at now. We could check. Bitcoin is still down 12, but yeah, it was down 17 earlier. That was insane. Yeah, bonds are about to go break even. So again, if you wanted a TLT play, you literally could have waited till now, had all of this fear, Nasdaq still down just under 3, and then now you could get the bonds there. If the bonds start dumping, then maybe we run into a problem. That's the irony. If the bonds dump a little bit, you don't have a problem. But if the bonds start cratering, then that could be a sign that Japan is getting worse. So this is fast. This is great, honestly. All of this, because whatever you're seeing, right, this is all going to change by tomorrow, unfortunately. So this is just now raising the stakes. You know, shave off half of the loss. If you really want to short it, you got punched in the face. If you really wanted to sell out, you know what I'm saying? By bonds crater, I mean yields go up. So the literally bond yields shoot up, and everybody starts dumping their bonds. So TLT dropping, very simply. TLT cratering. You know, if TLT started going down, we would have an issue. I don't know if there's a time I could show you. I guess right here. This was the last time you had a Bank of Japan scare. Look at what TLT did. So again, end of the year. And literally that day that we had the worst day since 2022, that was when we had a Japan scare. But literally last time TLT had anything Bank of Japan, it got murdered. But that wasn't even like real. Like if we get a real sell-off there, then there you go. Now TLT red. All right, bonds have gone. Bonds are dying now. Yeah, bonds are going back up now. Well, yields are going back up. They're dumping. What do you think tomorrow will look like? Oh, no idea. No idea. Like I said, I'm expecting a little bit of a pop. And then whether this takes a week or 3 weeks, and then I think we're going to have one more big flush down. And then from there, we have to, just depends on the data or anything else from there. If bonds do liquidation like gold, yes. That is what I would look for. That would be bad. I think if that occurred, that would mean Japan is having a problem. Because then that just means they're selling their bonds. And then, like we're saying, if yields skyrocket, here's a long story short. If funding costs skyrocket, that's because money's not showing up. That would be a crisis or a reason the Fed can come in and justify easing. Does that make sense? I don't know. I don't like gold, no. I wouldn't really touch gold for now. Because it's still, I mean, it's still up a lot, but I would just wait. It's too exposed to all of this. The dollar, it should die, assuming the yen overtakes it. But it's hard to tell right now. So I hope you guys, it's still the same logic. I would watch out for the yen. I would watch out for policy and the rate cuts and the yield curve, and let's see. But, like, you know, now as everything I told you ahead of time was going to happen, you're just now feeling the turbulence. We already knew the rate cuts, when the curve uninverts, it was going to feel like this. But now it's starting to happen, and now it's like blah, 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 blah. So I don't know how day by day is going to go, but I do think on the midterm, long term, we have a good idea. It just, these things need to now play out. All right, we're going back up. TLT is below Thursday, which is great. Or Friday. I don't know if it'll get back to Thursday today. But again, I was expecting a little bit of a sell-off, so we'll see. I don't know if Powell speaks at 4. We have a Dolly. Fed Dolly's at 5 p.m., so that's after hours. NVIDIA, I don't know, man. But, let's give it a couple of weeks. Depending on how the market handles everything, there might be a lot of good pickups for the long term. So I'm glad we still have our deposit for this month. And now I could stack up a little bit. Elon Musk's AI shared false election info after Biden dropped out, says CNBC. High ticker is gassing up here. Sava's still going. That's one of very few names that are in the green here today. Or before September. You can still make good pickups in school, man. Don't trip. If you're feeling bold, 527 may be on the table today. What would that be? Is that the gap fill? Just a little bit below it. I guess kind of near the lows. That'd be nuts. It'd just be a stair stepper down. I mean, we've kind of done that on some of these days. This is a good rally, though, off the bottom. But I think last time we did this, where is it? Was it here? I think it was like 2 Thursdays ago. Last time we just had a gap down and then rip up. And then we came back down by the end of the day. And then it chilled there for a couple of days. I forgot the petrodollar. That stuff was earlier. NVIDIA. Well, everybody. I mean, there's a lot of people who had NVIDIA. I know. You don't remember. I had homie in here. I told him not to. Homie bought a lot of NVIDIA at like 138. So anybody absorbing those losses, it was anybody who positioned after this run up. It finally filled the gap, but like this is crazy. This was still 1,000 NVIDIA. So like NVIDIA, like the Nasdaq is already given up from here to here. The Nasdaq is already almost given up the whole entire year. NVIDIA has given up a third of the year. So if NVIDIA, Meta, and a lot of these other names, bro, they can, they still have a lot of room to go down. But that's whoever's absorbing it. It's the people who bought early and had unrealized gains, or the people who bought late and now they're sitting on bigger losses. Schwab back online. SPY just hit a high ticker, fully gassed, nothing moving on the low ticker. Again, even your big names are doing good right now too. It's kind of wild. You could log in now after you lost 900% of your contracts. That sucks, dude. And Fidelity. Well, let's see if we actually get movement. But no, they did a lot of people dirty. I did not see the kid who spent the $700,000. All of you guys told me about it, but I didn't see it personally. It sounds like folklore. Is that the word? But then again, I do. It sucks because I have a screenshot. Homeboy sent me his account. He said, Josh, look at my long term. You guys don't remember that? And I told him, I was like, I don't know, man, because I thought he owned it from like a really low price. But then he bought it really high with a lot of money. I told him to buy a house instead. That was just like a month ago, 2 months ago. If we go green, it'll be funny. I mean, it's possible. Don't listen to what I'm trying to tell y'all. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to go green today and then be red another 3% tomorrow. And then drop another 3% and then rock it up 4% and then go down 2%. Just like we might be getting real volatility. That's what I'm trying to explain, where I'm like, I in a weird way, I want a big pop because then that next major stupid pop, I would short it. But it does seem like this is the environment we're in now. That's what we're slowly getting into. I think we're going to watch 6% down, 3% up, 3% down, 5% up, 5% up, 7% down. Dude, we were it just all depends on, again, what Japan and the other homies do. Honestly, I would do that. I'm even down. I didn't get bad fills with Schwab, but I'm even down to complain to them. But I think all of you should. I think all of you should send us support. It's gonna flood them even more, but I think all of you. It's not right. There's too many of those that happen, because I know a lot of you had puts. You were not able to monetize them for X amount of time, and then it goes straight up. It's not the first time. Yeah, it's not, but that's why it's kind of getting sus. Because you called to manage your trades. So you did. Nobody didn't answer. Yeah, that's like, what do you mean? It's like complaining to the pit boss that the casino is rigged. I don't think so. I don't, like, again, usually, I understand there's a lot of people today, and there's many, many reasons, but you can't do that all the time on these. Like, that's like every time, that would be like every time every time you have an ace, right, and the dealer has a 3, the cards stop working, and they're like, up, new hand. Every single time you have a blackjack on the table, they're like, oh, the shuffler's messed up. Oh, sorry, hold on. You can wait 3 hours to hit her. Hold on till we see the next card. Like, you can't do that every time. 1 time, 2 times, okay, I get it. But, yeah, that's a little aggressive here. Yeah, you can't say bad shoe every time there's volatility. Miss Dio, try again. Just staring you in the eyes. All right, man. You're starting to go. I hope you guys realize all the safe havens are getting destroyed now. So bonds are getting killed. SPY is getting going up. The yen is getting killed, and then even the Swiss franc. So all of the safe havens are turning around right now. We saw a little bit of this on Thursday, I feel like. You kind of went up, just not as much, and then some of the other things calmed down. So this was kind of hit a top and then chill. So this is literally the data continuing. Think about it. You had good data, and now you're still higher. Ever since the data, bonds have only gone one way. That was crazy, though. That run up here for even that one to fade. Yeah, chips are doing very, very good. Selling bonds to buy stocks? Maybe. Because bonds are still up on the last couple of days. I just think it's calming down a little bit and trying to give you a little bit of relief, level out from the extreme, and then we see where Japan. It's already 9:30 though, so it's been 3 hours. People looking for a cat. Well, they already got rid of gold. I think that bond play is crazy, though. Can you Rand save my puts? If you have enough time, I mean, I think it's just going to come down to Japan. That's why the only thing I grabbed today was the Swiss franc, because that's one I haven't touched this whole time. But then that play got clapped. All right, well, we're at 55. Oh, that's Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's the same price as the SPY. Yeah, so 52.40. It's good, man. It's a really big move. It's 130 points. Nasdaq is only down 2% right now. That's crazy. Yeah, bro. This is nuts now. This is back to where I was in the morning. That's crazy. Let me see the Russell. Is this where I sold out? No, Russell's still lower. I got out very early there, but still, that's kind of crazy. So, yeah, Nasdaq's only down 1.6, bro. Kind of, bro. Hold on. I think if the Nasdaq goes crazy, that's a scam, bro. Because then that means anybody who positioned down here, dude, they're up a shit ton right now. So again, and then now the yen is starting to get clobbered a little bit more. No, I don't think Australia. We're going to get Australian rates. So now you're entering in the more. This isn't that bad now, though. That's the crazy part. So literally, cash open has saved the day once again. SPY's still a little uglier. I don't know. Let me see the ES futures. Yeah, it's weird. The Nasdaq's, it's the chips holding you up right now. So don't be deceived too much. Does that make sense? So you're still along. Both Russell and SPY are well below the opening, but the Nasdaq, that's the one that is like, it's back to the morning now. Like literally, like right when futures opened up last night. Again, like I'm saying, SPY and other things were clapped. Now the Nasdaq has came right back up. Iran. AMD. Of orders. This sucks because this is going to make... You just went from very, very real fear to once again, anytime you see fear in the market, They smooth it out. VIX is still at 30, but I can't believe the Nasdaq is damn right where you were at like 3 o'clock yesterday. That one's crazy. Yeah, that means after hours. No, the fear lingered for a while. That's why I'm saying. Now it's just getting you to the point now. If you wanted to make any plays over, like if you didn't make the play overnight, now you're just doing the exact opposite. But then you were looking at the edge this morning, bro. We were almost about to have a circuit breaker. Now the Nasdaq is down less than it was on Friday, and it's been 3 hours. Exactly. I told you they're messing with retail. I think so, a little bit. Because this is going to, I think a lot of people, not even just retail. Like, I think you have real volatility emerging now. Because this type of shit, bro, is going to get people nuts. And now the way you position, it's kind of crazy, bro. But then again, these are your moments to take your short. If you like any of these pullbacks, you could do exactly what you need to. What's the play? No, I think it's the same ones. It's like I've been telling you. I think any of the yen bond plays, that's all I would be watching. So I went with one other safe haven today, the Swiss franc, and that got clapped. But other than that, I think yen and bonds and make your life easier. Stocks are crashing. That's a great reason to sit tight. Heard on the street. ZB, oh, I'd wait a little bit more. I need like a bigger pullback. Today's small, but I want like I don't even know, maybe half of the rally. So maybe back to 95, the previous resistance, I thought. That would probably become the support. As crazy as that sounds. Yeah, I feel hesitant too on shorting because there's still enough room to bounce too. Like, because that would just be like, if you didn't want to short the bottom of Friday, why, you're shorting here now, but all you had was that little move. Germany is preparing to evacuate German nationals out of Lebanon of concern over escalating conflict between Iran and Israel. Spiegel magazine says. So I'm getting a war headline right now. Oil already bounced intraday. So we'll see. I think that killed a lot of premium. Bro, the Nasdaq just went from one of the worst days in history to unchanged in 3 hours. Or at least back to where you were at the night. So I think a lot of premium has been wiped out. NQ poker face. We still could close green, but see if that war shit get in the way. That's the first time we've really had anything this morning, but I think right there in the middle. I was expecting down like 3 on the Nasdaq. I didn't think it'd close 6, but I didn't think it'd close -1. So I think like right here would be appropriate. Friends are leaving Jeddah to Saudi Arabia. They say things are getting worse. Alrighty. I'm going to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Y'all really did follow me, man. I told you I haven't posted. I posted more in 2 weeks than I have in a year. But yeah, it's good to see some of y'all. I will BRB. BRB.
On the horizon now.
Oh,
Oftentimes markets are ahead of us. They know things we don't know, and so that might be revealed. I don't personally think so. I think that it's possible if this gets out of hand, if this goes longer than anyone thinks, then I think it's probably a repricing, which in certain aspects of the stock market we have long been overdue for. Keep an eye on the VIX and see. I mean, as you mentioned up front, the VIX was really high this morning, has receded a ton. That may signal a garden variety correction, but we will know this week for sure.
So are we out of the woods? You mentioned systemic and the worries about something being a little broader based. Where is the worry here? When you see a broad deleveraging like this, I think one worry that is immediately underpinning the market is where's the floor?
Right, and I would say the most likely outcome, in my opinion, is some sort of repricing that's valuation based. That might have to be more severe than a correction. One way to quantify that is to look at the forward earnings estimates for companies, individual companies, let's say in the S&P 500. And in general, when you look at those, what you'll see is when you take their growth into account, in general, the pricing tends to be roughly along the lines of the historical PE for stocks in general. So when you look at different PEs today, and you see that one is 50 and one is 10 or whatever it is, usually the difference is in expected earnings. So if you look at expected earnings and you look at those PEs, one simplifying question you can ask yourself is, what does the decline have to be in order to get to the long-term average PE of, let's say, somewhere in the range of 16 to 19 for all of these stocks, taking their growth into account? My guess is it's some number less than the S&P 500, but I'm actually going to be running those numbers this week, and so we'll see what they say. But my best guess for you right now is that those numbers are going to say that we need some rethinking of the multiples that we've seen in the S&P, and we're in the process of repricing now.
You know, it's interesting. Even today alone, Nir, you have had, obviously, people step into this market and say, hey, I will catch that falling knife. At what point do you start to buy into these opportunities?
Well, there's several ways you could do it. I mean, what you want to do ideally is you want to look at some sort of mean variance analysis, right? You want to say, okay, here's an average and here's a standard deviation, and where am I far enough out? 2 sigma, 3 sigma, where I can be comfortable that if this gets ugly, ugly has already occurred. This is an important question because during the financial crisis, that took more than a year to get to. The high of the market was October 07. We didn't bottom until March of 09. During the pandemic, however, the whole thing unfolded in about 4 weeks. So it's really not enough to look at it in terms of duration. You have to look at it in terms of severity. And I would say if you want the simplest heuristic there is, it's just decline in the S&P 500. A bad decline is a 40 to 50% decline. I think we're probably at about 5 to 6% last time I looked. So if you're looking to bottom feed, to catch bargains, whatever phrase you want to use, I don't think we're there yet.
So what about the bond market? You saw that massive bid come into the bond market this morning, and it was really the only haven bid you had. A lot of that has been erased already. At what?
The Japanese yen. It doesn't make sense. So literally, the yen was up 3 when bonds were up 0.5. And then the bonds went later from last night, literally from 3 p.m. last night all the way to like low-key this morning. The bonds were up like 1.5 while the yen was up like 3 something. But it was the bonds. Bonds were late. So I'm not surprised by them giving. I really think this is all just Japan. So I love hearing the TV. You guys, somebody was asking they wanted my my reaction to CNBC. But I do think that a lot of this boils down to Japan. And again, somebody just said it there. We are dropping ever since that Germany news. So we'll see. And then Charles Schwab tweeted that issues experienced by some clients have been resolved. Dude, the VIX was at 70 this morning. That was unreal. I don't think you guys realize it. It doesn't even. I was scared for a second, dude. Like, look at that was a real. I saw the VIX with a full candle up to here. I don't think you realize how crazy that is. So, like, you had the makings of it, but nothing was breaking. That was the weird part. Usually when you get this type of movement, you know, something usually breaks. But this time around so far, I mean, you're kind of good. This kind of reminds me of Now, this kind of reminds me of the banking crisis. You guys remember in like January 23 or March? Because I think we had a move like this too, where we like freaked out and then died, and then it came right back down again. Let's see what TLT did. Yeah, wasn't it very similar to this? TLT had the rocket up and then down, and then he rocket. I think the VIX did the same thing too. Oh, but it did bottom out after. This is kind of what we did. We had the sell-off. Then you popped. Then you had the banking issue. Yeah, I don't know, man. It was, but we might, yeah, you might be able to recover there. If Powell comes in and we found a way to really bounce off of this, then it'll play out just like the banking crisis. If they come in with a liquidity measure. Otherwise, no liquidity measure, I don't know how this is going to end up. That's the only difference between now and the banking crisis, because, again, we could try to compare this to 2020 and all of that, but we don't really have it. A liquidity measure would be like the BTFP. So that's what they did in 2020, in March 23. They did the BTFP, and they added liquidity to the banks after everybody was struggling. So that's why I'm like, right now we're doing something similar. Bonds are catching a bid. Stocks are getting blown out. People are worried about a collapse. Right? Again, the last time the bonds made a dive down to 3.5, it was because of the banking crisis. But then the Fed came in with a way to like level things out. So maybe that's it. And then you came right back up to the high, earlier high from the morning. We did drop a little bit on that German Lebanon news of them evacuating their delegates. Yeah, KY. I think China might do good, to be honest with you. I think China, because now if Japan if they're having their own issues, people might move out of there and then go to Japan, call it or go to China. And then even then, if we start to cut and Japan even starts to weaken, I mean, there's a perfect opportunity for China to pick up the slack. Is that VWAP real? A little stair stepper? And then let's check the volume. Again, volume, man. 73 million. This is insane. We still have 2.5 hours left. Or 2 hours and 20 minutes. And you have already done more volume than you have ever done in any of these days. Yo, this will probably be the biggest volume day of the year. That's crazy. We even came back down to the April levels. AMT on the low. Visa. I saw Visa flushing a couple times. Production issues threaten to delay next generation of NVIDIA AI chips. Financial Times. So I don't know if that's new or not, because remember there was already bad news in the morning. But you have another set of NVIDIA delay news. We could do some earnings previews, or maybe tomorrow would probably be a better day. I don't think there's as many earnings here for Monday. And then even then, I don't know. I think it has to do a little bit more than earnings now. I don't even think the earnings matter as much. Hams in Palantir. Uber tomorrow. But no Uber. And then NVIDIA and Taiwan are facing production challenges with next generation of AI chips. Again, Financial Times. I don't know if there's bad news on that earlier. The delay news came out over the weekend. It's been debunked. That was in the morning, but there's another thing coming out now by Financial Times. So I don't know if that's what it's related to. Planning or holding, make it free. Make it free. So again, any of these plays in this environment, I would make everything free. And then especially if a play is extremely far out of the money, if you ever get a gain on it, you want to make that play free. That's just like understanding that type of play. I think, is AMD still there? Unless your brokerage shuts down. That's awful. That's awful. So you got 8 names green on the SPY, 492 red, 0 names green on the Dow still. And then Nasdaq has 17 names in the green. So not bad. Not bad. A lot of names have picked up so far. We have been selling off, though. Again, that German headline right before I went to the bathroom, this thing started to drop there. So literally, it's crazy how much you're moving. I don't know if you guys realize it. You're almost down 1% again on the Nasdaq. This is what sucks about these types of days, because one move, like if you quickly could like recover a lot of it, you know what I'm saying? But then like even the smallest move, like this is huge. You just don't really feel it because we've moved around so much. So like you've literally moved 3 points on the SPY. Literally 3 points just from here to here, and that looks like the tiniest move ever. Bonds have gone green again. Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of volume. A lot of shares have traded hands this morning, so there's going to be another follow through when we get to the end of the day. German headline was that they're clearing people from Lebanon. So where is it? That was at 9:32, so literally right at the top here. It said Germany is preparing to evacuate German nationals out of Lebanon out of concern over escalating conflict between Iran and Israel. I think war stocks, you could have a play on those for sure. They've already went up, though. Go look at LFT. That shit looked like bonds before the bonds. I'm still in 6S. I got murdered on that. But I'm down to ride that for a little bit. Palantir. I want to see if the NQ comes back, or Nasdaq, and then we'll see what the SPY does. Yeah, these will be nice, though, if we could get LMT. The only thing that's cheap right now, I will tell you right now, oil. It was even cheaper, but, like, you can get oil now at this discount. It's back to 72. So I don't know, because then it's like, if oil goes down while we start having hard landing data, not going to be a bad recession. But then again, if oil pops up, and then all these things go crazy, then there you go. Oil should pop. That's what I'm saying. Oil's cheap. Last time it had the same setup, I said it was cheap, but then I was worried about seasonality. And sure enough, literally since the month has started, oil has dropped like $7, 10%. But then again, we're talking war headlines, we're talking damn recession and all these other things. I think oil is at a very interesting spot. It does. Why does NQ and the oil look alike? I'd go for oil if we were about to get in war. Yeah, look at NQ and Nasdaq. Kind of look exactly alike. See, that's weird. Yeah, they have correlated heavily. Interesting. And then SPY just came down. So again, we just sold off, bro. That's 40 points. That's disgusting. It does not feel like it at all. So that move is 40 points on the SPX. EL 91 of share. It's not bad. We'll be coming down. I think it'll try to find a way to get up during elections, but for now, I mean, it's going to be quite interesting. But usually it is up. The ZQ coming back up. Yeah, that was just crazy in the morning how much that one went. And then yen is dropping. The 6S is getting murked too. Any reason behind the TLT put? I'd watch the watch list, or if you were here on Friday, you should have paid attention. Otherwise, I don't know how you even know we have a TLT put. Otherwise, there was one in the morning. That was just a random play. But the intention on the other one, it's on yesterday's watch list. I would be watching that. Honestly, unfortunately, I don't know, man. I might have to, if this volatility goes crazy, I might not post any plays just because I don't want to deal with it. You know, I've gotten way too many. Even then, someone was just asking me about other plays as well. Like, I don't want to be responsible for y'all. I hope you understand. And it just like to answer them all, especially when we have so much. So just I'd be on the watch list, get the stream alerts, but I don't care about the likes or anything like that. I don't want to play babysitter while the world is going insane, you know? Who did the watch list? That watch list homework will help you out. Oh, yeah, sitting is the new. We didn't move around at all today. We've been locked in, bro. The day's almost over. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Where is Michael Burry? Yeah, for real. November run-up before market earnings. Oh, NVO? No, I don't like NVO earnings. Remember, we hit that one, and then it went after expiration. I want NVO to plummet. So that's the thing. Like, if there is, like, a clapping, this is the play that I really want for cheap. So if that's the only thing I'm excited about here, if there ever is, if anything gets murdered, I hope it's NVO. I want it in, like, below $100, man. If we could get some Novo, that's going to be awesome. All right, man. SPY coming down. Bonds coming back up. 5209. Let's see what happens at 5200. Maybe that's it. We just did our 5200 test. First time in a while. Didn't someone say this was a gap? We already filled that. I think this is the only gap we haven't filled. So 5107, you came close to it, but we didn't fill it. Then you have that gap and then this gap right here. Oh, I think you did fill this gap. Where's the other one we didn't fill then? All right, we're working our way down. Gold and dollar, probably because the yen, and then we are suspecting from last week that gold has been just getting sold off because of liquidation. People trying to free up other cash or some of that Japanese stuff is causing that. And then U.S. monitoring Bangladesh situation. Your country got freed today? Oh, no way. Long live Bangladesh. That's good, man. I hope so, bro. Remember we heard about that the other day? That shit was crazy. So I'm glad to hear. A SPY overlaid with TLT? I haven't looked. Let's actually go here. Let's check the daily. I'm assuming this closed some of the gap, though. I put TLT and TLT. Yeah, it's closing it a little bit. The jaws have closed, but not fully. That's why I'm saying it's kind of crazy because we did this move, but like we have a lot more to go on everything, both Japan, bonds, U.S., all of it. So yeah, it closed up some of it, which is great considering how far apart they were, but there's just too much room left. The narrative right now, I mean, everybody's blaming it on the data and whether or not Powell's behind, but then the elephant in the room is Japan and their market entirely crashing after they have gone hawkish and started raising rates. So I think the narrative is really Japan, but, you know, I wouldn't even be surprised if you hear Trump trade, but everyone's blaming this on that data from last week and the idea that we are going to start getting a massive slowdown in the economic data before Powell begins to cut rates. Iran calls emergency meeting for Wednesday of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to convince other Arab nations to support their retaliation against Israel. That's crazy. Bro, you're not going to get Iran shit until end of the week. Did y'all hear that headline? So Iran is going to be doing a meeting on Wednesday. Today is Monday. So they're trying to get it, just like last time. You guys remember when it was the Israel-Iran thing again? And then Iran, when we anticipated it, and it took a while. So, yeah, you're going to have probably another week. They're doing a meeting, emergency meeting on Wednesday, so that they could get approval. Bop, bop, bop. Approval from the other countries. So they're going to, because again, that area, there's a lot of nations all piled up there. So like, they're like, hey, we're about to do this. Y'all are all going to have to deal with this. If we know we don't like each other, but this is what we're going to do. Otherwise, emergency meeting on Wednesday for the Islamic cooperation, not for the Fed. Trump on Aiden Ross stream. Is that on Kick? Nasdaq or that was a great call. Whoever said that in the chat, it was someone in the chat who said, I was like, damn, that's weird, because it really is heavily correlated. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go with the small oil. I did an MCL at 72.82. I think last oil I traded a big one. This one I'm going to just go small just in case. I don't want anything. Again, it feels nice not having to be too tied up to any of these shits. You think we test lows? I think it's possible. I think it's possible we go green. I don't think today matters intraday now that we've gotten most of it out the way. But like what I really believe is that this is going to be like a 2-3 day move, if that makes any sense. And then it's going to really be about what happens overnight, not even what's going on here during the day. Is this real? Holy shit, this is real. This is crazy. This is Aiden Ross with Trump. Are they actually, this is weird, bro. Yeah, it's really Trump. Because, sometimes he'll do that and he'll bring out a fake Trump. Bro, I think they're at Mar-a-Lago. This is wild, bro. And they're actually playing Many Men. 220,000 people watching this. Is there a way to picture in picture? Oh, there you go. Bro, Trump just sitting down? Oh, how do I unmute it?
Oh, today is going to be the most important stream I've ever done, first of all. Wow. And I want to say thank you for doing this, seriously. Thank you. Yeah.
Get some good ratings.
No
We're
way.
gonna get some good ratings. Everyone thought this was going to be fake today, but
yeah.
You're right in the living room of Mar-a-Lago, which I don't allow.
Mar-a-Lago?
So
You never done it.
Thank you.
And we'll have a little fun today.
Let's do
my
it.
son Barron says hello. He's
Oh, what happened?
a great young guy, but he's a big fan of yours.
What's up, Baron? Yeah, Baron's awesome. He's a great kid. Amazing. He's tall. Very tall.
He's tall, good.
Very tall.
Yeah, he's very smart. I'll tell you that. I do want to first off, say this.
It is mad quiet.
Everyone in the chat, everyone in this room, everyone loves you. And I just want to say you're a true hero for this country, and I really appreciate you. And yeah, I'm really thrilled we could do this today.
I'm so happy now that I'm doing it. give me a That's great.
This is
So do
weird.
you know what live streaming is on these platforms?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
More or less.
It's
the new wave.
It's the new wave. It's the new wave. I'm going to explain it to you, all right?
Okay.
So I'm going to show you this chat right now. Let me show you this. So this is the live chat. Right. So you already broke the website in 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
you broke it. The chat wasn't working, but we ended up fixing it.
This is live right now at
Everyone in the
Mar-a-Lago.
chat say hello. You guys can put hi in the chat, and W's mean it's good.
This is like
W means
showing
win.
your old dad. This is like me
So
showing my dad
they're
how
all
live
putting
streaming
W's and
works.
Stuff. Yeah, W Trump. All right.
He said,
So,
wow, that's great.
Yeah, everyone is just super
Oh,
thrilled.
you're gonna have big ratings today. I can see it.
Yeah, I want to break 1 million. I think we could do it.
Oh, good. Oh, you'd do much more.
You think so?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm thrilled. Elon actually already he commented on the X post that I went live.
It's weird
Elon is
because it's
a
like
big guy.
oddly,
Yeah, he's great.
Really a fantastic person.
it seems oddly real.
He's got, doesn't
Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah.
Rockets and tunnels.
This seems way like
Everything
informal.
is,
Like this is legitimately
He's great. So,
Going live
let's get
in
started
Trump's
today.
living
Let's have
room.
some fun.
Let's go.
We'll touch base on some topics.
It's oddly
and then we'll do some fun
informal,
stuff.
yeah.
Cool. Let's have a good time. All right. Well, the first thing is, the reason why, I really wanted to make this stream happen is because there's a lot of people that are first-time voters watching today. And I want to make it very clear to everybody that you're a human being. You're a great human being. I want you to basically talk in this camera, talk to them and explain why it's very important as a first-time voter to go out and vote. And why
He
they
said
should
they're
vote for you.
12. They can't vote.
I'd love to do that, and I love having a young audience.
Then watch out. Spy at VWAP still. Bond's trying to hold up.
Because I also know some oldsters that are listening and watching. But it's about the American dream. Right now, you don't have the American dream. We have a country that's not respected, a country that's being laughed at, a country that just a little while ago
Oh, excuse me. That was
a
me.
stock market explosion in a negative way as opposed to a positive way. And that's been happening for quite a while. It's been simmering and really happening for quite a while. And we're going to make this country so strong and so great. And when you're ready for your job, you're going to get a great job, so you can make the kind of money this
Such a
guy's
good
making,
job.
maybe even more if that's possible. Right?
I'm trying to get like you, boss.
But you'll love your life and you'll be successful. And at a young age, it's really wonderful to think about the American dream. And with Kamala and Joe, I took him out. He was we had a debate.
Took him out.
And the debate didn't go so well for him. And they sort of, what they did, it was really a coup of somebody. He has 14 million votes. He had it. And all of a sudden they went to him and they said, we don't want you running anymore. And it's sort of like a prize fight from my standpoint.
We said
You
coup.
focus on this one man,
Right.
and all of a sudden you're fighting somebody else. But she's actually worse than he is, and you're starting to see that. I think people are going to see that. It's going to be very evident. So
I
go
mean,
out.
coming
We
back
want the
down,
American dream.
oil's
We're going
going
to
with
give you
it.
the American dream, and you're going to be real happy. Thank you.
I have another question. And again, Mr. President, I'm not really fully into politics, but, I'm getting there. And I do want to make this very clear as well now that it's on my mind. Back when I was I went to high school in California, okay?
Right.
And a lot of the teachers were basically at the time, this is your first term. They were telling me how horrible of a person you are and all these things. And the teachers, you're not supposed to do that. It's inappropriate to have teachers, discuss politics in school. But it's becoming really normal for a lot of teachers. And you're a kid. When you're a kid, your brain is like a sponge.
That's true.
So I want to know what your thoughts on that. Kind of the corruption in the school system in a way. They're teaching some pretty bad stuff in there.
It's been brainwashed to a certain extent. Even the teachers have been brainwashed. They've learned from a long time. This is long before me. This liberal way, or now they call it progressive. They don't like the term liberal. You're not allowed to use that anymore, so I usually use it. But this liberal way that they have, and it's a bad thing for the country. We want to have borders. We want to have low taxes. We want to have great schools, really, great schools, so you can go and learn and be successful and have a wonderful life and all of that. But we want to have a good
As they
military,
speak
so
to
we
children.
can protect
Yeah,
ourselves.
this is on like a
From some
gambling website.
Bad players. You got some
not
bad
your
players out
public
there.
education.
And it's interesting. During my
If you
4 years, we had
didn't
no war.
understand
Other
the
than
difference.
we had nothing. Everybody was afraid we were going to have a war.
Yeah, this is live right now.
And just the opposite. North Korea. I remember Barack
I love you
Obama.
liberals. You guys
Biggest
are
problem we had was
great.
North Korea. I didn't have a problem with North Korea.
No.
Big nuclear.
They're like, well,
presence.
you're talking to kids now.
The only war we
Yeah,
had was
this is
already
on
started long
kick
ago, and that was
dot
ISIS.
com.
And I defeated them in a very short amount of time.
I remember.
Very quickly. And we had no wars under the Trump administration.
No wars. We had none of that.
That's a great thing. That's a really great thing.
It's a great thing,
82
really great
years
thing.
Since that's happened. And we won't have wars again, but we could have a war before we even get there. That's the problem. We have a number of months. We have 4 months, and the election's starting very soon, and I guess 5 months before you actually get in. And a lot of damage can be done in 5 months by incompetent people. And we have very incompetent people right now. And I'm not saying that out of happiness. I'm saying that out of sadness, because our country's in tremendous danger, not only of stock market crashes or depression.
After hours, we're waiting for Bank of Japan,
It's a
and then the Fed
tremendous
speakers.
military danger.
You got
We have
quite the lineup of Fed
Israel's
speakers.
blowing up. The Middle East is blowing up. Russia's going wild with Ukraine. And things are out of control, and we have nobody that knows how to talk. We have nobody that knows. I was watching when Russia was thinking about going in, and they never would have done it with me. They never, and they didn't. But they never, after I got in, they started loading up the border. I thought he was doing it for negotiation purposes. And Biden said all of the wrong things, everything wrong. And ultimately they attacked, and they wouldn't have done that if I were president. So we got to get back in and get it straightened out. We'll get
Definitely.
that one worked out.
100%.
A lot of people dying.
Yeah, it's a lot of innocent lives being lost. You had mentioned, the stock market crashing. I don't know if you obviously, I saw the post you made on your app Truth. What I just saw yesterday and the day before, I'm in crypto and I'm in stocks myself, and I couldn't believe what's going on. You have Japan, you have everybody just falling. And I want to ask
I can't believe Aiden just said Japan first. Good job, kid.
And flowing. And
I don't even know how old Aiden is, but I
and,
fucking love him after that.
What's causing this?
Well, right
Good
now
for
you
you.
have no confidence. You have somebody that now is taking over from Biden because he just wants to stay in bed all day. He can't get up. He wants to stay in bed. It was a fraud.
That's all he said,
He tried
Japan.
to tell
Thank
people
you.
he was competent. He knew what he was doing. And in the debate, he was adjudged to be not so good.
Yeah.
But
He's 23,
you can
yeah,
go
good
back
kid,
4
man.
years too. He campaigned
Good
from
adult grown
his
man
basement.
kid.
He didn't
I
campaign.
don't know what to call that.
I said, "Where is this guy doing COVID?" They used COVID as an excuse not to let him talk.
Yeah.
The whole thing was a fraud, and everybody knew it, and they knew it strongly. And we're going to get it going again. We have to get it going again. They put us in a very bad position. The worst thing is we have probably, I think, Aiden, 20 million people came into our country with open borders, and many come from prisons. And you can be a liberal, and your people can be, but coming from some of the meanest prisons all over the world, not just South America, from all over the world, from the Congo and Africa, they come from all over the world, they're coming, and they're releasing their prisoners into the United States. Now, you can be a liberal guy, you can be progressive as anybody in the world, and you can't think that's a positive thing. No. They're coming out of mental institutions. They're pouring into the United States, and they're hurting and damaging our country, and they're killing our people. And the crime rate with what you're talking about and what we're talking about, we call it migrant crime. It's a new form of crime, and it's a very violent crime. And it's going to take on proportions the likes of which this country has never seen before. And remember, these people are just getting accustomed. These are people coming out of mental institutions, prisons and jails, and many terrorists. We're having record numbers of terrorists coming in. So I'm talking, I assume, mostly to a young audience, but a young audience, no matter where they're coming from, they can't be happy about this.
No, they can't. Jobs are being taken, a lot of crime. So what President Trump, what do we do to fix that issue? What if I happen to be born in another country and I want to come the right way? How would that work?
Well, that's what we want. We want people to come in, but they have to come in through a system, through a legal system. And one of the things that's unfair is we have hundreds of thousands of people that have applied to come in, and this administration doesn't talk to them.
Right.
But if they walk through the southern border, they have no problem getting in. I don't even know why they're doing this, but some people are waiting 10 years to come in. And they've
Stock market question finished.
They
I have
learned
no
all about
fucking
the
idea.
United States, about our Constitution, about everything. And
sometimes
they're not
Trump
being
could
let
be
in,
just as
and
confusing
we're
as
allowing
Biden.
people to come in from
He goes
really
off topic a
rough
lot.
places, really
So you have no
bad
idea what the
places.
fuck he's saying.
And they come in through caravans. And,
Like when you
these
ask him about
caravans
like
have 10,
child care,
20,
he'll be like, in the
30,000
border.
people.
That
And they're
border.
pouring through
I know
Mexico.
you care about your children,
And
but
Mexico
the border,
was great when I was
the
there. They were
border's
helping
big,
us.
it's
I had
long,
stay
it's
in
huge.
Mexico. You can
You
imagine
gotta
what
watch
that is.
out.
That means you have to stay in Mexico. You can't come into this country until we approve you. They gave it up. Now they just walk right in.
Wow.
They had catch and release. We had catch and release. That's you catch a criminal and you release him into our country. I said, no. We catch a criminal and we release him into Mexico. I think you feel better about that.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's one of those things. There's so many things. They are so bad. It's
So
like
bad,
amateur
so
night.
bad.
It's either amateur night or they want to destroy our country.
I've only seen one
Do you,
quote unquote caravan.
What do you think about what's going on in
I'll
Venezuela?
talk about it afterwards.
The whole situation out there.
But yeah, I
Well,
saw
I know
it
it
actually
very
the
well.
other
And
day.
Venezuela is right now.
I saw my
being run by a
first migrant
dictator.
buses in Cali.
We were enemies with Venezuela.
It was trippy.
Venezuela was going to collapse, and people could have gone back to Venezuela. They're in our country now. They've released tremendous numbers of criminals into our country. If you look at Caracas, it was known for being a very dangerous city, and now it's.
I mean,
safe.
Spies right
In fact,
at
the next
VWAP
interview
again. This is like a
we're doing in
40, 50
Caracas,
point
Venezuela, 'cause
move
it's
off the
safer than
bottom.
Many of our cities after they've released their criminals.
And then
into
oil,
all
that's a
our
nice
cities.
move a little bit. We
And
got
you know, I'm
quarter percent.
I know.
The reason I have to say that because the fake news media knows that too, but they'll say, he suggested they go to Venezuela. They are so bad, it's hard to believe. But anyway, so Venezuela, their crime is down 72% because they've taken their criminal elements, which are large. It was a very dangerous place, especially Caracas and the different cities. And they've moved them into the United States of America. I know you're very happy. I know that your mother and father must be thrilled when they hear that.
Yeah.
Who happen to be here, I believe.
They are. They're right over there. Hey, Mom, hey, Dad.
Are you thrilled with what they're doing? I don't think so. I don't think they're thrilled. I don't
Let me
think
talk
so.
to your parents.
So
Are your parents
their
here?
crime rate is down 70%.
Let me talk to them.
Because
Now
they're
they
drug
get it.
dealers, they're criminals, they're murderers, they're rapists. Everything's being moved into the United States. And soon they will have moved all of their criminals into the U.S. They won't have crime. So that's why I say we'll go to Venezuela for our next interview. Okay.
Aren't you
It's a
thrilled?
very serious problem.
Are
I
you
mean,
thrilled?
honestly, what they're doing to this country, they're destroying our country, Aiden. They're destroying stupid people. He's not a smart man. He wasn't smart 35 years ago. He wasn't smart 20 years ago. And now he's really not smart.
No.
And you saw that from the debate. I mean, he's really gone down the tubes. And she couldn't even pass her law exam. She couldn't pass her bar exam. And I'm not saying that because I know other people didn't pass their bar exam, but she thought she'd never be able to pass it.
He said, I'm not trying to
this
bring
is
you
who
down
we
if
have
you
running
didn't
our
pass,
country.
but
It's a
still.
shame. She's ultra-left, ultra-radical. I just see where 99 vicious terrorists, when she was, I guess, Attorney General, because she was Attorney General in California, she destroyed California. Her policies have destroyed California. Her policies, when she was the district attorney, have destroyed San Francisco. San Francisco was the best city in our country 20 years ago, and now it's, not even, frankly, it's not even livable. We have to bring our cities back. We're going to have to focus on bringing our cities back.
It's actually really sad. I lived in California for a long time. Even Los Angeles, it's not safe. It's not safe. Everyone I know that lives in multi-million-dollar homes that do what I do, content, they're getting robbed. They're getting robbed. The police don't really they're not active out there as they are in some other states, and it's really sad. And I agree. I saw a video in San Francisco where people just walk into a Louis Vuitton and an Apple store and just loot, and leave like nothing ever happened. It's crazy.
They loot, and not only that, they have like $1,000 or $1,500, where she started, where she won't even prosecute if it's less than $1,500.
Wow.
So you see these people go in with like calculators, and they're adding the stuff that they're stealing because they won't be prosecuted. So that if they get nabbed, they say, no, it's less than whatever it is, $1,000.
Right.
And she started the concept of that, and it's now spreading. Our country, we need strong leadership. We didn't have stuff like this. When you look at what's happened to this country, and you look at other countries, crime rates all over the world are down. You know why? Because they're all dumping their bad people, their prisoners, and all of the people that are bad. They're not only the people
This
on
is
the
live
streets,
right
the
now,
people that are in jails. You know what they save by doing that? But they're dumping their prisoners and their criminal elements. They're dumping them into the United States of America, and our crime is going to go through the roof. It's going to go through the roof, and if we win, and I hope we win, we should win.
I know.
We seem to be winning, and you can't even imagine that anybody would want these. This has nothing to do with me. Who would want these people? But can you imagine? They're just getting comfortable now, and they're criminals. So they're sort of laying low a little bit now because they're not comfortable. But soon they'll be comfortable, and they'll find that our police they're
I'm in
great,
the background.
but they're not allowed to do their job. They're not allowed
Morris
to
on the low.
be strong, and they could do their job if they were let. But if they do their job, they have their pension knocked out. They have their car taken away, their family taken away, their house taken away. Everything's taken away, and they lose their job. It's a very rough thing being a policeman
still near
today,
the high
I'll
of
tell
the
you.
day, but
they could do the job. We're going to have to let
you're
them
off
do
of
their
that
job.
52.50.
We have a crime-infested nation. We're a drug-addicted nation, and we're a crime-infested nation. Other than that, we're doing quite well.
Yeah. I want to move
what?
topics a little bit here.
That's crazy.
I saw
Headlines. Bloomberg is saying
I'm
this is a
unfamiliar
radio
with exactly
interview.
what it was called.
They won't
You
even
were
mention
speaking
Aiden.
on
But
stage.
Venezuela is now being run
with
by a
three
dictator.
other women.
Trump in radio
and you just
interview.
got ambushed. They were late, and not a hi, hello, how are you? Just straight into it, just straight trying to rip you apart. And I think you handled it pretty well. But I wanted to ask you a question, like, why do you think they just straight up do that for you, but then they're going to ask the other side, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
That's right. Well, I did this as a favor. This was the
favor.
black journalists. The room had maybe 2,000. It said 2,000. It looked more like 1,000 to me, but whatever it was packed.
Yeah.
And I did it because I thought it was a good thing to do. And they had a journalist, I didn't know who she was, but she was nasty. She was a terrible person. And I walk in, and instead of saying, hello, thank you very much for doing this, they also said, Kamala's going to do it. But then Kamala said, she wants to do it because she
I
can't
think almost
talk to
half a
people.
million
She can't
people are on here.
Answer questions. She hasn't
There's a lot
done
of people listening.
one interview. You know, she's not doing any
All
interviews.
5,000.
Yeah.
Because if she did one interview where a hard question's asked, she's incapable of answering it. But I walk in and this woman starts talking about, she talked about, let's get rid of the elephant in the room. And she starts talking about racism and everything. I said, you didn't even say hello to me. And I'm doing them a favor by doing this. I'm doing this out of respect to the black community. And we're getting record numbers, as you know, in the black community. And she came across, she's with ABC Fake News, which is one of the worst. ABC is one of the worst.
Right.
And she is horrible. So she was very nasty. Harris Faulkner was there. She was excellent. The other person I didn't know, she was
Yeah,
okay. I wouldn't say she
390,000
was great,
people are
but
watching.
She was okay. But I did it, and it was quite a sensation. Actually, a lot of people think it was well handled. The woman was so rude.
So rude.
That,
So
it's hard to believe. You can
I
walk
love
into a
Aiden's
thing,
ad-libs.
I do them a favor, and I do this. Most people said, why are you doing it? I feel I have an obligation to do it. I want to look you become the president for
Big.
all of
Yeah,
the
huge.
people,
Right.
not for
Yeah.
a certain segment.
Correct.
Not even
Sorry.
for just my, they
British.
talk about my base. It's a very big base. But you become president for all of the people. So I feel you have an obligation to do that. Now, she's not doing anything. She's not doing any interviews because I don't believe she's capable. She starts.
She can't do it. I don't even think she gets spelled.
The whole thing is strange. Let's put
whole
it this
thing.
way. Our country's in big trouble.
Yeah.
Put it this way.
I spoke to
We're all
your
fucked.
son, Don Jr., when I met you in Doral.
Right.
I spoke to Don Jr. a little bit. He said, man, I feel for the young generation. You guys are look at this. Like, look what's going on here. Like,
falls to lowest since May
it's like
21.
you need this next 4 years. If
That's
not,
that other
he's
thing
like,
I
I
was
don't
telling you
know
about.
how well the country's going to do after these 4 years.
I don't think it survives. I really don't.
Damn.
Look, we're going to have 20 million people in by the time this election takes place. 20 million people. That's bigger than New York State. Many of those people are people that you should not have, and we're all for everything. All men are created equal, as the expression goes. Right?
Of course.
And now today they say all men and women are
Yeah.
created equal. When
Yeah.
they wrote that, it was a
It
slightly
is kind of
different
distracting
time.
the market,
Today
but low
it's
key, we're still
that
in the
alone
same
is a
pin.
politically incorrect.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
actually
it is.
trading
All
in
men
the
and
same
women are
price.
created equal.
That's
Everything.
30 minutes
but
after
the fact
bell.
is, when you're dumping all of these criminals and all of these drug dealers, all of these people into our country, you're really hurting our country badly. And
Yeah, he's back
it
to
has
the
to be.
immigrants.
We have to take very strong measures.
We definitely do. We definitely do. Moving to the next. Oh,
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know they were allowed to applaud. That's
yeah, they're allowed to applaud. You guys can keep applauding.
all right. That's common sense, right? It is about common sense. I mentioned that term because whether you're conservative, liberal, it's all about
Okay,
common
Spy's
sense.
trying to edge up,
You want to
bogs
have good
down, high kicker, a
education.
lot
You
more
want to have
active.
borders. You want to have low
Low key,
interest.
ever
rates to be
since
able
this
to buy a
started, we haven't
house.
really
You wanna-
moved much,
so
except
many
for
different
slightly
things.
higher.
But you got to have common sense, and we're run by people. And just a little thing. When I started campaigning, almost like 8 years ago, I talked about Merry Christmas. We should have Merry Christmas again. Let's bring back Merry Christmas. You weren't allowed to say Merry Christmas. I got it back. Yeah.
It's a nice crowd, huh?
Even if you're Jewish, they like to say Merry Christmas. Every one of my Jewish friends say, we love Merry Christmas.
I'm Jewish. I love Merry
Good,
Christmas.
and Kamala doesn't. Kamala,
She doesn't like
no,
it?
She doesn't want you to use Merry Christmas.
Wow.
She thinks it's insulting to use Merry Christmas. So we'll have to work on her.
I wanted to ask you a question. Speaking of, you said something about common sense. Someone who has no common sense, Joe Biden. Do you think he was pushed out, or do you think he made the decision to step down?
No, he was not only pushed out, it was a coup. I'm telling you. They went in to see him. He did badly. The debate was a disaster.
It was horrible.
Okay. I don't know if I was brilliant or if he was horrible. Maybe it was a combination of both.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
I know one thing. They were saying after I left, I said, that was one of the greatest debate performances we've ever seen. And then 2 days later, they just said he was terrible.
Right.
They never gave. They
Right.
took away the great debate performance stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, I mean, I did fine, and he is. He shouldn't have. Look, he's done tremendous damage to our country. He was a terrible president. He was the worst president we've ever had. She's, by the way, considered the most unpopular vice president we've ever had. But she's she's worse than he is. I actually think he's smarter than her, and I think he's a really not smart person. but I think he's smarter than she is.
That
But
says a
she
lot.
was convenient. She was there. They have better people.
that
They
real?
have much better. In fact, all of the people that she's looking at are considered much better than her. These were people that were thinking about running. They would have run.
Sava's
except
still
that
going up too.
They didn't want to go through this roadblock with her, and because you're the vice president. So they wanted to go pick them, and I think virtually every one of them is considered better, smarter, would be a
That's
better
crazy,
president.
bro. Bond volatility
We can't allow her to be president.
is
She's going
lower
to destroy our country.
than end of
To
last
ruin
year.
it. I
still.
mean, already it's just
Wow.
it's ridiculous what she's saying.
And by the way, the youth is so important because youth tends to be Democrat, and as they get older, they become Republican. It's what's happening. We can't wait 50 years. We can't. Make the move now. All of you young people, and he's got a lot of them. All I know is my kids say, Dad, you have no idea how big this interview is. I said, don't tell me that. But make the move now. Don't wait 50 years. Our country doesn't have 50 years.
Damn. You know, that's crazy to think about. I want to ask you a question. She did a rally recently. She had a rapper speak, and then she had a rapper twerk at a rally.
Yeah.
A rapper was twerking at a rally.
Yeah.
I want to know your thoughts on that. You know, it's
Good
crazy to me
question.
to think that there could be twerking
I know.
at a rally.
Well, what Hillary did is she would go out and get Bruce Springsteen. He'd get much smaller crowds than I got, to be honest. And he had a guitar, right? I don't have a guitar. But he would
This is
fill up
funny.
a place, and then he'd finish, and they'd all leave, and she'd be speaking. So now Kamala's doing the same thing, because nobody wants to go watch her. Nobody.
No.
I mean, she speaks for like a short. Nobody's going to want to watch her, and nobody does want to watch. Now, at least there's a little bit of curiosity, but there's no value really in going and watching her. So what she did is she's gotten a couple of rappers, and they fill up the place. But what she does is a little bit different. She has them go last. That's smart. I give. So in other words, they want her to finish her speech, get the hell off the stage, and then they can listen to the
The
rap.
performance starts.
No, it's pretty.
It's kind of smart.
Hillary didn't. No, I give her credit.
Yeah, give it to her a little bit.
Hillary never figured that out. She'd get some star, and the star would fill up the place, and then the star would leave, they would leave, everybody would leave, and she's talking to an empty stadium. Anyway, this is a little better idea.
Yeah, I wanna move on to the fun stuff now. I think we've definitely talked on some ideas and policies, excuse me. But I want to go to the fun stuff because you are a fun guy. You know, I've heard a lot from a lot of people how cool you are, especially Dana. Shout out to Dana. I know you're watching.
Dana.
Yeah, he's the
There's
greatest.
nobody like him. I always say everybody can be replaced except Dana. Because this guy travels the world looking for fighters, okay? Get me fighters. He doesn't care where they from countries nobody ever heard of. And that's where he finds the best fighters. Now,
Yeah.
he cannot be replaced. He's truly great at what he does.
He's the coolest. I know you're a UFC fan, right?
I am.
Who are like your favorite fighters?
Well, I think Khabib, how good is Khabib? Do you know who Khabib is?
Of course I know who Khabib is.
Khabib was 29, 28 and 0. And then his father died and he stopped. But I think he never lost. I don't think he ever lost a round.
Wow.
He fought many times. He never
This
lost
is
a
Aiden
round.
Ross.
And I thought he was a
Very
great. I got to
popular
meet him
streamer.
at a fight two fights ago.
I don't know what he
because I walk in
streams.
with Dana.
He's just
Sometimes I
popular
do
for
this
being
walk in,
him.
and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's where I first met you.
Yeah, that's right. Come to the.
Yeah.
If I didn't get any applause, you wouldn't want me on this show. You'd say, forget it. No, we get big applause. We walk in together.
It's crazy. You shut it down.
No, I met Khabib though, and he was very. He came to me and he said, "You're the man that can stop the war," because he's talking about the war with Ukraine, Russia.
Of course.
Because he knows they're his people. I mean, on both sides, right? There's so many people dying in that war, and the whole culture is being destroyed. You know, the cities.
Right,
are
this is
coming
an
down,
Aiden
they're
Ross
just
stream. I don't know.
pouring
What
bombs
this is
in.
cool to watch.
And he really.
And the
it was
market
amazing.
stopped
we
dying
weren't
after
talking
this
about
started,
fighting. We were
so
talking about
I
a
guess
different
it was
kind of
already
fighting.
doing the little
much worse
dancey
kind of
dance, but
fighting.
still.
And he was very concerned about that whole thing, that war. He said, "You can get it stopped, and I can get it stopped. I will have that stopped before I assume off. I will, if I win the election. The first thing I'm going to do is get Putin and get Zelensky. I know them both very well." And get them to make a deal because it's crazy.
It is.
It's crazy.
It is. And it's like your rallies in the crowd, huh?
I know. I like this crowd. I think it's good. I like you people. You know what they are, though? They're people that want to see the country do well.
Well, that's it.
It's people that just like, they don't want to see crime.
Right.
They don't want to be mugged, because they're selfish in that respect. They prefer not being mugged, right? But they don't want other people to be mugged, beaten up, shot, and killed. In Chicago, on July 4th weekend, they had 117 people shot. Think of this, you live there. 117 people were shot, 17 died. This is in one weekend, July 4th weekend.
Wow.
I mean, nobody wants that. If you're living in Chicago, you have a good chance of, something bad happening. When you're going to go buy a loaf of bread, and something really bad could happen. So we don't want to, and they don't want that. The people behind me, who I just met briefly, they're great, but they're like other people. People don't want crime. They don't want to go to wars. They want to be able to make money. They want to be able to have a good life. They want a great education, all the things that you want, just the basic things. And we don't have that now.
It's really sad, honestly.
Think of this, Israel, you're Jewish. Are you a fan of Israel?
Yeah.
It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened if I was president. And everybody admits it. Iran was broke. They had no money. I wouldn't let anybody buy oil from Iran. As soon as Biden comes in, he didn't have a clue. He let everything happen. But Iran was totally broke. They had no money. And I wouldn't let them nobody. China, I said, you buy oil from Iran and you can't do business in the United States. They said, we'll pass. I mean, that's fine. But I did that with everybody. And we would have had a deal, 100% we would have had a deal, and there would have been no attack. There was no money left. Iran had no money. We would have made a deal. We would have made a fair deal for them. I would have loved to have made a fair deal. I'm not looking to, I just want them, they can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. You cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. So what happens is we worked very hard on that, and then he comes in and he allows everybody to go. China now is buying millions, billions and billions of dollars worth of oil, and Iran now is a very rich country, and October 7th would have never happened. And it wouldn't happen because they didn't have the money to pay Hamas and Hezbollah and all of these, they call them instruments of terror, a lot of different names. And so October 7th would have never happened. The recent attack on the park would have never happened. That was so graphic and so, normally you don't see that. Normally the media cuts it off, but they didn't have time to cut it off because it was during the day, very public. And you'd see children with their legs cut off. Those initial scenes were so horrible, where a rocket landed in a little soccer field. Just terrible. All of that stuff would have never happened. And we'll get it stopped fast, by the way. We'll get it stopped fast. There's no games.
Amazing. Well, everyone that's watching, everyone behind, just know that your vote really does matter. And you guys really have a big decision coming up in November. You guys got to really go out there and vote for the right person, which is him.
Wow, that's come in.
Do a little alley-oop there.
It's funny that you do, but now I know why you're so popular, because I've been on for years with people that really do like me, and they're even fair to me and everything else, but they wouldn't do what you just, they wouldn't say, vote for him, They do, they're short of that. They wouldn't do it, and they vote for me, but they wouldn't say it. I think it's great that you can say something like that. I think it's ethical, it's fair, it's smart. And if you felt that way about somebody else, that's okay too. But you have journalists today, like that one that intercepted me, literally. That was like a booby trap. I walk in and she starts saying, "We got to start a meeting." She didn't say, "Oh, thank you very much for being here."
No.
Just like the worst. And frankly, if I owned that network, I would fire her so fast. It was so inappropriate. And I actually, once you sort of walk out, then you put the guard up, and you actually give less information than what you would have if they did it with sugar, right? But she doesn't know about sugar, that one. That was sort of terrible. It became viral, #1 viral.
Yeah.
And it was the question that was viral.
Mm-hmm.
I think my answers were sort of good.
They were really good.
I think they considered to be, I can't brag, but they were considered to be very good. But the level of hatred and craziness, and you don't know, is that from the head of the network or is that from her? But ABC, I've said for a long time, ABC is one. You have George Slopadopoulos. I don't know if you know him, but he's a nasty guy. You sit down, and yet to Biden. He interviews Biden. I said, there's no way that Biden can handle this guy if the guy is like normal, like he normally is.
Yeah.
He was so nice to Biden. He asked him and then when Biden couldn't answer, which he can't answer most of the questions because he has no clue where he is, Slopodopoulos is giving him the answers. He's giving the question. And isn't it true that you really don't want to see war? Isn't that true? Yeah. No, the whole thing is crazy. Anyway.
I want to real quick talk about one thing. It was super important to me when I saw it. Censorship. I don't know if you saw what Elon had posted. Elon basically showed, if you were to Google Donald Trump about a week ago, all you see is Kamala. That's all you see is Kamala. It's crazy. Google was really, really trying to push her.
So Google is really crooked. It's horrible when they had the word assassination up because, there was a big moment a few weeks ago where I got whacked. I got whacked. And whether it's me or anybody else, it was a terrible thing. Terrible thing. For our country, it was terrible for everything. And when you put up the name, the word assassination, it went to Lincoln, it went to many other people, many of whom I didn't even know there was an attempted assassination. The only one it didn't have was Trump. Think of it. And when you put up the word assassination, it also sent you to Kamala. And people were really angry at it. Look, something wrong with Google. I don't know if it's the people running it inside or the smaller people, so to speak, the people that are actually doing the nuts and bolts.
You know how many times I got clapped?
It's got to come from the top. And it's so illegitimate. They have to do something about it. And, I mean, the market speaks. Everybody should maybe just go off Google, not use it. There are so many other things. Watch your show instead. But there are so many things. Now, Mark Zuckerberg called me, and he apologized. They actually had it where, AI is dangerous. It's going to be with us, but it's very dangerous. They actually had the Secret Service agents were very brave because when I was being shot at, there were 8 shots. And as soon as they heard that first gun, I did think I did a good job because I heard and I went down. When you hear bullets, you tend to drop to the floor if you're intelligent.
Of course.
If you're not intelligent, like I don't think Joe would have dropped to the floor. I think it's
no. I think you would have just been like, "What's going on?
Hey, what's happening?
What is that?
Where are those bullets?
Is that a bird?
Oh, there they are. There they are. No, I don't think he would have
as
dropped
fuck.
to the floor.
That's
But anyway, it's when you hear this and when you see what's going on, and he called up, and there's a very iconic picture that was taken. But there's a number of them actually. But there's one in particular that was very iconic, and it's been on the covers with the fists up. And the secret agents, service agents, and I know they're going through a little bit of a questioning period. Let me tell you, these people were brave because those bullets were coming at me, and I heard them. They were whizzing over my head. I had the one here, and I went down, and they were whizzing over, and I had 7 people, maybe, a lot of people, a lot of very big people on top of me within seconds. Right. And a lot of people that I know would not have done that. Aiden, I'm telling you, when bullets are coming right over you, and you got people willing to, I asked a couple of them, they expected to die. They actually expected to die, and I understood that.
Yeah.
The other thing that happened that was amazing is within 5 seconds, the sniper, the Secret Service sniper, from a much further distance, 1 bullet.
Sava's still going up.
And didn't know about it. Now, it was a communication problem, a big one, and had it taken place, 10 seconds earlier,
and then
would have been
MasterCard,
good.
remember,
but
Visa
there was a
flipping
communications problem. But he, supposedly, I don't think he knew. I mean, I've gone through it too. I don't think the sniper knew anything about it. He may have heard there could be a problem, but he didn't know anything about it. Think of it. A thing like that happens. He went by the gun and the fire of the gun. And I guess when the bullets come out, you see fire. And he was able to see that from probably more than 300 yards away. So that's 3 football fields. That's a lot. And 1 bullet took him out. And if he didn't shoot him, you would have had probably a lot of people dead.
Right.
Probably a lot of people would have been dead. He had a lot of bullets up there. He had a powerful gun, and he had a lot of bullets up there. And
It's tremendous.
the reason he stopped was he got hit 5 seconds. That's a pretty amazing job when you think, it's sort of a surreal experience. Right?
Yeah.
And you could say that for them, too. And they go years, and they don't have to do that. They don't have to shoot people. And then all of a sudden, they're confronted. and they see somebody firing, and a lot of people wouldn't react like that. They wouldn't, they'd say, let's call in and find out what's going on.
Right.
His reaction time, I think, was amazing. So there was a big communication problem, and they'll get that straightened out. But
yeah,
the people,
again,
the Secret
MasterCard and
Service people
Visa,
were very
credit card
brave.
names
And
are not
that
doing
sniper,
good. We haven't moved, man.
very
This has been the same
talented to
price
hit the
for a couple of
target.
hours.
Hit a target
right
like
below
that.
the
Yeah.
first
From
high
so
of the
far
day.
away.
We're covered about half of the
Mr.
losses from
President,
the
I do
AM.
want to say, first of all, you took a bullet for everyone in this room, everyone watching, everyone. The reaction that you gave, no other president is going to do that. They're going to either remain,
bro,
where they
I
are.
feel you.
You are
Like,
brave,
he definitely
man. You stood
talks
up and went
shit
like
it's
this.
an interview with
And,
Aiden
it's
Ross,
a pretty
but
badass picture. By
this
the way.
isn't the
Well,
same Trump as 4 years ago. He's so much nicer. This is like when
I
went
will
from
say,
Josh
though,
to
that
Josh.
the audience was very brave also.
He's
the
not as
fans,
mean,
the-
bro.
The people. And it's much more
he's
than
talking
MAGA.
his shit, but it's nothing
Although I
like
think
what it
MAGA
used to
is
be like.
Almost everybody. Because it's what we talk about.
Yeah.
And then
But
J&J and
all of those
PG
people
selling
were
off.
Tens of thousands of people, as far as the eye could see, and then the people in the back.
And
those are
Coca-Cola?
the people you see because the
So
cameras
you're getting
are
some more
focused on
defensive
that,
names
we
selling
have
off
a
right now.
bleacher in the back with, I don't know, 100 to 150 people or something. But those people never moved. And if you go to crowd, we had like a crowd.
No, but like, dude, he
control
used to
type
roast
person,
people and like
said,
fuck them up.
Whenever a bullet is fired, they know
Like,
a bullet.
he
and
didn't
they
know
it's
the
fired.
limit
He had
to
a lot
it.
of bullets fired.
You know what I'm saying?
So
Like,
when you
if
think
it
of it,
naturally
plus the Secret
arrives to make
Service,
a Biden joke,
whenever a bullet's
he
fired,
does it, but
everybody
he's not
empties
like
out
coming up
immediately.
with like
They
15
immediately
nicknames,
leave and they
talking
empty
about
out
every
the
single
whole
thing
stadium,
this
and they
person
call it a
does
stampede,
wrong,
like in cattle.
calling them
Yeah.
idiots.
And people, a
He
lot
doesn't
of
call
people get killed with
stupid
stampedes.
anymore,
They
like
get
shit like that.
literally
Stomped
walked
over,
They
yeah.
get many people die in soccer stadiums. When they, but when a bullet goes off, everyone leaves, almost every time.
Yeah.
Nobody left, and you had the man behind me. He's looking like this. He's looking. There was no fear. It was amazing. They knew that I was in trouble. They saw that. They saw the blood because the blood. I guess you get hit in the ear. It's a bleed. I can tell you. A lot of blood when you get hit in the ear. That's one thing.
You think
we
so? He
learned.
fell off?
We learned
Nah,
all these things.
It's kind of cool. I
unfortunately.
think it's a
But
nice.
They saw there was a big problem.
It's a more refined
Normally,
Trump.
when they hear
I think
that,
something.
they're all.
I think he kind of
you know,
worked
they disperse.
on what people said he
Nobody
needed to
left.
work on.
I mean, you take a look at that. Now, that was a microcosm
I don't
of
think
what
he's
was out
as
in front of me,
liable
'cause the
to
speech was being
to
made.
just say
Yeah.
a bunch of
to
random
thousands
shit.
of
Yeah, it's
people.
growth. Honestly,
And
I'm quite impressed.
Nobody there was leaving either.
Even with this
It
interview,
was
I'm
really
not
amazing.
saying
They
he's
knew
perfect.
there was a
like, he already
problem.
cracked a couple jokes.
And when I got
that was
up, they were
hilarious about
confused
Biden not
because,
dodging a bullet, but
Secret
this
Service
is
was
definitely
lifting
not
me.
like the same
I
Trump
guess
we
I was
saw
getting
4
up.
years
I'm
ago.
looking for my shoes. I didn't want to go on they had stretchers and stuff. I didn't want to go on stretchers. I didn't want to do that. But it was amazing. And they were confused because you could be up, but you're not looking too good. And I felt it was important to let people know that I was okay and our country was okay, in a true sense that our country was okay. And so I did that. And the audience was just, they were, I mean, USA, it was
Yeah.
wild. It was a hell of a horrible experience, but I learned a lot about the love in this country. Think of it. A bullet goes off, everyone leaves. And his bullets going off. They just,
Again, a true hero.
they were heroes. The way they didn't move, the way they,
think this is
you have to watch
rehearsed?
that group behind
I
because
think
that was
this is
the
the
same
most
as the group in
authentic
front, the
interview
big
you've
group.
ever gotten.
And it wasn't like,
There's not been one
You know,
ad,
like,
not
say,
one commercial.
get out of here.
Yeah,
How do we
The
do
that's
this?
true.
audience is just
They
We just
weren't.
stood
They
and
saw
watched.
I was in
Like,
trouble.
Yeah.
I think this is
And
the
they
most
didn't want to move.
informal
And many
thing
of them
you've ever
were
gotten.
standing up and they were looking. One man in particular with a floppy
Show me
hat and
Kamala in a setting like
black
this. I'll be very
t-shirt.
impressed with her too.
And
yeah, not one
he's-
sponsored segment. I don't
looking.
see one Pfizer
It's
logo.
a fascinating
Nothing,
thing
bro.
to see. And
So, no,
when,
if
when you
anything,
hear
this is-
crowd
this is
control people
miles
say,
ahead
you
of
can't even
anything I've seen
imagine
so
that
far.
happened. That shows their love for me.
This has been
maybe,
no
but
ads,
for the
not
country.
one single ad.
And
This
it
has
was
been straight through.
It was pretty amazing.
That's great.
Thank you.
So, I got you a gift. Well, a couple gifts.
Oh,
no
good.
intro
That's
music?
good.
I'll show you, another gift. I'll show you, the second gift a little bit later.
Okay.
But I did get you a gift, and I got you this gift
What
because,
did you get him?
look, you are, I feel like you constantly get beat on, but you're so strong, and you just, like I said, you live for the people, and you're a hero. I wanna present to you this gift right here.
It's a sword.
I hope you like watches, Rolexes.
Oh, that's a beautiful watch.
He bought Trump a
You
Rollie.
should open it and then show the camera.
That's a great watch, actually. Good company. They're good company.
You like Rolex?
They like Jack Nicklaus and Gary Player and Arnold Palmer and all
That's
the
funny.
golf guys and all the other guys too. I do. This is beautiful. Wow.
What do you get him? You have to have got him a Prezi.
They do. Really, really nice.
Okay, let's see. How do you open it?
Wow, that's so nice.
Oh, wow. So nice.
Oh, should I show that to the audience?
Yeah, they can see it.
Yeah, I think you got him a Prezi.
I didn't know this. Now I know it's. Now I know it's worth it. Wow.
Is he allowed to take it, though?
Well,
I
my
think
boy
there's
said,
rules about
that's
taking
such
gifts.
a big show. I don't know what you're doing.
I don't think
but
he can accept it, to be honest.
It's amazing. I mean,
I appreciate it.
you know, I go into other shows. Nobody does a big deal about it.
Yeah, bro.
I do want to say also,
Thank you very much.
shout out to Nelk boys. I know you love Nelk.
They're great.
They're the greatest.
Well, that was through Dana. You know, Dana is very much into this world. Dana's a young guy, sort of, you know?
Yeah.
He's a young guy, sort
Yeah.
of. But Dana is into this world like he could be an 18-year-old or a 20-year-old.
Yeah.
He knows more about you and the Nelk brothers and the Nelk boys, and he asked me to do their show. And I will tell you, I got a tremendous response. You know, you do some of these big shows, you do like 60 minutes, and nobody cares. You do Nelk or you, and I can already see so many people go, I hear you're doing the show with Abe.
Oh, wow.
I said, I've had a lot of calls. So
That's crazy. We haven't even moved
it's
off
like
of
a
this,
new
too.
wave.
Yeah.
It's a new thing. Who would think it? And sometimes television is not the big deal. I sort of feel that television will always be television.
Yeah.
But numbers aren't like they used to be.
No, I would say, live streaming and YouTube is kind of like the new age television for, younger people. So I did have some clips I wanted to react to.
Okay.
So this is the fun stuff I wanted
Yeah,
to
the
get
Nikkei
into.
did kick
Let's
this off.
see
It was
the
all
reactions
Japan.
right here. This is so cool. I'm actually reacting with you. All right.
You know, I put you on Truth. That
Really?
we're doing, yeah.
Thank you, man.
Truth is my voice,
Yeah.
and it's doing great.
Yeah.
Everybody should go on Truth.
Yeah.
But
Go on
I will
there.
say that I put you on that we're doing the show together, and the response was very cool.
I love
Very
it.
cool.
I love it. Okay, so shout out to Nelk, but they kind of gave me this idea. I have two segments I want to do with you.
Okay.
The first one is use one word that comes to mind to describe that person. Okay?
Okay.
It's a fun game.
Fun.
Let's start. All right, who is the first picture? And we got the Nelk boys. One word.
Oh, great.
I love that. Okay,
Really
great.
good.
Okay.
So you're friends with them?
Yeah.
Are they competitors of yours, though?
Not even, honestly. Every time that I speak to Kyle or Steve, it's just only
they're all
love.
great.
They're really, really
no,
good.
they're just great.
Yeah.
But in a way, you would be competitors, but you don't. even
They're more bigger on the YouTube side of things. I'm more
Right.
live, so it's a lot.
see.
It's a
I
different
see. So
world,
it's different,
but
yeah.
it's kind of like parallel.
Look at them. I mean, they're just great people. That was Dana White. He said, you got to do them. I said, who are they? I didn't know. And after I did them, it was like an explosion.
All right, let's see what we got next here. We got me.
Yeah. Well, I can just tell you that one word would be outstanding. My sons told me about you, and they told me about how big Dad. My Baron.
Yeah.
He said, Dad, he's really big. I said, yeah, but what about else? He said, he's also a friend of mine, right?
Yeah.
But big stuff, Aiden. So I just have to say outstanding to do what you've done at a young age. And I know how old you are. You're young. You're seriously young. My suit is older than you are.
How old's your suit?
I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, let's see who we got next. We got you.
Patriot. I'm a Patriot.
That's a Patriot.
Joe Rogan.
He's a patriotic guy.
Interesting. He really is. He's an amazing
Interesting.
guy. He's a very interesting guy.
See who we got next. Mr. White.
They look
He's
exactly
a
the
fighter. I'll tell you, that guy.
Lizard.
He fights. You wouldn't want to have him against you. A little bit true with all of these people that you're showing. There's a good one. Elon, a genius, truly a genius. I see the rockets
Surely.
come down with the
See the rockets. They come in
engines.
from the sky.
and they're coming down, and the engines are landing without any. They have no wings, no nothing. That was a couple of years ago. I said,
Right.
what is that? And I said, what was that all about? He says, well, we want to be able to save the engines, not that they go into the ocean and all. But he really is. He's a genius. He's also a very good person, Elon.
Let's see what we got next here. We got Kanye.
So he's very complicated. Let's say complicated. because he's a
Complicated.
really nice guy, but he can get himself into trouble, and he can get some other people. But you know, he's got a good heart. He does, but he's complicated. Kanye.
AOC?
Fake, but fake. In all fairness, look, but she knows it. She's got a thing going. It's a good thing. She's a good thing for her.
He said that's her brand.
But there's a certain something she's got. She's got a spark.
that's
That's
crazy.
pretty amazing, actually. She's got a good spark.
He said fake, but she knows it.
So
It's a brand.
I'll change it. I'll say spark. She does have. She's gets some. You know,
Interesting.
when she was running,
Very
she
nice.
was running against a gentleman
Fake
from
doesn't
Queens,
sound good, but
and
he's giving
I
her
asked
like a
his people, I
backhanded
said,
compliment.
Are you careful? This guy was going to be Speaker of the House. It was going to be him, not Nancy Pelosi. And Joe, he is a good politician, a real pro, been around for a long time, many years in Congress. And I watched her on television one time. I saw a clip of her speaking, ranting, raving, going crazy. And I said, who's she running against? She's running against Joe. I said, oh, does he know what's going on? Oh, he's got no problem, sir. He's got no problem. I said, is he doing any debates? No, he doesn't have to bother with the debates. He's been there for years. I said, tell him I said that he should be careful. Because I saw her. And I said, she's Evita. I called her Evita. Maybe that's the best. Evita Peron, right? I said, she's Evita. She's in the streets screaming, shouting, going crazy, hugging people, hugging. Everybody's being hugged. I said, he better be careful.
Everyone's getting hugs.
And
hugs, lots of
she
hugs.
took him out. So, you know, I give her credit. But she's got a lot of sizzle.
A lot of sizzle.
Well, there's a powerful man. He's a powerful man. I know him very well. I know him probably better than anybody in this country knows him.
Xi Jinping?
And, got to know him extremely well. We had a great relationship
What if he
until
said Winnie the
COVID.
Pooh?
COVID was a step too far.
That'd be amazing.
But we did very well with China. And President Xi, we did very, very well with China. We took in
What if he
hundreds
was
of
like
billions of
Christopher
dollars. No
Robbins?
president took in 10 cents. I
I'm
took
in.
in.
Wow.
And I exposed China. Look, I want China to do great. Okay, but they can't take advantage of us like they were doing. For years and years, we'd lose $500 billion a year in trade, all of that. But then COVID came in, and it really, I changed, but I will have a very good relationship with him. There's no going to war with him. He doesn't want to go to war. We're not going to go to war. And we had a very good relationship, actually. He was right in this room. He came to this country, and he stayed here for a number of days, as you remember. And we had incredible meetings, a very famous meeting in the dining room, actually. But he loves his country, and he's very strong and very powerful and very interesting. But he really does love his country, I can tell you that.
Let's see who we got next on this list.
That's crazy. Wow, it's crazy how we haven't
Gavin
even moved.
New
too.
Scum. You spelled it. No, you spelled his last name.
He literally ruined California. Beautiful state. California is beautiful. He ruined it.
And when you watch him, he's always saying, "Oh,
This
we're
is
doing
a
so
slumber
great."
party.
We're not doing great. I mean, I have holdings. In
It kind of has
California,
slumber party
and,
vibes. I'm not
I
gonna
own
lie.
a golf
I can
course
see that.
right on the ocean, right on the
New
Pacific
Scum.
Ocean in Palos Verdes. So beautiful. It's a club. It's big, many acres, hundreds of acres, and it's fantastic. But California is so precious. One of the most beautiful places in the world in terms of weather,
For sure.
in terms of everything. And they're just destroying it with crime. The crime is out of control. It's a very dangerous place. And he, I think it's a shame because I like him. I got along with him great. I helped him a lot with his fires. I kept saying, why don't you do something about the forest fires?
Yeah.
There's no reason to have that. There's no management. They have no management control over the forests. I said, you have to do things. But I got along with him great, but he has not done the job.
No.
He has not done the job. Sad.
Got a few more. Let's see what we got next.
Yeah. He's turned very liberal, actually. They say he's the son of Fidel Castro. And could be. I mean, anything's possible in this world, You're going to learn as you get older.
Is he implying
You're
that
you've
that's the
seen a lot
love
already
child
for
of
your
Fidel
age.
Castro?
Per age, I would say. Per
This
year
is-
spent, you've seen as much as
This is
anybody.
insane, dude.
But Justin Trudeau is...
Yeah, anything's
I
possible.
got along
You
with him
never
very
know
well,
in this
actually.
world.
But he seems to be going very progressive, and the people of Canada are not liking it. I mean, if they had a good conservative person, which maybe they do, maybe they don't, I don't know. But
I don't know. Is it
somebody
Trudeau?
that's a strong
Trudeau or
conservative
Macron
would win in
with
Canada.
the weird
Canada's
wife,
very
the
unhappy
groomer
about
wife?
the way they've been treated as people.
One of them is going out with like a 7-year-old.
But I got along with them well.
I don't know.
Now,
I think
this
it's
man
both
I really
Trudeau
got
and
along with
Macron.
well. We had Little Rocket Man. We had the red button. He said, I have a red button on my desk. And I said, no, I have a red button too. And mine's bigger than yours and mine works. And it was a really bad month and a
Macron's
half.
wife
He
was like dating him
was
before he was like
very
18.
tough on President Obama, very tough on everybody.
Little
It's the hermit nation, and it really is. I mean, it's. I said to him, do you know Elton John? No. I said, did you ever hear the song Rocket Man? And I actually played him the song Rocket Man. He said, no, I've never heard it. I said,
He
you're
played
Rocket
it
Man.
for Kim
I said, no,
Jong-un?
you call me Little Rocket Man, not Rocket Man. But I tell you what, so we had a very nasty 2 months. People were actually worried about it because it could have been dangerous. But President Obama told me that this was the single biggest threat to the United States, was Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And one day I got a call from people that wanted to see me about him, and he wanted to meet. He did not want to meet with Obama, did not want to meet with anybody. Got tremendous nuclear capability. He does. And we've checked that closely, and he does. I got to know him very well, and I got along with him great. He's very smart. He's very strong. He's the absolute leader. You know, a lot of people say, oh, maybe he's not the leader. He's the absolute. When he's around, his people are standing up at attention. I've never seen. We were at a lunch, and they had 20 people on his side and 20 people on mine, looking at each other.
Right.
In Singapore, we had a meeting in Singapore. It was the biggest press conference I've ever had. There were thousands of paparazzi. I've never seen anything like it. I think people said they've never seen anything like it. I was walking in, he was
never
walking in.
seen
We met
anything
him,
like
I don't
it.
remember. And
Yeah, of
the place
course.
just went
Never.
crazy. But we got along very well. He's very, very smart. And, he's a real power. He's a real power. I think he's upset that I'm not there. Nothing would have happened with him. We would have gotten along with him fine. I was trying to get him to do, his country is, you talk about location. I'm a real estate guy. He's right between, think of this, Russia, China, one side, and South Korea on the other. I said, you have a great piece of real estate. You could make so much. You could have gorgeous things. I said to him, think about gorgeous condos going up on your shore. He's got a lot of ocean. He's got ocean frontage on both sides.
I don't know.
But
Just something
I got
about
along with him
pitching
great.
like luxury
We would have had no
condos to
problem
North
with him.
Korea.
Now he's getting very
He's
angry
right.
with
Yeah,
us,
he's not
and
wrong, but
getting
I'm like,
very
I don't
angry
know
with-
if that.
I understand he doesn't like her. He doesn't know her.
He said,
but he
come
forms
on,
opinions,
take a look.
and he doesn't
Show
like
you what
her.
we could do.
And he thought
Ocean view.
that
You
Biden
can
was a
look over
stupid
South
man, a
Korea.
very stupid man. He would say
And
that,
golf.
but
You
I
know
say
golf?
the same thing, so at least we
Do
agree
you know
on
how to
something.
golf? Little
But
Rocket
Biden
Man.
they really have hurt
It's
our
good.
country.
It's
These
great.
people have hurt our country. Kim Jong-un was great for.
Imagine.
For,
You could make a
as long
lazy
as he was
river.
there,
You
as long
like
as I
lazy
was there,
rivers?
there was going to be no
Everybody
problem. That I
loves
can
them.
tell you.
Great
We met
real
in
estate.
Singapore.
Great
I got
real
to know him
estate.
so well, and I always say that we have enemies from within, and we have enemies on the outside. So he would be considered, I guess, an enemy. I think he would be absolutely fine. China, the same thing. I always say if you have a smart president, you don't have a problem with the outside. But you still will have a problem with the inside because these people are sick. They're sick.
Bonds, all right,
and,
look at this.
and the people from the
Now
inside.
we're about to get a flip.
I mean, they're
Bonds are
willing to
about to
take
go
down our
up while
country.
SPY goes
it's incredible.
down,
When I look at
and then we have
guys
literally
like
2 hours
Adam
left.
Shifty Schiff, he's such a bad guy, such a liar.
It's going to get interesting
with the
here.
Russia
But watch,
hoax. It
I'm
was a
noticing
total
it from
hoax.
here.
It went on for
Bonds
2.5
and
years.
stocks are about to flip.
And total
Remember,
exoneration.
we saw one of
Nothing
those
to do with
earlier
Russia.
today.
The opposite.
But from
I
like
was
right here,
the worst thing
bonds
that
started
ever
catching a
happened
bid.
to Russia because
Stocks started
I
going
stopped
down.
the pipeline, the Russia pipeline. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2. But, it was just 2 years of this stuff. And actually putting our country in danger because you put your country in danger with another country. They made up a hoax. It was made up by Hillary and Adam Shifty Schiff and some of these people about Russia. And they did it actually as an excuse for her to lose the election.
Wow.
So they said, why did you lose? She was expected to win. She didn't win at all. Won all those states that people thought she was going to win. She didn't campaign hard enough. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. All I know is we'd have stadiums with 50 70,000 people. She'd go and she'd have 150 people. And I used to say, why am I going to lose Michigan if I have 75,000 people and she has 100? Why am I going to lose? And I turned out to be right. We won states that hadn't been won by Republicans for decades. And it was an amazing thing. But getting along with these people is really, getting along with the foreign leaders, if you're smart, our country is safe. If you're stupid, and that's a problem. We have stupid people there now, and those people are very dangerous right now. Right now, I'm hearing there's going to be an attack tonight by Iran of Israel. They're going to be attacked tonight. I'm telling you right now. I hear it just through the same waves. There's no top secret information or anything.
Right.
But I hear that
10K lost
Israel's
on the
going to be
long term
attacked
in
tonight.
2 days.
If I were president,
just at
nobody
a
would
new
even
high.
be talking about that word because it wouldn't happen 100%. And it's so, but when you have Pelosi and when
I
you
don't
have
think it's
Schiff,
tonight.
you
It's
have
supposed to be on
all
Wednesday for
these
the
people.
attack,
I mean,
but
when you have
maybe
people
Trump,
like Schumer, you have all these
Trump's
people.
leaking.
These people are a danger to our country. And they get a guy like Biden in. He's just a vessel. He has no idea where the hell he is. He's their perfect vessel because he'll do anything that they want him to do.
Right.
So we really have dangerous people. They go after their political opponent, like me. I mean, me being especially. I mean, they've used law enforcement to go after me. They've come at me with everything. We just won the big case in Florida. You saw that? Mm-hmm. That was the big case. That was the biggest of the cases. And we won that conclusively. We had a brilliant and very fair judge. I mean, if I have fair judges, I win every case. But they put you in cases where the judges are totally corrupt, where, like in New York, where the whole legal system is actually bringing down the state and bringing down the city because the corruption's so bad. But we have to solve the problem from within. The problem on the outside, if you have somebody smart, is you can handle it easily, actually. But the problem from within, we have people that truly hate our country. We have to solve that problem.
I want to get this right with what I'm about to say because you had said something about crooked people, and I want to say I want to get this right. That's why I'm pulling out my phone.
It's probably right below the same now.
This
is the lowest you've been in an
Fannie
hour.
Willis.
Right, Fannie Willis.
She treated you very unfairly.
She goes by the name of Fani, even though it's F-A-N-I. She wants it pronounced Fani. She's little French, little French accent, and her lover, Wade, right?
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Wade.
Would you say she's very unfair?
Well, not only to me. There are many people. She wanted to indict a couple of senators, I understand, that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Back to
there are many
within where you
people,
were
and
at
this has
20
taken
minutes
place
after
in
the bell.
Georgia. Georgia's
Over
phenomenal.
3%. This is what I'm saying. Halfway.
I love the
of the
people of
6%.
Georgia. I've
Nasdaq
done
back down
great
to
with
3.
the people of Georgia.
Yeah.
Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina. But Georgia is so good, and she's destroying it, and the governor should do something about it because, look, these are innocent people. These are patriots. They complained about an unfair election.
Right.
And they want to put them in jail for the rest of their lives.
Right.
Hillary Clinton still complains. Stacey Abrams from Georgia constantly complains that she won the election. She said she won it twice, and she constantly complains about it. Nothing happens to her. We have 2 tiers of justice in our country, and they use that on me, and my
I love
numbers
how they're
went
having
up.
this
And
talk
I think I'm the first one
with Kim
that can say
Jong-un's
that.
face in
The
the
numbers
back.
don't go up when that.
And y'all want to
happens,
tell
but
me
they
this
have
isn't
with me
authentic?
because
This is
I
like
have a
me getting
platform
stuck on a
like
Watchlist
being
page
with you.
while I
Of course.
rant.
I can talk
This is
about how
hilarious.
unfair it is. It's
It's
terrible.
one thing
You complain
to like
about
listen,
an election, they want to
but
put you in
I just
jail.
look over on the
Right.
screen. I'm like,
It's
what the
not
fuck
even
are they
thinkable.
saying with Kim Jong-un?
But they've weaponized
giving me the
government.
death stare.
This
what
is
the fuck
Biden.
is this?
The
And we're
people that
talking
surround
about
him, the people that
elections
surround him, and the beautiful, they have a
What?
desk, resolute desk. It's incredible in the Oval Office. The people
great,
that
bro.
surround
While the
the
stock
resolute
market's
desk,
fucking
what
crashing.
they are.
What a day,
is
you
a
guys.
real
I'm glad
danger
you're
to
here,
our
man. I
country.
hope you're here
will
for
tell you
the
that.
memories,
I'm not even
man.
sure
This is
Biden has
wicked.
any idea what's going on.
Welcome to 24,
He's perfect
baby.
for them because they are running the
crazy.
country. And
All of
Biden
this,
doesn't have a
all
clue.
of
He
this.
just
A lot
wants to
dive
go
in.
home
We haven't
and go
moved
to
in the last like hour.
He should have
3 hours.
never. He should have never been president.
1 second, I was just gonna switch this.
Did they
I know
hear me?
Fannie Willis has treated you.
They
very
just heard
unfair.
me, right? They
I
had
have
to
a
have just
friend
heard me.
Who's currently
They're
being
like,
treated
take
unfair
off the fucking-
by her.
Thank
He's a
you.
rapper named Young Thug.
Yeah.
And I was just.
I heard that actually.
Yeah, I just was wondering if there's a way that we can make sure he gets treated
Yeah,
fair.
they
That's all.
definitely heard me. Yeah, because
So I've heard about him, and I heard he's being treated
sitting there
very
like, what the
unfairly
fuck?
by her.
Yeah.
And
What-
I
what
would
are
tell
we
her
listening to
she's
with
gotta
fucking Kim
keep-
Jong-un
These
looking into our
patriots that
souls?
are being all terrible. They're going after him. And I hear Young Thug is being
They're
treated.
not listening,
I
but
heard the name.
Yeah.
listening.
I heard it from other people where they say he's being
Tell
treated
them shout
very
out to
unfair.
Kobe.
Very unfair.
So he's gotta be
YouTube.com/the
treated
stock
fairly.
market.
Please.
The most banned live streaming stock market channel by you.
So let's see who we got next on the couple. We got a couple more people left.
Okay.
Got some, hopefully some good ones. Well,
So he was very good with me because when they were doing the Russia hoax, they said I did something with him on a phone call. And basically I congratulated him on his winning the presidency.
right.
And said some other things which turned out to be perfect, better than perfect.
Yeah, one word.
If he sees any corruption, please report it to the Attorney General of the United States, which we have an agreement
This is
with the
Aiden
country.
Ross.
We have actually a signed contract
I wouldn't even call
with
this an
them,
interview.
a very
They're
important
just
one that
shooting
because
the shit.
Ukraine has always been known as very corrupt. I don't know if you know that.
I don't know any
it
other
has
way to
been a
describe
very
this.
corrupt country. I think the people are great, but it's been very corrupt. And I said, if you find any corruption in the country, you should report it immediately to the Attorney General. I did say that. And it was a very good thing to say. It turned out I was 100% right in saying it. So they made up a phone call, but fortunately, the phone was essentially taped. The call was essentially taped. I didn't know this, but a lot of times when you're talking foreign leaders, they have tapes, or they have stenographers. And we had two professional,
Is it?
really
I don't know that they
great
fucking
military
record me.
stenographers.
That's crazy.
So every word. So when they
happened.
said I did these things, I said, no, I didn't. And then I said, was that taped, or did they have the stenographers? The answer was yes. And they got all the way down the line to impeach me. They wanted to impeach me over this phone call, a single phone call. And I knew that I had them because I had the tape or the stenographers, everything, perfect. Every word was said. And then they did the impeachment. And just before that, because I remember Nancy Pelosi was crazy, we can't impeach him. Look at what the phone call was. She saw the phone call.
Yeah.
And then they decided, well, let's do it anyway. Can you believe how bad these people are?
Horrible.
Let's do it anyway, because they had the phone call.
Yeah.
That's where Tim Scott, a great guy from a senator from South Carolina, he said, wait a minute, I've just read the phone call. That phone call was, he was the first one to speak up. Tim Scott of South Carolina. Then Republican senators spoke up, and they were great. I mean, there was great.
Oil just
of course,
had a wick.
the only one was
Oil's
Mitt
kinda
Romney.
dancing.
Real stiff.
Again, only
real
2 hours
stiff,
left,
and
man.
He couldn't get
So the
elected
final
dog catcher
moves,
right
remember,
now. but-
volume is already
although,
crazy
and he
today.
actually voted. He actually only took a half a vote away, but everybody else voted for me, 100% unanimous with the Republicans, and it was fine. But what they did was they made up a call, and then when they found out that I had it essentially on tape, they looked really
Yeah,
bad.
but why did you try to
And they
play
had a
one
decision
word
to
game
make. Do
with
they pull
Donald
it?
Trump? This did
And she
not
said,
work
no,
out.
we shouldn't be doing
Did
this.
he
but
even
let's
give a
go ahead
word for
with it anyway.
Zelensky?
I did nothing.
This
wrong.
would be so
So you have to
entertaining
be careful. So let me
if
just say
Trump
about him.
followed
So
the rules.
when they called him and they asked him,
And now the liberals
did
will be like,
President
"See?
Trump say
He
anything that
doesn't
was
follow
inappropriate or
rules.
wrong? He said,
He doesn't follow
Absolutely not. It was
rules.
a very
Let's
nice
light
phone
the
call.
country on
There's
fire
nothing
instead.
unusual about it at all.
He doesn't follow
And he could have
rules.
grandstanded. He could have
See?
said, well,
See, you're going to vote
and
for him?
he didn't
you
say
awful
that.
person.
So I respect him. I think that I will be able to make a deal
calm
with
down,
him
bro.
and
It's okay.
Vladimir
I
Putin
get it.
very quickly.
I get it.
Even
Calm
though
down. Don't worry, man.
it would have been a
It's not
lot
that
easier
serious.
before this
You'll be
war,
fine.
war started, and you wouldn't have a half a
fine. Look
million
at the
people,
market.
or
We
maybe
survived
much more
today,
than that.
so
I think
you're
it's.
great.
I think you're going to find that the number of people dead is far greater than what they're saying. That's a really nasty. It's a nasty thing going on over there. But I think I will be able to get him and Putin together, and we'll get it ended.
It
It would
just
have
like
never
body.
started if I were president. It
Like,
we had
dude, one
no
word. What's
chance
the
of
fucking
starting.
word for Zelensky,
I
man? Come
knew
on.
Putin very well,
Yeah.
know him very well, and it was the apple of his eye. Ukraine was the apple of his eye. He did love it. He did want it, but he knew he couldn't do it. He wouldn't. He would not. He knew he could not do it. He would have never done it if I was president. And now when you look at all of the death and all of the destruction, even of their culture, because those cities are
This
wiped
is like
to
when
the
you
ground.
guys ask
most
me
of the
the
cities
right question about
outside
the
of
yield
Kiev,
curve,
most of those cities are
and then I just
wiped
go on
down
a
to the
rant.
ground. And
I'm going to just start doing
it's so
this.
sad. And when
Anytime
those
y'all
buildings
ask
come
me to,
down, there are
like,
plenty of
repeat shit,
people.
I'm
in
gonna
the-
just go
people
full
think
Donald
those
Trump
buildings
on
don't
you.
have people. They have a lot of people in
I'm
those
start
buildings
talking
that
about
don't want to leave.
immigration and shit.
And those
I'll
buildings
answer the
come down.
question
They're big
eventually.
buildings, big heavy buildings, and they come down.
just give you,
And
like,
those the
25
people
minutes.
are crushed
Man.
instantly. They're crushed.
Horrible.
Missiles hit them. So I'll get it, but it could have been so. I mean, if the election weren't rigged, let me tell you something. If the election weren't rigged, we wouldn't have had Ukraine and Russia. We wouldn't have had the attack on Israel. and Israel would right now not be fighting. There would be no problem. And we wouldn't have had that horrible embarrassment of Afghanistan where we gave them $85 billion worth of equipment and we lost 13 soldiers, many injured.
Question
many bad. Nobody talks about the ones that don't have arms and legs and their faces wiped
them
out.
with one word.
But none of that would have happened, and inflation wouldn't have happened because inflation was all started by their stupid energy policy.
The best.
These people are incompetent, and I tell you what, I worry about the next 5 months, even after the election. They're there for 2 months after the election. I worry that bad things can happen in 5 months because these people that are there and they're running our country are grossly incompetent.
Gotcha. I wanted to touch base real quick on the inflation thing. So, I know I saw you when you went to go speak in Nashville.
Yeah.
So, you talked about crypto. You said that crypto can help with that. You mentioned that's somewhat like gold.
It's like, all right, I'm wrapping this up. Let me get a fucking crypto pump in here.
When you get back in office, you would still fully support crypto and I just saw that the U.S. government, ever since you spoke about it, they're selling crypto. They're selling
coming soon.
So what would you do if you were in office?
Is it with
crypto?
PayPal?
It's something they shouldn't be doing because they should be trying to build it. So if we don't do it, China's doing it, other places are doing it, and they're doing it anyway.
Yeah.
And it's a very modern
That's a picture,
currency.
Homie.
It's a very modern form.
But I feel,
and I know a lot of very good people that are really into that world and into that market. They're smart. They're good people. And they think it's going to be very beneficial. And remember this, though, it's very important. It's like AI. Do you love it? Do you not like it? If we don't do it, China's going to do it, or other people are going to do it.
Yeah.
And we can't be left behind. And crypto is right in that sphere. And it is a form of currency. And again, China's already doing it. But if we don't do it, they're going to do it. AI is something that's really at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And there are pros and cons to everything. But China is trying to do everything.
Yeah.
And we've got to beat them to the punch.
I would love to see you and Elon, get together and talk about AI together. I think it's really, really important because, Elon with what he's doing, and then obviously you guys could really come together, maybe try to find some solutions for AI because it is getting out of hand. You see a bunch of fake stuff. It's really getting crazy.
It's one thing about AI that's interesting is, and who would believe this?
Who would believe this?
To really be at the top of it and to dominate, because China is very much into the artificial intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Even the name is sort of a weird name because artificial intelligence sounds like it's not really a very good name when you think about it. It's artificial. It says like fake intelligence, right? But regardless, so you need massive amounts of electricity to be able to compete. Did you know that? Electricity.
Yeah.
And if you don't build twice the amount of electricity that the country currently has, now think of that number. You need more electricity than the country has for everything times 2. Now think. So nobody's going to be able to get that done but me. I'm the only one because you're going to have to build power plants at every plant. You're going to have a power plant for every plant. It's all electricity based. It's amazing. You need massive amounts of electricity. In the meantime, they built 8 chargers in the Middle West for cars because we shouldn't have, obviously, all electric. They have this electric car mandate, and they don't go far. They cost a lot. They're going to be made in China. And under Biden, he wants everybody to drive an electric car. No more gas-propelled cars, no more hybrids, no more anything. Think of it. How crazy. And you can drive a car from here to Los Angeles on a tank of gas. Same thing with trucks. They want trucks to go electric. They'd have to make 6 stops to get to Los Angeles. With diesel, they don't have to make any stops, and they have left over. And the truck gets lighter as you go. One of the problems with that is the weight. The weight of the batteries is so heavy. It's 2.5 times heavier than a truck without, with diesel. And you would have to rebuild all of your bridges all throughout the country. And I asked the trucking industry supports me because of this.
A little bit ago, trying to pick up.
They probably like me, but they support me because of this, because they're not going to have an industry.
How long has this been going
I said, when you explain that you're going to have to rebuild all of your bridges in the country, when you explain that to the government officials that come and harass you, don't they say, oh, I see, well, then it doesn't work. Just that one thing, it doesn't work. When you explain to them that you have to stop 6 times for 4 hours a stop, and you talk about a supply chain problem, right? But I said, when you explain that to people, just tell me, do they say, oh, then we can't really do it? Because, it makes sense. We can't do it.
Of course, yeah.
It's all right. You could have a child go into a meeting, and within 1 minute or 2 minutes, they would convince you that it doesn't work. Maybe sometime, but I think it's essentially never going to work. In my opinion, it'll never work because you're always going to have a weight problem. You're always going to have, it's never going to be the same kind of a thing where you can drive for 2 days without stopping. It's just not going to happen that way. And I said, what do they say when you go in and explain this? They don't care. They say, we don't care. We want you to go electric. And one gentleman, the biggest guy in the business, he said to me, all my life I've been buying trucks. For 50 years I've been buying trucks. And every year they got better, bigger, stronger, more beautiful. Every year for 50 years they became more efficient, more fuel efficient, better pollution control, everything. And if they make us do that, we'll go back 50 years, more than that. He said a truck 50 years ago would have been better than what they're making us use right now. And I say, when you explain that, do they do anything?
Bro,
they sit there, they look, and they say, we don't care. That's our mandate. You have to go all electric. These people are going to destroy our country. We can't let them do it.
Horrible, horrible. Mr. President, I know you're very busy. It's already 2:15. How much time would you say we have? Because I do want to give you this last gift.
Well, let's go do the last gift.
Let's go do it. Let's go do it.
So far, I like the gift you gave me.
Yeah, well, you're going to like this other one, too. Hold on 1 second here. Whoops. I actually closed that out. Let me go full screen.
Did you get him at NFT?
You go full screen on OBS?
I think he got him at NFT.
Or the IRA.
You kill it. You make kill it.
It's great stuff.
What is this? It has to be a car, yeah.
So his next gift is outside.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
He got him a car. Bro, that'd be so dope. I don't think, like, it's different because, like, I don't think Donald Trump needs a car or anything, but it feels like a reverse Mr. Beast video. It's like giving shit to, like, rich people. Donald Trump.
Thank you very much.
Since day one.
Really, day one? Huh?
Yes.
You love her.
She's your biggest fan.
She's doing good. She's a young woman.
Please get a picture with her. She's
Yes. Can I do that?
Yeah, of course.
Can I? Come on, let's
take a
get
picture?
it.
I'll take it. I got you guys.
You stay right there. We're going to take a good one.
I'll take a great one.
Aiden's like, yeah, hurry this up, man. We gotta get this whip.
I got some good ones.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Right?
no, she
That
does.
lady is
I bet
as
she
old
does.
as anything
She's
Biden.
probably tougher than I am. Have a good time, everybody. See you tonight.
Yeah. So what's your good side? What do you like walking on? What side do you like walking on?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you look good from both sides. Yeah, it doesn't really matter at all. X, come on outside with the truck.
Come on?
Yeah.
This will be
By the way,
interesting.
do you like my buddy Felix's shirt?
I love that.
Felix, by the way, Mr. Trump.
That's fantastic. Wow.
Yeah, you got the grills on.
I like that. Hey, I know. That's what I noticed. I noticed the grill. Nice to see you.
This is so wild.
Congratulations.
All right, well, you can already see the gift.
Yeah, I can. Wow.
You can't miss it.
That's an Elon.
It is an
Got
Elon.
him a
Wow.
Cybertruck.
Shout out to Mr.
That's
Musk.
beautiful.
This is wild,
That
bro.
is beautiful.
This feels
I'm going to
just
close
like a
the
normal
door really
video.
quick. Just I want to show them the wrap.
This is a cool live. I didn't. Oh
Check
my
out this
God.
wrap and let me know your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible. I think it's incredible.
Go to the front.
So you know what they did? AI.
It's a Cybertruck.
What Google
wrapped
did is
with
they took, or they let it happen.
Fight
See
pose.
the Secret Service agents?
That's
here?
wild.
They're angry in there. They put smiles on their face.
Right.
You heard about that?
Yeah, no.
That's just terrible.
Yeah, I know. But that's how easy it is to manipulate
It's
everything.
a little bit scary.
Yeah, it is. It's very scary. We need like a system where we
I
can
like
quickly fact check things and see if it's real and authentic.
Yeah, and right now they don't have that.
No, they don't.
That's the problem.
So I know we're not going to drive anywhere, but I was wondering if you wanted to like listen to like a song in here.
Let's go.
All right, cool. This is how you open it up.
It is incredible.
Yeah, it is. I'll get on the other side.
Different kind of a guy.
Make America great again.
Okay, Aiden, so.
It looked like the hat in the front. Oh, they ended? Oh, what happened, bro? Yeah, bro, this felt exactly. It felt like some weird MTV show. No, yeah, I don't know, like some,
Bottom left.
Bottom. This?
like this just feels so like I don't know. Even this like camera view. That's what I was saying. I was like, this wasn't really like an interview. They were just like shooting the shit. I mean, I'm glad the market didn't move. I was telling you guys from here around like 140-ish. And we just had the senior loan officer survey. That was about 20 minutes ago. But I was just saying, pay attention to the bonds over here.
It says
Flipping, but we're still
timeout started.
Okay.
Let me just try this one more time.
Is it hooked up to the Wi-Fi?
Should be. Yeah, I think we're live. Let's see. We'll know in a second if we're live right now.
NHTSA is
Let me know if we got a live
investing
on
Cybertrucks
Can you check?
as Trump is getting one. Look at this.
We good? We back? We good? Oh, we're good. All right. Now this is cool.
That's very good.
I've never even seen you in a car before.
Not too many. Not too many. That's look at the playlist.
That's funny. I guess
This
I
is your
haven't seen
playlist.
Trump
It's
in a
a
car
good- yeah.
before.
Your team picked out.
I've seen him in like
You want to
the,
pick a
like,
song? Let's test out
Okay,
this
so
sound
let's
system.
let's
like
try
the
it.
president cars, but that's funny.
And you know, some of the artists I like better than others, but I like the other song better. So I'd only stuff.
Who's like your top 3 artists?
Well, we love Frank Sinatra, right?
Of course.
Uncle Answers on Spotify.
You know,
Great
there's
guy.
a couple that I
Good
really
guy.
like, but I don't like the people, so I don't
like
want to really mention their name. But
Hey,
look
he said
at this list as an example.
He said he
So
likes their
it's
music,
such a great
but
list.
he doesn't like them.
Aren't the Beatles always good?
Come on, they're the best.
Rolling Stones are always good.
Choose one. Let's
Look at that.
You,
So
you
let's
go
do-
choose what you like to choose. You just swipe like this.
Oh yeah. That's fantastic, huh?
If he
How
said
about
that, if
and
he,
we like the Beach Boys.
if
We
Donald
always
Trump
like the
shouted
Beach
out
We do like
Uncle
the Beach
Answers,
Boys.
Who doesn't like the Beach
I would
Boys?
go and buy a Harley
How
Davidson
about if we
today,
did the following?
and I get the hat. Fuck it.
Thinking that
I'd
it's
have a
going to
red
come
hat.
back
I
under
get a
proper
Harley.
management.
I mean,
How about California Dreaming?
just
Do
like
it.
you.
Good.
I be ready to do it. I say fuck it. I say we already banned the liberal. I'm ready for it.
All right, Elon. Let's see how good this system is.
Like I wanted. You see how Aiden got that white hat on? Aiden trying to blend it in. I would
all
get
right,
the
now
iconic
Spotify
red
is
one,
glitching.
so it look
Yeah.
offensive
Ooh.
from a far distance. So you know damn well I'm there to disrupt your day. Yeah, wait. Are they gonna like copyright us? Is it loud? Enjoy it. It's playing in my background now for y'all. Well, it's in the background now. Yo. Can you hear it still? We can't do this, you guys. Come on, Aiden. Damn, this has been going on for an hour and 24. Yeah, that's okay. They're probably going to clap it. Sing over it. California. This is wild, bro. So, again, I gave you a couple of market checkups there. I'm down to answer any questions, and we could talk about it. I mean, the market, like, chilled out or not, you just recovered half of the loss, but, like, zero developments here. No, we didn't do PHILO today. I think we might have to put PHILO on the back burner. Today's already almost over. I know it's Monday, but I think you guys could go without a PHILO. I mean, I had a decent one, but might as well let it sit. Today is a very interesting day. It is a market. It is crazy market, bro. This is Black Monday. So usually on these days, I tell you, PHILO kind of prepares you for these days, no? You tell me. You tell me. I don't think any earnings preview. It's just Monday. This is crazy, bro. So again, how many? 500,000 people. So more and more people are steadily watching this, though. So this one is actually wild, bro. That's wild. Me, I don't know if Trump would do an interview with me. I'm not a big fish. You know what I'm saying? That's why I told some of y'all when I said I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump. You're like, the market makers pay Josh and Trump. I'm like, no, dude, I don't even think he knows who I am. They had to explain to homie how live streaming worked, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he had to do his thing. So, yeah, I think more people did watch the Roaring Kitty stream on YouTube. That's kind of nuts to think about. Oh, yeah, it was very authentic. I don't know. I liked it. I mean, I was already kind of biased just because the other side was so much bullshit, you know, but I did like hearing from Trump. Like I said, he cracked a couple of jokes, but he was more like, I don't know, just very, very him, but he wasn't like aggressive and just more refined. Like I said, I don't know. It's weird. I'm not really used to it as much, but it's good to see. But he's kind of annoying. Like he just really does not. He's kind of like Biden, bro. Like he straight up, where he kind of just like goes back and repeats the same thing, or then he'll like talk about the same, like, you know, and he'll just like, oh fuck, man. Like he is like that dude. Like if I went up to him and if you just said literally, it's like if you came up to me and like started talking like proverbs or like something, and then like I just like you say the right thing to me, bro, and like I just rant for like 20 minutes, bro. You know what I'm saying? And like he don't answer that. But neither does Biden. That's why I said like they're just some old people shit, bro. Well, I didn't say he has substance because like I don't think what he's talking about, like he's not off his rocker. Like Biden, like, yeah, we're gonna hook him, and then we're gonna get the rally and make sure your last show so you can get through the nasal strips, you know. But like Biden don't make any damn sense. He makes sense, but it's like, why are you talking about that?
We watching us. We hit over 1 million. We hit over 1 million.
We hit over 1 million.
You're gonna have a lot. Yeah. I hope you're gonna break your record by a lot, and I think you will for whatever reason.
Did he?
Get into that, but for whatever reason.
That's it. All right, you send a letter to Trump. Say, hey Donald, I've been to every rally. I love you so much. I wear the hat. Can you interview my favorite stock streamer, or let him interview you? Thanks.
Help Barron, you know, when it comes to, you know, we need you back in office, man. Let's hit this dance.
How about this song by Elvis?
Elvis? No, Don't a great song.
Are they heading out on an Elvis song?
You know what Dope was?
What?
He had the greatest songs of people that left him. Don't leave him.
Oh, you guys are still muted. I forgot. I was just playing through my speakers. She was like, look at him smile, bro. Look at him. They look like they're having so much fun. This is so weird. That's Aiden Ross. He's a very popular streamer. I think he's the owner of Kick. I don't know, some shit. But he's a big streamer already. It's kind of like he's friends with the Nelk Boys. You know, Donald's done that in the past. But that's who's interviewing. They're just like talking. They're listening to Elvis right now. He's a big investor in it, yeah. So, yeah, he's a big streamer. He's there with it. This is cool, though. It's very just, I don't know. A very different look at, like, a political interview. I guess we've seen Trump as our president in many things, but, like, this is like an IRL stream. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It is wholesome, but, like, also the style of it. This is very, like, it's very IRL, like it's just with Donald Trump. She's like, good, we're good here. But, you know, it's like a little bit organized, but are they out? Oh. All right. That looks cool, man. I like the rap.
Pretty good, huh? Where's the camera?
As I said, if y'all get me banned on YouTube, as I told you, that's what I'm going to do to my Cybertruck. I'm going to get another car and do that. Are they doing a TikTok?
About TikTok. Trump is going to keep TikTok going, whereas Biden, Paris, they have no idea what it means. And all it's going to do is be good for China the other way. It's no good. We're going to save TikTok. They want to destroy TikTok. So all of the people on TikTok, vote for Trump.
Vote for Trump.
MasterCard.
An amazing stream. W's in the chat.
Like SpongeBob.
Thank you, man.
Any last word? Live stream. End the stream.
I just want to make sure you break your record. If you don't break your record, I'm disappointed. I
think we broke it. Thank you, Mr. President. We can end that.
Great honor.
Oh, shit. My bad. Everything's lagging. All right. I think it's over. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, it's over. Wow, that's crazy. All right. Well, there it is. It ended on the last, like, all I see, the last image is fucking Donald Trump waddling, doing a TikTok. I don't know, man. That was weird. A lot has just happened here today. So we are back, Chattadonia. That was cool. I'm glad we watched it, man. Even then, the market really did not do much. Literally, we topped out after that German headline. I mean, even Trump snuck in a little. He said there's going to be an attack tomorrow or tonight. I was thinking Wednesday. That's the other headline we got. That's why I reacted to that. But man, that was very wild. The market barely moved. We're within where we were at the first 30 minutes. I mean, it's still an ugly day. Nasdaq down 3, Russell down 3, SPY down 2.5, Dow down 2.2. The bonds, I mean, they were red at one point, but they came back up. A couple of safe havens turned around, but like we said, like there's nothing, like there's literally nothing. Like you have no developments. It's all going to come down to what happens tomorrow or tonight with Japan, and then tomorrow morning. Again, we're getting through the data here, but that was we still have a lot in store for the market. I think that Trump thing kind of bought us some time, but we really haven't moved. And then this volatility, man, this was Black Monday. It may not close Black Monday, but again, if you guys don't realize too, like the last 3 days now, if we close right here, it's still an ugly day. That would be the worst drop since I want to say 1980-ish. Now to start off August, I don't think we've started off of August this bad. It's only been 5 days in August, and you are literally down by a pretty big amount. So yeah, no more stream. Back to the market clap. Well, it didn't do anything while he was talking. Bam, bam, bam. Is Palantir? Do they have earnings? I could do that for you. If they do have earnings, yeah. Sava puts. I don't know why. Again, the only headline I have with Sava is that the homie died. Their person on the board passed away, and then that's it. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, power hour, and again, volume is massive right now. So this is the most volume we've had in months, literally since April. So all of summer, this is the most active day, and literally you still have 30 more minutes till power hour. So we have a wild-ass day ahead. It's going to be the most volume of the year, I think, without a doubt. This has to be the most volume of the year. It was, 125 million, and we're already at 80? Yeah, I think we might do 160 million in volume. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Do I want to go live with the future governor of California and talk about the stock market? If it's the real governor, if this is some fake mixtape promotion, I'll be hella disappointed. You ready? You want to go with the number one new artist? I'm you can't all say that. That's not. This is okay. I'll buy this. I thought the CD was free. Why? No, man. Kevin Newscomb. What's up, son? I'm Kevin Newscomb. All right. Palantir is August 5th after the close. Yeah, I could do Palantir for you. If you guys are into that. I think a lot of you are. I mean, I don't think earnings matters anymore. Somebody just asked that. To be honest, yeah, I don't really think it matters. I think there's going to be the only thing so far, this morning, the only thing that got in the way of earnings, it was literally a buyout. That's the only thing that I think, and then NVIDIA earnings in a couple of weeks. I mean, it's still going to, I think it'll cause individual moves, but then, it's going to be harder to trade. Maybe that's a better way to put it. And I say that because it's going to be hard for a move to stick. So I think if you have a big earnings beat or miss, it'll move. But here, let me give you a easy example. Meta. So Meta is still holding a super elevated price on the year. But Meta is they had a good earnings and they held up. And but then again, they sold off two pretty big the last couple of days. So they're still really trading at the same price. That's why they'll have to go through. But yeah. Nvidia weird strikes. I have no idea. Okay. So Palantir. Someone said hymns as well. Man, I don't want to do earnings previews though today. It's Monday. I hate Monday earnings. You guys should know that. Let me see. I might do hymns as well. Yeah, they're today after close. You asked. Is that it? Those two? Do 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 do. Hymns. I'll be talking about Hims. Talking about hims. I think Uber, those are going to be either after hours or in the morning. That's always a good one. Palantir. All right, so I'll just go over these and then I'll price it in for you. Since last quarter, May 6th, Palantir is up by, let's get a better chart. Palantir is up by 6.7. S&P is up by 6.6. I think that's changed after the last couple days. Near-term options imply 13.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 15, gain of 31, gain of 20, and loss of 5. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 15 quarters with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 10 of the last 15. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 3 of the last 13 quarters. So if that preview's right, that's a lot. If it's pricing in 13%. And then Savas is hitting a 52-week high. Hi. Yeah, I don't know. Monday earnings usually never hit. The ones Tuesday pre-market are good usually. I don't like. But then again, I remember last time I said I don't like Monday earnings. I believe that they all specifically that they I think that they all disappeared. Sorry, I got distracted. I had to get him out of the way. But yeah, I think last time I said that they got clapped. Or there was like really big moves last time. And then I was like, man, maybe we should respect the Monday earnings. So we'll see. 6.4 plus 1.72, $3.36. 524, 14%. So good luck. That's a lot. That is a lot. So $6. But then again, I mean, it's moved double. At least in the last year, it's moved 30%. So if you think Palantir, I mean, it was already down 10% this morning. I mean, honestly, even with how the market's looking, in a weird way, I think with how the market's looking, though, if you like a company, I would just take it both ways if it has earnings, if that makes any sense. Barbell. Because then whatever happens, like if it really has a blowout on either side, like, again, shit already moved 10, 15% today. So add that with the earnings. But then I just think both ways, whether we get a rally or not. So not bad. Okay, next one is Hims. So Hims is up 88% since May 6th. S&P is up by 6.5. XLV is up by 6. Near-term options implied 20% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, gain of 31, gain of 11, and loss of 6. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 14 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 7 of the last 13 quarters, 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 4 of the last 10. Short interest is 13%. So I don't even think you could play this 2 standard deviations. If it's pricing in 20%, you're going to need low-key a 40% move. $405. It's a lot. 22%. Yeah. Next catalyst, further bad economic data in Japan tightening. Yeah, that's all it is. for a real big move, 100%. And then Fed speakers, I mean, don't underestimate if the Fed could kind of get it under control. Talk can go a long way in that land. But right now it does seem like we are sensitive to data. And then, I mean, the thing right now, all day today, and this is the thing, I think we just don't know if the genie is out of the bottle. I hope that makes sense. When it comes down to Japan, we don't know if the Japan genie is out of the bottle. That's it. We don't know if you really, did you finally start the unwind of this carry trade or not? Does that make sense? Because maybe this is just a little bit of a reaction. Maybe they could reel it back in. Maybe, whatever. Maybe this plays out not how we think, or is this the feedback loop and now it's like it doesn't even matter what the United States does or not. Does that make sense? I started it. I don't know if we started the Japan thing. I don't know what you're saying. You think it's out of the bottle? It might be. It might. I don't know. I think it's almost there. It seems like it is, but there's still like room. Like, what if Japan pivots? What if Japan walks things back? But that's kind of what we're waiting on, but we don't know yet. So it's like if it's separate, like look at Apple's dropping out. If this is separate and just all Japan, and Japan's the only one that could stop this, nothing else matters then. It doesn't matter what we get into, and then the data is only just going to add to it or not. But you mean to tell me there's a gigantic fundamental unwind in money and currency, and then you start getting a global sell-off? Nothing, like that's it. That's going to affect things. You'll probably get some deflation just like today. Then there you go. But we don't know if that's fully the case right now. Again, even then, as we're having this talk, everybody in the world, a good majority, wants to even blame it on what happened last week with the jobs. So who knows? But I think the genie is out of the bottle, but I also think you could kind of contain that perception for a couple of weeks. And then again, it doesn't hurt to confirm it and get evidence. Pivot to what? They could pivot to stopping. I mean, if anybody knows the history of Japan, it's not uncommon, I would say, if Japan breaks something and then says, no, never mind. It's just like America. Like, we could do anything where we're like, oh, never mind. Okay, we'll stop. We won't. We don't want to. Never mind about, okay, we'll buy the bonds again. Never mind. Instead of the whole, like, yeah, no, we'll actually buy it. Like, we didn't mean that. Like, it's okay. My bad. But, yeah. Or like, oh, we're going to slow things down. So, if they go back to that slow pace, they could calm people down and everything else. Well, Apple's starting to move. And honestly, I mean, I think I grab Apple puts, Swiss franc today, and oil. And I think that's it. You have to that's the problem. If you think we're going to bounce or die right now, unfortunately, you're probably going to have to make your play today for what happens tomorrow. Because intraday, that's just data burn and hard unless you just bought the dip on the right direction. But keep that in mind, whatever you want to play. I mean, you are going to kind of need to keep this in mind for what's going to happen tomorrow. I got Apple put just because they're up the most. I think Apple is up on buybacks. This is still insanity. You mean to tell me the world just collapsed? You tell me, like, Japan, like Nasdaq almost given up all of its gains on the year. Japan already did that. And Apple is up $40 on the quarter. Like, that's crazy. That's 20% still. So that's why and then I just wanted, if any volatility picked up, these would have downside. So I don't think that play will hit, but I think Apple has a lot of meat on the bone, and then if it gets hyped up, we could just flip out of those and make them free. But take notice, bond in inverse with the market right now. So bonds, this is the highest they've been here in a minute. They're slowly climbing. Again, these went negative on the day at one point. they did 110 buyback and Buffett sold 80. Yeah, they probably just bought Buffett shit and then a little bit more that was out there. But that's the thing. Ever since I remember I told you guys that one day I was like the Apple Intelligence, I thought it was a dud. I thought it was really, really bad, and it was, and it sold off, and then all of a sudden their buybacks turned on, and then the thing went crazy. I think Apple is heavily overly inflated. I mean, it's good. And then again, even with the Buffett news, like Apple is holding up suspiciously well. But then again, 5% after even a week like last week. It's pretty bad. Kramer just said we aren't done selling off. The bottom is in. Uh-oh. Well, all right, maybe. Buy the dip. I think you just got to be mindful of the bounces, because I think when they do bounce, it's going to be quite vicious. And then you're still going to be prone to flipping and having, again, we've broken the threshold of these like 2-3% down days. All right, man. We're kind of working our way down. See if any of the watch the yen too. You could have bought bonds and yen today. You had a discount. Yen is still cheaper than the peak. So very interesting. You had a moment, but again, it's a lot of uncertainty. You still just have to make up your mind. And then actually what we dumped since there, I see 2 rockets fired at Iraqi El Assad Air Base, which houses U.S. forces, security sources. I don't know if that's active right now. Oh, you got that too? Yeah, I see that. So there's another headline on rockets in Iraq. So again, I think the Iran news is bigger. Iran retaliation, that's the thing everyone's worried about. And then Google loses Department of Trust antitrust suit over search. That's coming out right now. So that's why I was already dumping. I had it up here, but there's a headline to back that. So Google loses DOJ suit. It's like last October, but it's also like December 2022. Again, because that's the last time we reacted to Japan and then the bonds and then everything else. And then the problem is too, like this is all correlating with the Japan stuff and then even a move on the yield curve and a lot of other things. The Iran retaliation will be significant. I mean, last time it wasn't, but I feel it all depends on what they do and how intense it is and if it draws anybody in. Feels like the Greece bankruptcy, kind of, huh? I remember that. People did freak out, and it was right off of like 2015 and 16. It felt bad, but then it quickly faded. But it lasted like a week. That's a good example. But that's, again, going back to the yen, we don't know if the yen stuff is like out of the bottle, though. That's the thing. If the yen gets out of hand and Japan, like that's a very fucked up feedback loop with a lot of money behind it. And on top of it, a lot of people are trapped right now. From the shorts on the yen to even anybody on any sort of equity, both, Japanese or US right now. And even damn Bitcoin. That's where I'm like, okay, that's where I think this gets even crazier. Yeah, Google News is that they lose DOJ antitrust suit. So it was already dropping a little bit ahead of that, but now it's kind of picking up. You could play the yen with /6J is the future, or YCL or FXY. YCL is like the levered version. FXY is like attached to the value of the yen. TLT. Well, TLT did a lot. Did a lot today. But the bonds are not, they're really calm. If you go look at how the yen hit 3, even the yen's up 1.9 right now, and you only look at, like, we uninverted in the morning, and then we came back down, but it's kind of nuts that we're, it's kind of nuts where we're at right now because the bonds barely moved. But the bonds only have a little bit of wiggle room. Again, 3.5 on the 10-year. I strongly suggest you don't forget that because that's where people think will bottom out. So bonds 10 years shouldn't go below 3.5 without a real rate cut. If they do, then that's amazing. But remember, anything 3.5 and below, like we start talking hard landing, essentially. So if you hold 3.5, you're still in the realm of soft landing. But if this starts plummeting below 3.5 on the 10-year, then we're going to be talking about hard landing real soon. I got Apple and Google. Again, Google had DOJ news. They dropped 5. Again, everything's down like 4 or 5. It feels weird considering it's like you move so big today, the smallest moves. Like it looks small on the chart, but it's kind of up there. No long-term ads for August. We just got our deposit a couple days ago, but I'm definitely going to sit on it depending on how things play out, but I'm cool with waiting. Last pitch purchase, though, was Nike a little bit ago, about a month ago. Well, I don't know if I'll touch Intel. And then where's NVIDIA? Bro, NVIDIA is at 91 this morning. NVIDIA is down 12%. ISM is enough to keep sentiment until Powell? Oh, fuck no. No. Dude, every day is going to be Japanese roulette. I don't know if that's different than Russian roulette. But from now until any major U.S. data, you're going to be spinning the chamber every single night with Japan. And then that's it. That's the way I'm looking at it. So if they do good, we're going to woo! You're going to rally. You wake up and Japan is bad, you're screwed. And it's going to be like that until we get, decent data. That's my opinion. That's my take on it. Green candles a little bit and the bonds chilled out. The Nikkei futures. Are they open right now? I guess so. Still those down 4. These are, again, this looks actually just like today. Things were down a lot more. But this is what I was saying, bro. They gave up their whole entire year in 3 days. I guess they have been dumping for before, but nah, this is starting to look like, instead of China flash crash, this looks like Japan. So see, it's going to have a bounce though, but then if it flushes one more time, we're done. No, I'm not shorting anything. I've only made money by buying stuff. So we bought the yen and the bonds, and I've been flipping those. And then I bought shit today I lost on, the Swiss franc. Google loses antitrust. Judge finds Google violated antitrust law. My additions for the long term. Check out the video in the description, but we just add every month. I have an automatic deposit, and then, depending on where other names I bought are at, and even the market too, I just chill for a little bit, and then I add to stuff as I try to go. I have had a goal this year of growing the dividends, but it's super simple. People ran your local Wells Fargo this morning. They refused to open the vault. They ran out of money by 11 in North Houston. That's interesting. I've not heard about bank runs. So I've yet to hear, is that the next? That would be insane. If we had a social media inspired bank run, then we're really fucked. But there's no way. Is that Schwab runs maybe? I don't know. Do you have any more evidence on that? Email me. Yeah, but this ain't no bank run. That'd be crazy. That's why we couldn't log in. But I don't even think banks are doing that bad. This, if anything, this is helping the banks. Because although, I mean, they probably are holding some Japanese shit, but actually XLF has gotten murdered. But they should benefit off the rate cuts. Like, look at this drop. Looks just like the fucking banking crisis, though. That's the craziest part about this. What rate cuts? Well, because although I think banks would lose from a slowing down of the consumer, just remember a lot of these banks, they hold a lot of money that is underwater with their bonds. So if they could get rate cuts, that would ease up a lot for them. It's bad news for Japan. They get good data, it gives UEDA more room to raise. Yeah, no, that's the problem with Japan. So good data is bad for Japan because then if it is good data, they could raise more. But that's the problem with this latest meeting. This is why I could confidently say Japan kind of got out of its way to clap shit. If you really think about it. Why do I say that? Because Japan's data wasn't even good and UEDA still raised rates. This is like Japan's, this is a perfect example. It was like Japan's Jackson Hole moment. We remember when Powell came out and was super hawkish for no damn reason at Jackson Hole and then clapped everything? That's exactly what UEDA did the other day. That started all of this. Because the data did not warrant the level of hiking that he did, and he did it anyways. He pretty much, he didn't say there'll be pain, but he just brought out the pain. Powell said that, but this UEDA just out of nowhere. But that's because you're asking about the data, and you're like, okay, can we follow Japan and see, what happens with the data to, know what we're doing? It's like, yeah, but at this point, the scary part, this is why people are getting nervous, is that UEDA seems like regardless of how the data looks, he is going to start raising rates regardless. And that's what you should be worried about. Because then it doesn't matter if he's just on a plan to raise rates, then the data doesn't even matter, and it's going to be hawkish, and this unwind will keep happening. Well, Power Hour is in 1 minute. 1 minute. Not the official 1 minute though, I wonder what banks are getting clobbered. Because XLF looks hideous. But dude, everything. I'm sure KRE's right, but XLF looks hideous. Like even when you look at it, KRE's actually looks better than XLF. Who would have thunk it? But KRE never recovered. Will the stock market just keep crashing for years? No. That's what I was talking about today. Like even like the whole recession things. is just it comes down to what's it called? Like it's not about like recessions aren't like a breakup where you never talk to the market again. It's just usually they last anywhere from like 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. If it's really long and things are really bad, it could go, multiple years. But usually, when we look at the types of rate cuts and what happens to the market and the types of recessions, they last for a couple of months and then things go back to normal. So that's how I'm like, that's why you don't really have to be too worried. Will there be pain? Yeah, but when it's all said and done, as long as it doesn't hit Main Street, you're even more better off, but it lasts for a little bit and then turns around. But it's never anything like permanent for long, multiple decades and eras where for years and years. But, there could be a lot of pain though. Like you could drop, maybe Japan, the pain only lasts for like 6 months, 9 months, but we could go down like 50% or something. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it's not like instead of selling off for multiple years, I think you could probably make a multiple years worth of a move in a couple of months, and then it's over, and then you go back to normal. Or going back to a recovery mode, an expansion after your contraction. Power hour is here, my friends. Good luck. You were here within what, like 15 minutes? Yeah, 15 minutes after the bell. You were here. Nasdaq's down almost 4% now, still huge. SPY 3, Dow down 269, Russell down 37. The flip, no, I didn't play it. I don't know. I want to get the bonds a little cheaper. I like the plays I made today. Again, I've been nibbling at all of these moves as it happens. But I think if the yen can make a pullback or we get another crazy Japanese move, I'd go with yen, but I'm going to be writing out my Swiss franc and then oil and then the Apple as far as equities are concerned. Hearing Biden is in the Situation Room. Is that like a serious headline or did he have to like use the restroom? I don't know. Because again, there's those comments about on Wednesday, a Wednesday attack with Iran, and then Trump said something about Tuesday, tomorrow. So, but that's the only other thing lurking around the corner. That's the funny part because we know it's there, and we're playing that weird volatility with it, but nothing's happened. That's why I'm like, this is all off of whatever happened over the weekend, which literally was 1 day of trading there. What's it called? 1 day of trading from Japan session at night. I do though, baby. It is Najee's birthday. Shout out Oscar again. I got you on the question. I hope that was a good answer, man. It's exciting stuff though. Exciting stuff. Trump also said Young Thug is being treated unfairly. Politics at its best. Amen, bro. Amen. Uber, yeah. I mean, Uber has moved a lot. Here, you could cover your covered calls, too. Because after a drop like today, your covered calls have been all... Dude, Uber's back to 57. This is kind of like a mini crash already for some of these names. I feel like that's, down almost 50% from the high? The Apple play, I'd make it free if you can right away. So it's right around what we paid for it right now on the ask. It's the same price when I bought it in the morning, which is crazy. So, but I'd make it free. If you're a greedy bastard, you fucking hold that shit, and then you'll make a lot more. Because again, that MO play that we hit, if you held that beginning to end, it's a ridiculous gain. If you get big contracts on these cheap ones, and there's actually a big move, you could make a killing. So it just depends on your risk tolerance. I do think there's going to be a lot of effery. And don't get your hopes up. Because, like, if you think Like, you get excited. You're like, oh, I'm going to watch this stream again. Woo! It's like, dude, this could take a whole month to develop here with, like, literally with the back and forth. So that's what I'm saying. Make it free. Could eliminate some of that timing risk, and then you're good to go. What Japan could do to reverse the move? Honestly, going slower and tightening it up. That's it. So if they kept like going at like a snail pace, that probably could have done the trick. So if they kept moving at like 0.5, 0.1 basis points instead of a quarter, and then instead of raising and then cutting off bond purchases at the same time, if they like inched their way through it, I think they could have avoided this because it was working, but then homeboy just like, he just floored it and then the car spun out. That's the best way. That's the only way I could describe it because they were already doing it. The thing that set Japan off, it's not like it's new. It's been happening for the last like couple of months here. It was working. It was just small. He was just easing on the throttle. And then all of a sudden, this last meeting, he didn't look at the rain, at the weather conditions. He didn't look at the road. All he did was just slam on the throttle and was like, all right, fuck it. We're going to just raise the rates by a quarter and we're going to stop bond purchases. Go. And then that's it. And then Powell's like, yeah, I think it's time to cut. And then our data starts to collapse a little bit. And then here we are. All these Fed guys talk. Yeah. Well, no, they talked this morning, but it's just not working. I said it on the watch list yesterday. The job of the Fed this whole week is going to be talking the markets off of the ledge, saying it's only one data set. We already anticipated this, yibbity yabbity boo. But it's, again, I think the market's worried about it, but underneath the surface, this Japan stuff is also upsetting everything else too. The Democrats are trying to justify it. Well, yeah. I mean, listen, I told you I'm voting for Trump, but like, if anybody blames this on Donald Trump or Kamala, like, you know they're dumb right away. You don't have that's the beauty of it all. Because this has nothing to do with Trump or Kamala. Maybe some of their nonsense fed into this weeks in advance, you know? But when it's all said and done, today was just all it was the Japan stuff. And then at the very least, a response to the data of last week and being behind the curve. This is, and the rate cuts, that's more of what it is. But no, it's not Biden. It's not Kamala. It's not Trump. That's just a cop-out. And then again, if you just want to make everything that much more political. He said, I'm only blaming Schwab. Because I'm locked out. They won't let me trade. They won't let me trade. No, they won't let me trade. Steady trying to find a motive. I can't trade every morning. The market's getting clapped, but my brokerage won't work no more. The stocks are trading. The puts are paying. I tried to sell them. And then I got locked out because I got locked out. They won't let me trade. They won't let me trade. No, they won't let me trade. Oh, say, man. I feel, bro. It happens, man. I'm trying to find the stream. Nah, man, you find my stream. I learned a lot today, too. Y'all been hoeing me this whole time? Because that's it. That market fucking crashed. I had 8,000 people in here. Y'all just really, tell me how y'all really feel, huh? That's good. That's good to know then. That's good to know. But y'all, ain't no hesitation, huh? Yeah. You love me? I hope so, man. I hope so. Some of y'all there, though. What's up, man? They know when it's nonsense, they don't need me. Volatility, like, what's up, man? How's your day been? I hope you're having a good day. That's it. Everybody nice as hell, too. But it's good, man. I hope. I've been nonstop. I wouldn't shut up about the yen, so I hope you guys, and again, very timely videos. So that's what sucks, because I hope I hooked you up today, but low key, if you were just watching the watch list in advance, you got to jump, baby. Visitation, come up. I'm locked out. They won't let me trade on. Caleb. Nobody asked about selling the long term. I think more people are a little bit more. They're more confident because they've been through it, but give it another leg down, and then we'll see. But yeah, long term got a little haircut in the last 2 days. Word of the day is new scum, I feel. I don't know if the yen is done unraveling. We don't know anything. Even then, look today, man, we're dying in the morning, cash open, popped up for 15 minutes, and like you're right there. That's exactly where you are right here, right now. And we haven't, and then again, people are like, oh, it's going to bounce. Like, because at one point, the Nasdaq was only down 1% today. And then now it's back down to 4%. So it's very, very hard to see. We don't have much data. And then, like I said, it's going to be Russian roulette every night with Japan to see what happens. In my life. You need, I got you, bro. You're in med school, though. That's hype. That's good, man. Graduate. Do good. And get the long term the whole time. You'll be good to go. But y'all better have got the long term, though, no matter what. And that's the beauty. I mean, some names, I feel like you're going to be able to really snag them for cheap now. So, but then again, I think we need a little bit more of a decline. It's crazy, though. A lot of air got taken out of this market. Yeah, bro. Holy shit. Ulta's back to 2020 prices now? Whoa. That's crazy. Do you like Meta? Oh, I mean, I last bought Meta at $93, so sadly, that's going to be a starting point. I wouldn't really buy. I don't like buying these things that are high. These last couple of days are reasons why. We haven't had, this is the first time we've had this in like almost a year, and then it's been bigger than anything. But, you know, like 2022, that showed you a lot. Same thing with 2023. But like, I don't like buying these. This market is just hella fake. So like, you don't want to buy way too high because that way too high of a price isn't necessarily real unless you're taking profits. So, because it's just not. So for the long term, like, I don't like positioning very high on these names when I'm like, dude, if it was just trading at substantially lower, I'll be patient till it gets there. And again, that's what happened with like when we first bought Meta. So it was good. Yeah, Ulta and I mean, they're kind of similar. And then the yen's climbing back up too. For those of you interested, and then oil went up a decent amount. Even my my Swiss franc play is coming back a little bit. So again, like low key, expensive in the morning, cheaper middle of the day, and then expensive again as everybody finalizes everything. And then meanwhile, all of the volume is mad elevated. We have 45 minutes left. You are at 97 million. All right. We'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. Yeah, no, actually though, I finally posted on Instagram, and y'all actually showed some love today too. So what's up? At the Trading Fraternity. I'll see you in a little bit.
To neutral. But it's not going to happen all at once unless there's a real shift in the paradigm of the news. And the fact that the stock market fell today convinced some equity investors there was a shift in the paradigm. But when you look at the reaction in the bond market, for example, you don't see that. So I think this is going to be just a waiting game for equity market investors. The Fed isn't going to be anxious to come out and reassure people because they don't want to give a lot of credence to this. Jay Powell's not till the 23rd. So we probably won't see a whole lot this month until, except for the things like retail sales numbers that might give us some clues. But beyond that, it's going to be a waiting game during August.
So, Liz, it feels like most of the panic was during overseas trading hours. In Japan, in Europe, you had the unwind of the yen carry trade based on the Bank of Japan's action last week. And when U.S. trading hours began, a little bit of calm seemed to have returned. Is that the way to think about it here?
Well, I kind of think the calm didn't really return until the ISM data came out. You know,
in a holding pattern until then.
Yes, I mean, kind of in a holding pattern. But I think you're right. The carry unwind just escalated everything. And even I was thinking about Fed Goolsby's comments. Like I think not today, but the other day he spoke and he said, to your point of they were pricing so many cuts before, he said, hey, remember the market was pricing in like 7 cuts at the start of the year, like kind of we were calm, and that didn't pan out. So I think they have to look through that. But I think the bond market took a little reprieve. We also have a bunch of supply coming this week. The refunding supply, which is a lot of paper, 3s, 10s, and 30s coming. So with the data kind of giving them a little bit of a chance to stop, now you have to figure out we have to take down this supply. And the only real key data, I mean, not to minimize any of the other ones, but nothing major besides unemployment claims on Thursday. So today's Monday. We have there's going to be a lot of waiting. And I would say that, we have a lot of time until September. But, if the data turns, the Fed, Craig Torres in D.C. always says the Fed will do whatever they need to do. So if by then they need to go more, they will. But for now, they're not going to panic.
We haven't gotten to that point yet, in other words. Liz, really appreciate your joining us on set here, along with Michael McKee, Liz McCormick, and Michael McKee on the Fed and what it does next. Now, coming up, shares of Kellanova rising to intraday highs not seen in more than 35 years, as the snack company that was spun off from Kellogg's is now potentially in play. More analysis to come in Top Calls next. This is The Close.
Alrighty. Snow new all-time. Oh, I thought you said all-time high. I was like, what the hell is hitting an all-time high today? Wasn't crowd in the green? Inflation is transitory. Well, today was our last couple days, man. This is our first little bout at what's it called? At deflation. So this is the exact opposite. It's deflation when gold went down. Even at one point, bonds were starting to go down. It's interesting. There is those big bond auctions. I was saying I don't think bond auctions are going to matter, but maybe it moves around the yields. But I feel like it should be easy to sell bonds in this environment. TikTok says appeals court should reject U.S. Justice Department secret filings and divestiture law challenge. TTD is green too. What do we have? So, first little glimpse at reality, yeah. I mean, it's weird because it's an election year. It shouldn't be this bad. But, again, that Japan thing is a little wild. Literally, not one name is green on the Dow. So, Dow has even been that best performer, but not one name is green all day. 11 names up on the Nasdaq, 90 in the red. And then SPY, 19 names green, 484 red. AMD puts, I mean, I see the idea because it's the only name that's green. So, yeah, I mean, not the worst idea. Weren't they down? They might be having some earnings premium. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like AMD puts might actually. What the hell? I just don't know the time. I feel like that's how you'll really get robbed. That's crazy. But then the puts are jacked up too still. No, they're scamming you on everything. That's crazy. So that's what you guys got to watch out for. Everything is still kind of a scam in a weird way. Make sure that you look at the value of your options before buying them. I don't think earnings are going to matter as much. I think you should, if you really like any play it both ways, because this is an environment where it could really move a ton. But I think the broader macro data is going to have more weighting on there now that we've got the mega caps out of the way. By scam, are you talking about elevated IV? I'm talking about, like, even if it like looks like an outperformer or green, your puts are heavily elevated. You're paying a lot of money for downside protection, but even though you've sold off, if like you're buying on a 2% up day, those calls still have like premium. So they're still like calls on AMD are like almost going for the same price as when the stock was $20 higher 5 days ago or whatever. That's like ridiculous. So it's still expensive. Just look at your break evens. But like I said, play both ways if you really like it. Is the VIX versus UVXY the same thing? No, the VIX is VIX is like SPX, UVXY is like the SPY. But UVXY is a little different than that. But UVXY is essentially the ETF of the VIX. Apparently, Biden said he would drop all sanctions if Iran didn't attack Israel. That's crazy. Who are you getting this from? Because that's wild. But I think we might have to wait till Wednesday. That's insane, yeah. That's big. Wait, is Biden still the president? Or I'm still confused even. Oil pop. Yeah, we got the oil play. That's done actually really good. For now. The Apple play, they're small premium though. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Bad. I wish the premium would move a little harder on that. Dropping sanctions. I don't think. What was that about dropping sanctions? I don't know. I don't see anything on it, but I don't. That's an extreme thing that we would be doing. I don't think we would ever drop sanctions just for them not to attack Israel. But then it makes sense because maybe this is about to be really bad. People don't want the Middle East to get thrown in attention. I mean, especially ahead of a war, but to go back on all of our sanctions against Iran, I mean, that goes back as far as like 1979, and people get mad. I don't know. There's a lot of interest groups and other people who are very anti-Iran, and then some are for it. But yeah. Elf is on the high? What the hell is this? Yo, why is Elf even in the green? Was that selling off earlier? If true, the scale of the attack must be insane. Well, yeah, I mean, again, they kind of Israel went hard the last couple of days, bro. I mean, imagine the reaction when Donald Trump killed Soleimani and then Israel knocked out like 2 or 3 leaders in a weekend. And then there was there was the attacks and then the hospitals. There was just a lot of shit going on, and then the Lebanon thing, and then it's still like it's been very, very escalated as of late. But then again, does everybody want war? That's the real question, because that's what it means. Because remember, but we did this again a couple months ago, and remember everybody was scared of what Iran was going to do. Then they fired a bunch of rockets, and then Israel said like one of them hit, and then that was it. And then they moved on. And then here we are. Nvidia. Apple came up a little bit again. Elf, a couple other names are moving up. It's wild. Various times throughout the day, the high ticker will just pop off. Dude, Tesla's at 180 in the morning. Everything this morning. The prices were really low. That's what sucks. We hit such a low level. Like the range is wicked from where you're at now to where you started from. That's already a gigantic ass move. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Apple's earnings, I thought it was good. I thought they were decent, but I think Apple is up a lot. That's what I'm saying. And now with Buffett out and then everybody kind of going towards crash mode, let's see if Japan unwinds. But I think Apple is an easy target if things really get volatile. Pretty much if the genie is out of the bottle with the yen, I think Apple is probably going to drop the most. If not Nvidia, if you really confirm an AI bubble popping. But for now, Apple is there's a lot of meat on the bone with that one. And I think, again, a lot of it was their buybacks. I mean, we might close. I think we could bounce back up here, as crazy as that sounds. I would not be surprised. One of these days, we're going to have a gigantic bounce. But that's the problem. We're going to do a lot of bounces back and forth, and then one of them, you'll either never touch that low or that high ever again, and then that's it. So that's why I said I'm expecting this move is not done after today. This is going to take a lot of time. I think it's going to be something we'll probably see develop over the month. What time? We have 30 minutes, 32 minutes left in the day. Yeah, oil. Again, I don't know why oil was that cheap. I did it. Maybe I should have went bigger. I only started with 1 MCL. But literally, oil did climb from that low, but we're going to find out what happens. This was a big day, man, so I don't know how you feel, but I hope all of you realize the magnitude of today. It's insanity. Again, you haven't had a day. It's calmed down dramatically. This is kind of like those COVID days where it would be insane in the morning and then chill out, but like there's still like a lot on the table for tomorrow. This is just, again, the VIX opened at 55. It was at 69 pre-market. You almost had a limit down today, and like we haven't had anything like this in a while. So, yeah, I hope you all do know the magnitude of what you have dealt with here, and there's still a lot more. It was. I think the VIX hit 69, bro. Turn around Tuesday, inshallah, Habibi, inshallah. But if not, we're screwed. I'd watch. You could watch NKD, watch/NKD tonight. And that will tell you a lot. But again, I mean, you waited, kind of needs to come up with something to calm everybody down. But usually after 3 days of this, after day 3, this should be it for a little bit, and then we go from there. The ZQ. Yeah, it's super weird because everybody's rate cut odds chilled out from the morning, but like, you know what? It looks like the VIX, low key. Intrigue Apple. Yeah, I just answered that, homeboy. I think you asked me and then muted it. No, I don't think it's too late for bond plays. It's just a matter of your risk tolerance, and then you could go for them on any of the dips. Anyone trading the VIX? Somebody in the chat said they were, and then somebody just asked about VIX versus UVXY. The Bank of Japan might step in soon, yeah, but then that's the thing. Are all of these central bankers, what are they saying to the world, right? So if you do step in at the first sign of them, do you care about the policy and the plan, or do you care about the financial markets? You see, that's what even Goolsby and the Fed, they're trying to be like, oh, well, we don't care about the markets, but, we have a plan. But then again, it's like when things get bad, are you going to step in? Why are bonds not going up much with rate cut odds going up? They have. That's the thing. This has been 5-6 days of bonds rocketing up here. So I just think you're kind of near the tippy top, and at this point, we need more. But it was like that. And remember, rate cut odds are different than longer term. So there's been many different expectations from what's going to happen in the next couple of months and then how that plays out in the next couple of years. You think he'll call her Crash Kamala if the market tanks? He might, but I don't know. It's kind of, I think it's very foolish to blame this on politics. Both blaming Trump or Kamala is wild, because I just think it's Japan and everybody getting too comfortable with no landing and then that backfiring after the media lied to you. Expected move for earnings, just take the at-the-money straddle price. I have a tutorial in the description, how to price in options. That will explain everything. We do have 27 minutes remaining. How could a quarter point, are you talking about America or Japan? ASML on the high. Hey, man, anything on the high? JD. Like I said, I think China names might have a better shot. I think they might benefit off of the feedback loop with Japan. I think market will continue. I think it's possible. I think we also have a bounce. Like I said, I think it's going to be a mix of bouncing. I think we'll have one more big bounce and then one more big flush, and then we'll decide whether it's policy leading us or not. But if it's not, it's kind of more about I'd be taking this week by week instead of day by day. Ether, that one's on the high. GME on the high. Wow. Drop this much if there's no volume. Computers. Honestly, dude, a lot of it's hella scammy. Today was like, it's wild because I don't think people want to freak out, but it's just freaking out from what happened there overseas. But a lot of shady ass moves today, unfortunately. From getting locked out of accounts to just, again, these are, dude, 6% on, again, last time we saw 6%, the world was like ending. I don't know how to describe it. Any other time I have seen a move of this scale, there was already a problem. I don't think y'all feel me. So like 2020, there was the whole economy shutting down. 2019, the overnight funding rate spiked up to like 15%. That's why the market was down 5-6%. So like, and then any other time, 2013, European crisis, European debt crisis. Again, the Greece 2017, flash crash with China. China was already collapsing. That was the only thing. But it's like you don't wake up 6% without something already happening. But then in this case, nothing has really happened except for the data turning a little bit. And then again, Japan's market losing all of it in 3 days. Nasdaq was down 1,000 points by this morning. Never happened in history. Isn't this how Leave the World? Did they have the yield curve and Leave the World behind? No, so it's fascinating. That's why I'm like, this move, wherever we go from here, is gonna be wild. Took the car to the front. A lot of first times in history. I saw a meme like that. I'll post it. It's hilarious. It was like my parents when they were 30, let's buy a house. Me when I'm 30, another chapter in Revelations has occurred. Oh man. Lord willing, we make it. Yeah, man. I mean, there's going to be a lot of opportunity out there. And I think some of you already got good bond plays. Some of y'all hit these yen and all that. We got the Fed futures. So think about it. We were in the September rate cut play. So anytime they are saying that rate cut odds are going lower, we've been able to profit. That even pulled back from the morning too. So yeah, man, stay up to date with the watch list. But then again, I don't think so. I think no more plays. I don't want to have y'all go crazy. So watch the watch list or get your ass some stream alerts. Other than that, yeah, I'm gonna leave it to y'all while the volatility is nuts. I'll post the plays again once the volatility subsides. The ZQ, I would just go back to the other ones. So I think we made that the day after Powell on the ZQ. And then there's another video I posted last week or like 2 weeks ago. And it was called How to Read Bond Futures Live. And that incorporated the ZQ. So ZQ, I made that on, so October 1st was when we made, or literally July 31st. But it'll be on that one or August 1st watch list. Stream Alerts is first link in the description. The Bank of Japan has not said anything yet. No. So that's the thing. If that right there could end all of this, and it can make it worse. So if Bank of Japan and Ueda double down, things get worse. But if homie comes out and is like, oh, people are being too dramatic, we're not going to be that aggressive, and he starts talking dovish, then you could recover a lot. And then in that case, I would buy the Nikkei and short the yen. I'll stay around for a little bit if Palantir comes out. We already went over the preview. Here's the preview. Oh, this is for HIMS too. I'll give you 5 seconds to screenshot these. 4, 3, 2, 1. /NKD is for the Nikkei. Rolanando says it's called the Nikkei. Nikkei. I fumble it around a little bit. Depends how cute I'm feeling. I mean, we might go crazy. Maybe we calm down too. That's word to Japan. Lucid after 1. There's a lot of names today, but I don't even like the Monday earnings. You still got a lot. There's like at least 100 names reporting, I think, this week, but they're going to be a smaller size than your other ones, and then, yeah, just a lot more different in scope after all of this data and Japan unwind. Kramer tweet confirms bottom. I know he said we're going to go lower. It is kind of scary. QQQ only up 7.5 year to date. It's great, bro. Go look at any chart year to date, especially around the world. It's kind of nuts because we literally spent 8 months just melting up, and you have to hear everybody for 3/4 of the year tell you about a no landing, soft landing, and then within days you just give it all up. You have friends never talk about the market saying it's going to crash. It did capture a lot of people's attention out of nowhere in the last couple of days. But again, Japan is the one going crazy. There is going to be a watch. There's going to be a bounce, and then everyone's going to be like, haha, it's fine. And then I think we're going to get the real event. But for now, this is still one for the history books. I think this was a wake-up call. You can't really forget. We thought that's what happened the other day, but nah, this one was wicked, dude. Yeah, no, for real. Even if you did take profit, like if you took profits in like May and June, this still hooks you up. It all depends where you go from here. But yeah, no, you're giving up a lot. And there's your bonds again. Those are creeping up here. Got 15 minutes left in the day. I did grab an Apple put, yeah. But you got to wait till the watch list. We'll cover all the plays. Oil stocks, I just trade USO. I'd go with the futures, or I would only trade the spot price. I don't really like the oil companies as much. Is there no volatility to the upside? No, there is. Sometimes when the market rips, the VIX will go up. Didn't that happen in like 2022 or 2021? But yeah, no, that happens. You would be surprised. And then sometimes the puts will go up too. I don't know, man. High ticker is still moving, but seems like we are looking a little bit lower. It's melting. So again, NKD, that's the Nikkei. Nikkei. And then we're at 5170. This is kind of low. That's kind of crazy, man. But it's still 50 points higher than the low of the more. It's wild how much we have moved. Again, Nasdaq at 3.8. All right, man. And then oil's looking good. The moving margin is a good one, man. It's a good one. The Watchlist is youtube.com/the trading fraternity. Second link in the description. It's a good one. It's a good one. Tomorrow predictions. I'll go over it on the watch list. I think there's a lot, but my prediction, it's not that good. And if you're looking for an up or down and something to circle jerk, I don't have that for you, but I do think I have a good outlook for the rest of the month. And you're going to have to kind of look for the signals and signs, and it all just really depends on how we wake up. Maybe we do a live watch list. I don't know. Maybe we do live watch list this whole week until the market bounces. I didn't even think about that. Because then we could go live while Japan and everything else is open. Oh, big fan, big fan. All right, well, be subscribed. Let me see. Maybe we do. Maybe we'll punt till like 6 p.m. tonight. Let me see. When does Japan open? I think it's around 6 p.m. our time. So 9 a.m. Yeah, 5 p.m. Nice. So we'll see. Maybe I'll go live at 6. Blast reported in central Iran, Bloomberg. I don't see that one yet. But see if anything starts moving. And then literally we have 10-minute rigged, like literally right now. That's actually crazy. Yeah, I don't see that yet, so be careful. I don't see any Bloomberg report. I think they would, if it was big, they would put that under breaking. Red Sea chatter. Oh, wow. Hi. 10-minute rigged. You got a popper. TLT just popped. I think everything just got a pop here at 10-minute rigged. Apple, Microsoft, high ticker got a little bit more of an advance. And then SPY just gave up or popped up to where it was in the last couple of minutes there. All righty. Don't forget, there's earnings, Palantir, Hims, Uber. 2 of them are after hours. There's oil. Oil is taking off. Again, that headline, I don't see it as breaking, but oil's going crazy right now. Maybe we should have gone bigger on the oil. But that one's working for now. Mini blast in Middle East. Oil's just getting volume. It's weird, though, because oil should have closed and settled. Watch rate cut odds, too, and then, again, keep an eye out for bonds. And then tonight we'll see wherever Japan takes us. No, Japan, nothing. We just want to see what they do. So that's why I was like, I'll go live, but it's kind of crazy because I think they have Japanese, it's their Fed minutes, but like low key, that shouldn't even do much, but everybody is, getting ready for it. Well, I'm setting up the live stream for tonight. Today's August. We'll do it at 6 p.m. So Japan will be open for like an hour. And then we'll see where it takes us. Oh, was that actually info or phase 3 results? Or were you... I didn't know if you were pumping it. It just looked hella spammy and ugly. But yeah, I don't know. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Oh, shit. Well, Chattadonia. Only 5 minutes remaining. Oh, my goodness. How do you feel? How do you feel right now? Yeah, 6 p.m. Cali time. So it'll be a little bit later there for the East Coast, guys. But youtube.com/thetradingfraternity. It'll take you there when I'm done with this stream. That's the good part. But yeah, we are about to wrap it up here. So we didn't, I don't know if we do it again today. Maybe we don't land. Instead of landing, we might crash. But I think we should land it here for a Monday. So just here to let you know, I love and appreciate you. I hope you guys had a good day. I hope you got all the info.
while the market is dying and people are worried and scared, we have your back, baby, with all of the live news. So I hope you enjoyed it. And for those, man, if you didn't get banned, you didn't get timed out, you were actually part of what we're doing here, man, and you made it easy. I really appreciate it. So I'm here to let you know, when I say earmuffs, it is going to get extremely loud in here, okay? So when I say earmuffs, that means you got to mute your speakers, okay? And just protect yourself. I don't want you to have a bad day because I got really loud and then you didn't know how to protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? We don't want any of that to happen. So earmuffs is the safe word. And then after that, you'll be good to go. And then we'll see you tomorrow, even tonight, man. This market, it's only going to get crazier, man. It's only going to get crazier. So, yeah. Oh, I see somebody there, too. I see somebody named Najee Wolf. Happy birthday, big dog. Or not. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, baby. What's up? What's up, man? Happy birthday, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Now, earmuffs. Yeah, you got that. And then you have earmuffs. 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 This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 6 p.m. Pacific time for the live watch list. Then we're going to be taking off around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 76 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you bought the dip, because it dipped. It was one of the worst days here in history, especially for the Japanese. Nobody knows the story yet, so we still got a long way to go. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down there, flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. It's game time, baby. It's game time. That's it. You get in the move now. You got to wrap it up. We don't know what will happen tonight. Tomorrow, not much data. It's all in international hands. But you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, it don't matter. You need to wrap it up and make up your mind. Are you going for the big one? Are you going to hold overnight? Are you scared? Go to church. Get a pit bull. Get a hedge. Buy a put. Buy a car. You play in earnings. Do you care about it? You got to wrap it up and finalize it. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Futures, shares, options, earnings. Make up your mind. Bring it home. Wrap up those plays. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. I don't care if you just got here. I need a good game in the chat. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. don't matter if you name on your lost land or you learn something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, dudes, vibes, personality, info. Way to hold it down. Way to be a part of it. Way to be in the game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, GG. Let's go, members, non-members, stream alerts. You contributed today. Man, you are a part of it with volatility. Hey, man, you got no Black Monday over. Good game, baby. GG, that's what I'm talking about. I see you too quick. They the backup, but I hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, stream alerts, my honorary members, my people who held it down, baby. You doing the dono, you didn't have to. You are positive today, you didn't have to, baby. You brought the vibes, you brought the info. Good game, baby. Way to hold it down.
Everyone got like opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. And my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
Leave me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk.
Where's ya?
Oh, it's loud. I have it on 10 decibels. Oh, you can't hear shit.
Where's ya? Come on.
All right, Chad, that's the day, bro. Oh, that's the day. Oh, no, let's see. I think I don't even think, I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up there, Chad. I don't know. We do have Palantir. I said I'd stick around. It's good. I kept it easy with y'all today. I don't know, man. Something about when the market, I feel like I've been calm. Today was the biggest S&P one-day drop since September 2022. You know what I'm saying? This is one of those, bro. I don't know. I feel like volatility calmed me down. I feel at home with volatility. You know that? And then again, I think I felt too healthy early. That's why I be yelling all the time. I've been taking it easy. I've been chilling. Yeah, volatility feel a little bit more normal, baby. So, I don't know. Oh, JB, you got a birthday toe. Happy birthday, JB. And double happy birthday, my boy Najee Wolf, man. Yeah, bro. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I like volatility. My career started in volatility, I guess. It's good, bro. It was a good time, man. It was very wild. We have a lot more, man. So I hope you guys are ready for it all. Let's see deleveraging the market. I know it's quite wild. I think it is kind of ripping after hours, dude. Yeah, they hate you. They hate your soul completely. Because low-key, you've moved more in that after hours than I think you're going to probably ramp up all the way until Euro close and Japanese open. If they do good, then you're good, and that's it. Nasdaq wiped out $907 billion of market value today, Chatadonia. Wow. Wicked work, bro. Wicked work, right? Well, Chatadonia, that is all that I have for you. That is your day. Thank you for being here, bro. Members, non-members, it don't matter. God, no, 907 billion, not million. Almost $1 trillion. But that is all we have. I'm going to go live tonight, so we'll save it there. I don't know if I set it up, actually. It should take you right to the watch list when I am done with this stream, but that's it, bro. We have, again, we could talk about it all. We've talked about it all day today. We don't know. Are we going to get the unwind of the carry trade? It looks to be at our doorstep. We don't know if it's going to hold up or not, man, and where this goes from here. It's about to get crazy, so we have a lot in store. Okay, I have a live watch list for you at 6 p.m. So that way we could talk while the Japanese market is open. That's literally, again, I made most of my trades today even then. So we'll see where this all leads us, Chatadonia. But I love you all. Thank you for being here. I don't have the Palantir earnings yet. I don't know. Let me see if that stuff's out. Otherwise, man, go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and the strangest secret in the world. Are we getting a move on Palantir? Let's see. I don't have hymns yet. Palantir. I don't have Palantir yet. Kushida will announce deals promoting decarbonization. Japan offered $2 billion in trade support for Central. What the fuck? So Japan's coming out with statements, but it has nothing to do with the yen. Oh, there it is. I think Palantir. Hi. And Chegg. Yeah, I see Palantir. Just scrolled by. So Palantir, 6 cents EPS. I think they beat. Let me get you the numbers there. And then HIMS is even on the high. No, they missed on EPS. Adjusted was 9, so I think they beat on adjusted EPS.
Where is revenue? 678. That's the highest out of any of the estimates. So yeah, Palantir beat the highest of the highest end. Chad is posting HIMS as well. Second quarter subscribers up 46% year over year. Palantir beat on revenue and on EPS. Net was 134. I don't know what operating was supposed to be. Let me see if I could get guidance. But yeah, I think Palantir beat. And then they're saying HIMS beat as well. Yeah, HIMS revenue beats forecast, raises 24 outlook. This is already out. So there's already a fluff piece ready to go. Yeah, I think HIMS was a beat, or at least they're pumping it. They see third quarter revenue. They raise EBITDA view to 140 to 150 million. Oh, what? That's a huge raise. No. Sees third quarter EBITDA. Oh, no, full year EBITDA 140. Whew. But yeah, that's still higher. So they're raising guidance by like 15 to 20 million. Damn, HIMS is going down. SPY. There's Japan headlines related to like putting money down to projects, but nothing related to like finances. Oh, and then Lucid is out. Lucid delivered 2,300 vehicles versus 1,900. Yeah, I feel like HIMS did good, but they just dropped and popped. Very weird. HIMS, I think they raised EBITDA and they raised third quarter revenue. 375 to 380. They raised it by a ton. And then Palantir beat. Palantir's up 15. Lucid selling as many vehicles as a medium-sized car lot. I know, it's awful. Yeah, bro, Palantir killed it and HIMS. I'm surprised Palantir's moving more. I feel like it was harder for Palantir to beat. But then again, they were both pricing in a shit ton. I don't even think wasn't Palantir pricing in like 15? Yeah, 13. So this is all priced in off of a beat and raise. And then HIMS was a beat and raise on EBITDA and revenue, and that shit is unchanged. And that was pricing in 22%. So, yeah. And then, yeah, bro, why is this SPY ripping? So literally, after hours, this SPY is literally up $3. Dude, they hate everybody. This is what I was saying, bro. It's fuckery even on the way up, even on the way down, bro. This is why I was telling you cash a while ago. Because again, bro, most of the moves are happening post-market. This is why futures and shares, but like, dude, that's bullshit. I mean, I'm not mad. All my plays are futures, but I'm in oil. I'm making money after hours. The ZQ, that's moving down. But like, I'm just saying, like, bro, this is kind of nuts. They didn't usually do it this blatant. So, yeah. So, we'll see. We'll see. We had Japan at 3, right? That's the scary part. Let's see what happens. But Chattadonia, I think we got to wrap it up there, baby. I'm going to be there live tonight, so be on the lookout. If you stay here, this video will take you right to the watch list. But this is going to be live tonight, so 6 p.m., okay? So a little bit different. I don't know, man, tomorrow, these next couple of days, if you were smart enough to tune in today, I mean, that's that moment. And remember, the watch list, bro, we've had the TLT videos and all of that. So some of you might need to catch up. We'll be live tonight. We could talk about it, but it is about to be wild at the very least, man. We have already dealt we've already just dealt with semi-Black Friday. We didn't close that bad, but, yo, this stuff is crazy, bro. So we got a lot to go over. I appreciate you guys tonight, man. Thank you for being here. For real, the real ones. It's cool to see some of y'all pop up, but now I know my real ones. You know what I'm talking about. So God bless you, man. We have a lot to go over, but thank you, man, and thank you for the opportunity. Let's get into this. Bro, the market is about to go nuts, so
Let's make our moves, baby. We were prepared. We are ready for it. But Chad, I love you. Go drink that water. Stay hydrated and healthy. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. Why sometimes when you know, baby. Why listen to the signs, baby. Oh, you didn't even get the PHILO today, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. 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 So shout out to Chad, baby. Shout out to Colt. Shout out Najee Wolf and his birthday. But I love y'all. I will see you tonight at 6 p.m. and then, God willing, tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., baby. Let's get it, Chattadonia. But I love you, and for real, enjoy your day, bro. Go finish it. Go finish it. Wake up and drive. Finish it with the 110. You already know. I can start yelling at any second. You know that, right? I could turn it up when... So let's go, baby. Relax. That's it. I like this market. I feel back to normal. Ooh, you know, I get woo-saw and craziness. Y'all don't feel me, man. They don't, they don't feel me. But I love you, Chad. Have a good one, and I will see you later, and peace out. Yeah, all right, no horn, bye. Hey, stop it. You didn't even get me on here. Let me talk a little. Let me tell him, be careful. The World War 5, 4, 3, 2. I don't know. Where's Aiden? Aiden, can you show me how to use the Cybertruck? Is that an Elon? That's cool. I don't even drive. Why would you get me a car still? I don't know. I love Uncle Answers. Good guy. Great singer. The Kamala crash. It's not. You're the crashing one. We Kamala, the Kamala call. It's Kamala calls. Fuck you. They're going to vote fuck you. I know. Just like the video. I think Josh will take you. He'll take you home during volatility. He's the one. I trust him. Good guy. Okay. I'll see you on the watch list. Have a good one. Exactly. I don't know. It seems like they bring it up and down after hours. It's like you can't trade it, then they scam you intraday just to run it up and run it down while the Japanese are sleeping. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.